Tabling of documents. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection 21(6) of the National Security Intelligence Committee Parliamentarians Act, I have the honour to table in both official languages the committee's first annual report for the year 2018. Consistent with the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act, security officials, in consultation with the Department of Justice, recommended the redaction of information that would be injurious to national security, national defense, or international relations if disclosed, or that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. I would like to thank the committee for its work over the past year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 79.13 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it's my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Infrastructure Update, Investments in Territories.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 29th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, entitled Supporting Canada's Flight Schools, presented by the member from Kelowna Lake Country. So pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And following up on that, Mr. Speaker, I again have the great honour of presenting the Standing Order in both official languages, the 10th report of Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2018. This very lengthy report highlights the work and accomplishments of each committee of the House, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the most part, Conservative members of the Standing Committee of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities support the report that was just tabled. However, where we dissent is a complete lack of recommendations regarding concerns raised frequently by the owners and operators of flight schools in Canada. These 2 concerns, which are referenced in the body of the main report just tabled, are as follows. The federal excise tax, which is a substantial burden to flight schools, and secondly, the carbon tax, whether levied by the federal or provincial government, which is another cost to flight schools. The testimony of one committee witness succinctly summed up the impact of any federal or provincial carbon tax on flight schools, and I quote, "Any additional costs will eventually be passed on to the customer. In the case of a flight school, the customer is the student pilot. But all of that is going to eventually end up at the industry level, and the ultimate customer, the regular passenger on any airline, will end up footing that bill. There's no miracle there," end quote. That's a pretty explosive testimony, Mr. Speaker. Considering the extensive testimony we heard, Conservative members of that committee recommend that 1, the Government of Canada scrap the carbon tax, or at a minimum, exempt aviation fuel for instructional purposes, and 2, that the Government of Canada consider a reduction or exemption of the federal excise tax on aviation fuel used for instructional purposes. Very reasonable, I believe, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present 3 reports this morning. First of all, I have the honour to present and table in both official languages the 62nd report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Report 6, Community Supervision, Correctional Services Canada of the 2018 Fall Report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Also, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 63rd report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report 1, Connectivity in Rural and Remote Areas, of the 2018 Fall Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, again, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to that report. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 64th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report 4, Physical Security at Canada's Missions Abroad, Global Affairs Canada, of the 2018 reports of the Fall Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to these reports.
Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Bill S-203, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts ending the captivity of whales and dolphins. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments. I wish to thank everybody for the participation with regards to staff and the members of the committee. I especially want to recognise Senator Moore, who brought this bill originally to the other place, and of course to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands who sponsored it here in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I have the honour of presenting two reports this morning in both official languages. The first is the 18th report of the Standing Committee of Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Clean Growth and Climate Change in Canada, Forestry, Agriculture and Waste. The second report is the 19th report of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Clean Growth and Climate Change in Canada, How Canada Can Lead Internationally. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to both these reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's no trivia.
Okay. Oh, I understand. Is it working now? It is working now? Is interpretation working now? It is working now, okay. Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member for Essex. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, pardon me. Hold on one second. Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Massey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Strategy in Relation to Fresh Water. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce my private member's bill that calls on the government to commit to a national freshwater strategy. My riding of Essex is surrounded by the beauty of the Great Lakes, which not only supply us with fresh water for drinking, but provide all of our communities with environmental benefits that deserve targeted protection and sustainable planning. Canada needs a modernized national freshwater strategy. It's been over 20 years since the government established a policy on freshwater, and environmental conditions have changed dramatically since 1987. While Canada has seemingly abundant freshwater resources, very little of it is actually renewable. My bill asks the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to study, review, and adopt a national water policy. The review will work to establish national drinking water standards, ensure that water is protected in international agreements, protect groundwater, evaluate the readiness of water and wastewater infrastructure to handle climate change impacts, and reduce eutrophication. Freshwater is vital, whether for tourism, agriculture, recreational use, health, or household needs. It plays an important role in all of our communities. Essex is surrounded by the majesty of Lake Erie and Lake St. Clair, along with our many rivers, wetlands, and tributaries. The health of our water is instrumental to our region's sustained growth, environmental stability, and safety. I hope that all sides will support this important effort to protect our fresh water for generations to come.
Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Mr. Massey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Crown Copyright. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise here to amend the Copyright Act. In particular, we're going to drop Section 12, and that is, without prejudice to any rights or privileges of the Crown, no copyright subsists in any work that is or has been prepared or published by or under the direction of control of Her Majesty or any other government department. Mr. Speaker, as things stand right now, this government is a closed door when it comes to government publications, research, and a number of different periodicals that are published. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this costs us a significant amount of taxpayers' money. Second of all, it is against open government, and Mr. Speaker, this is based upon a law that Canada enacted in 1921, which was based on a law from 1911 from the UK. So what this bill does is it will save money for taxpayers. It will provide educators, innovators, and also have open government and bring accountability. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, bring Canada in line with so many other countries that have information available for businesses, for civil society, and for the advancement of our country and our nation, Canada.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Quat.
Ms. Quash, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Office of the Commissioner for Young Persons in Canada. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I finally have the honour to introduce this bill, which proposes the creation of an Office of the Commissioner for Young Persons in Canada. I'd like to thank organizations like Children's First and Oxfam Quebec and Landon Pearson, the senator who helped me draft this bill. There are 4 principles to monitor the rights of young people, whether they be Inuit, Indigenous, or First Nations, or Métis. Secondly, awareness raising on children's rights and young people's rights. Third, cooperating internationally and domestically with leaders of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit groups. For about 30 years now, this subject has been out there, and the UN has recommended the creation of such a position. There have been numerous calls for the creation of this position, and I'm proud to have the support of organizations like the Assembly of First Nations of Quebec and Labrador, Children's Healthcare Canada, and UNICEF Canada. I hope the government will realize that the creation of an office of a Commissioner for Young Persons as quickly as possible would be a great thing before the next elections, if possible. This bill has been tabled 3 times already, so I think they already agree with it. Thank you.
Ms. Quach, seconded by Madame Quach, appuyée par Madame.
Seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Ms. Posey, seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend, an Act to authorize the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorize the entry into tax collection agreements with provinces. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Bécancour-Nicolet-Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to table this bill, which you just gave the title of, An Act to Amend, an Act to authorize the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorize entry into tax collection agreements with the provinces. This bill, if it were passed, would enable Quebecers to file a single tax return, as the National Assembly and the Government of Quebec have been calling for. And I stress that that tax would be entirely collected by the Government of Quebec, and then part of it would be transferred to the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Plamondon, seconded by Ms. Posey, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to respectfully seek unanimous consent to be able to present the crisis that canola farmers have with China for emergency debate at the quickest convenience.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? No, there is no unanimous consent. Order. The honourable member for Abbotsford is rising on the motions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would seek unanimous consent to table the dissenting report regarding the report on forestry, agriculture and waste. This is a dissenting report from the Conservative members of the committee.
Well, the honourable member is asking consent to return to presenting reports from committees. When the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City did present a report, is there agreement that he could give a dissenting report, dissenting opinion? No, there is no unanimous consent. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure today to table petition E1924, signed by 2,450 Canadian citizens, and it's a petition to the Government of Canada, whereas the Government of Canada has broken the laws that cover a right to privacy, personal information protection, and Electronic Documents Act by authorizing Statistics Canada to collect the personal, financial, and banking information and history from Canadian banks and credit bureaus for 500,000 citizens and residents. The government has no right to our private financial information, and the act is both illegal and immoral. The Government of Canada and Statistics Canada do not have the right to this information without our signed authorization per the Privacy Act. We, the undersigned taxpayers of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to cease and desist collection of information, Canadian citizens' private financial affairs, demand that the Government of Canada put an immediate end to Statistics Canada, compelling Canadian financial institutions and credit bureaus from transferring any financial information from any taxpayer, detailed or otherwise, to Statistics Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
On behalf of hundreds of British Columbians from Courtenay and Cumberland, in light of the over 10,000 preventable opioid overdose deaths that are a result of the fentanyl poison sources, they're calling on the government to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it with the aim to reduce and eliminate preventable deaths. They're also calling for a reform of current drug policy to decriminalize personal possession and to create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source. And Mr. Speaker, they cite that the war on drugs has failed. They're calling on the government to take immediate action and to take away the stigmatism of this important national health emergency.
Member for Charlottetown.
I rise to present a massive petition with more than 2,000 signatures, many of them from Prince Edward Island, with respect to animal testing for the safety of cosmetics. The petitioners point out that animal testing is not necessary to prove the safety of cosmetics, that a ban on cosmetics sold using animal testing would not affect sales, that signatories to CETA and many other countries have already adopted alternative measures or have banned animal testing for this purpose. They call on the House to support Bill S-214 to ban the sale and manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm so pleased to present petitions signed by Canadians from the ridings of Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke, Saanich Gulf Islands, Nanaimo Ladysmith, Kanata Carleton, Ottawa Vanier, Nepean, St. Catharines, Mississauga Malton, London Fanshawe, London North Centre, Mississauga Lakeshore, London West, Courtney Alberni, Limington, and Nepean. They are calling on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns that are already banned. And, Mr. Speaker, this was before the Liberal-appointed senator in the other place announced that she's going to put forth an amendment in C-71 that is going to ban all firearms in Canada.
Député de Bécancour.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour-Sorel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to table a petition signed by more than 1,500 people, initiated by Alexandra Boyer, that calls for financial support to compensate dairy producers for their losses who will have to comply with mandatory origin labeling on milk. So I'd like to congratulate this young woman for having taken this initiative to raise awareness about young dairy producers in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to table a petition signed by many people in Jonquière calling on the government to have universal access to employment insurance because it unfairly penalizes women in access to benefits. Only 3.2% of unemployed women have access compared to 52.5% of male beneficiaries. Any leave for like parental leave or maternity leave prevents many women from having access to employment insurance. And so it is urgent that the government amend the Act.
Mr. Speaker, I have 3 petitions here. 2 have to do with animal testing. I will figuratively piggyback on the comments from the member for Charlottetown. He's already articulated what these petitions are about. And effectively, the petitioners call upon the House of Commons to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada. These are signed by primarily residents of Mission and Abbotsford, one of the 27 census metropolitan areas of Canada. The last petition, Mr. Speaker, is a petition under which the petitioners call upon the House of Commons to permit Christians to robustly exercise their religious beliefs and their conscience rights, both in their private and public acts, without coercion, constraint, or discrimination, by firstly amending Section 241 of the Criminal Code and the Civil Marriage Act to provide Christians and their faith-based institutions protection from its provisions that are contrary to their religious and conscience beliefs, and secondly, enacting a policy to provide a review of any new legislation as may be in the future brought forth by the government to ensure it does not impinge upon the religious rights of Christians in accordance with the historic continuity of the Canadian Bill of Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to table yet another petition from the residents of Winnipeg North that have been advocating very strongly for a national pharmacare program that would see prescribed medicines covered, Mr. Speaker. It's something in which I know is very important to my constituents as they've been signing numerous petitions on the issue, and it's with pleasure I table it today. Thank you.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table 3 petitions here in regard to the topic of freedom of thought and conscience. It's about constituents of mine who are concerned about the Liberals' manipulation of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. This primarily affects summer camps, day camps in Oshawa that benefit low-income families. They see it as a huge precedent, denying funding or making funding proceeding or in regards to your belief is a huge precedent that they're worried about, and they're calling on the government to end this discrimination against faith-based organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present 2 petitions today. The first is from residents of Sandwich Gulf Islands calling for the government to do something that was, as petitioners note, pledged some time ago, fully implement all 75 recommendations made by Mr. Justice Cohen in the inquiry into the missing salmon in British Columbia. It focuses on the threat posed by open pen aquaculture. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, calls for the ban on the use of pesticides derived from nicotine, known as neonicotinoids, that pose a specific threat to pollinators in Canada.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition calling on action now by the federal government on the housing crisis. It's signed by residents of Edmonton, and I'm pleased to say 2 of those include youth residing in the youth empowerment shelter in my riding. And they state that over half of the 49,000 Edmonton households in need of housing spend more than half their gross income on housing or at risk of losing their housing. The current government campaign to build more affordable housing. A growing number of Canadians are only a paycheck away from not being able to make ends meet, and they call on the government to address the housing crisis by delivering the funds now for affordable housing, including for co-ops and non-profit housing, and immediately issue a subsidy for renters and waive the GST, PST on new affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today and table a petition on behalf of the group Développement et Paix, that is a group that works for there to be more international justice. The petition that I'm tabling today has been signed by many people, and it calls on Canada to do more because of forced migration. What are the causes of forced migration? War and climate change. And so we hope that the government will hear these petitioners. There are 124 papers, signatories, and 668 signatures on postal cards that are not admissible in the House, but I will be bringing them to the Prime Minister's office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burn. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
A petition that's been signed by 2,800 Canadians from coast to coast. These Canadians are very concerned about the government's imposition of an excise tax on prescribed medical cannabis. All of these petitioners are saying that what the government should do is reverse the excise tax that they have imposed on medical cannabis and recognize that cannabis for medicinal purposes should be exempt from any taxes. As you know, Mr. Speaker, people who have access to medical cannabis need it for pain management. It is absolutely essential. That the government has imposed this excise tax is simply unconscionable. And so the petitioners are hoping the government reverses its decision.
Petitions
on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 2248, question 2251, 2254, question 2258, and question 2263. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the government's response to questions question 2246, question 2247, question 2249, question 2250, question 2255 to 2257, and question 2259 to 2262, and finally, question 2264 could be made for orders of return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions then be allowed to stand.
I have a notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville. I understand that it touches on something that was on which there was a ruling yesterday. I trust that she will address this and advise the Chair about how she feels this affects her privileges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a question of privilege concerning my recent expulsion and the expulsion of the member for Vancouver-Granville from the Liberal caucus and a breach of the Parliament of Canada Act. The point of privilege concerns a breach of my rights and the rights of the member for Vancouver-Granville and other members' rights. While respecting the confidential nature of caucus discussions and my and the member for Vancouver-Granville's obligations to maintain confidentiality of caucus discussions, how do I know that my rights and my colleagues' rights were breached? On November the 5th, 2015, Section 49 of the Parliament of Canada Act required Liberal MPs to vote 4 times. These 4 votes were to be recorded. On March 21, 2019, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood confirmed in a Toronto Star article that, with respect to the 4 required votes, quote, nothing like that ever happens in caucus, end quote. As such, this would mean that one of the recorded votes that did not occur was the rule concerning caucus expulsions. This also means that one of the recorded votes that did not occur was the rule for readmission of a member to the caucus. When the Prime Minister and his office prevented Liberal members of Parliament from exercising their rights under Section 49.8, they violated the rights of Liberal members in 3 ways. First, the Prime Minister deprived members of their right under Section 49.8 to vote 4 times in a recorded manner. Second, in depriving members of their right to vote, the Prime Minister denied members the opportunity to adopt the rules in Section 49.2 and 49.3 concerning caucus expulsions and caucus readmittance, respectively. In doing so, the Prime Minister deprived members of their rights to determine the expulsion of a caucus colleague on a secret ballot vote and their right to determine the readmittance of a Liberal member to the caucus on a secret ballot vote. And third, in denying members their right to vote and adopt the expulsion rule in Section 49.2 and the readmission rule in Section 49.3, the Prime Minister denied members being considered for expulsion or readmission the right to a due process, one that is not ad hoc, not arbitrary, nor unlawful. With respect to expulsion specifically, Section 49.2 lays out a clear process for expulsion, and the bar is deliberately set high. First, at the time, on April 2nd, at least 36 Liberal MPs would have had to write to the caucus chair requesting an expulsion, and second, a majority of the entire caucus, not just a majority of MPs present, would have had to vote in favour of expulsion in a secret ballot, an absolute majority. In other words, on April 2nd, 2019, when I and the member for Vancouver-Granville were expelled by the Prime Minister, the Liberal caucus had 179 members, which means that at least 90 Liberal MPs would have been required to vote in favour of expulsion in a secret ballot. If only 120 MPs showed up to vote, 90 votes in favour of expulsion would still have been required. The Prime Minister stated at the April 2nd open meeting of the Liberal caucus and on national television that, quote, I have taken the decision to expel, quote, the honourable members from caucus. The Prime Minister added that he had met with me and the member for Vancouver-Granville to inform us of his decision. This confirms that we were expelled prior to the commencement of the Liberal caucus meeting. The Prime Minister's words that night to the Liberal caucus are important to underscore because expulsion should not be his decision to take unilaterally. However, the decision had been already made. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament are not accountable to the Leader. The Leader is accountable to members of Parliament. This is a constitutional convention. I cannot adequately underscore how important this part of the confidence convention is. In fact, it is so critical to the functioning of our institutions that the last Parliament decided to take part of that unwritten constitutional convention and enshrine it in legislation to make an amendment to the Parliament of Canada Act. This question of privilege is timely. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you ruled on a question of privilege raised by the member for Perth Wellington. Respectfully, that response does not address our situation or our concerns. First, the response to the question from the member from Perth Wellington concerned the member for Whitby who resigned from caucus and was not expelled. This is not the circumstance with respect to myself or the member for Vancouver-Granville. Second, we are not asking that this House deal with the possible expulsion of a specific member of caucus as a question of privilege. Rather, the matter of privilege is with respect to knowing which rules apply with regard to expulsion and readmission. This is necessary in order to ensure due process, fairness, and that the rule of law is respected. The Speaker's response to a point of order raised on December 10, 2015 by the member of Wellington-Halton Hills indicates that the chair of the Liberal caucus did indeed inform the Speaker in accordance with Section 49.8(5) of the Parliament of Canada Act, but that the content of such notice would not be made public. The Speaker stated that, quote, all actions required by the Act to be taken by the Speaker have been taken, end quote. Recently, my honourable colleague, the member from Vancouver-Granville, inquired of the Liberal caucus chair, the member for Lac-Saint-Louis, by email no less than 4 times asking for clarity on the rules that apply respecting expulsion from the Liberal caucus. We were anticipating that an expulsion was imminent, as was being reported in the media. The expulsions have now taken place. However, we still do not know the rules and so cannot determine if they were followed. Notwithstanding the Parliament of Canada Act, the rules of this place, points of order or points of privilege, or inquiries we have made of our former colleagues, both myself and the member for Vancouver-Granville still do not know what rules applied to our expulsion, nor what rules would apply to any readmission. Third, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that you have stated that you have no role in the interpretation of a statute or in the conduct of these 2015 provisions, but with respect, it is our view that this does not relieve you of your responsibility to ensure that all members are aware of their rights in this place. This is our privilege. Accordingly, a remedy is required for our situation. This matter is urgent and cannot wait for new standing orders. Procedural fairness and the rule of law demand this. Secret in-camera meetings or private notices should not be a shield to prevent the upholding of the law and members' rights. I ask that you find a prima facie case of privilege to ensure that the rights of members, both for expulsion and readmission, are upheld and are consistent with the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. I thank that member for Markham Stouffville for raising her argument. While I am left with the difficulty, as I said in my ruling yesterday, that the Speaker is not empowered to enforce statutes, I will certainly consider her argument and come back to the House. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Canadian Heritage, that in relation to Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for the government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that in relation to Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to the standing order, there will now be a 3-minute question period. Honourable members who want to put questions, please stand so that the Speaker will have an idea of the number of members who wish to speak.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we have this government shutting down debate in the House of Commons, something that I will remind them once again, they promised in their platform they would not do, but again, here we are. What they're doing today is proposing to ram through a bill that will take away tools from Northerners who want to control their own destiny. And this reminds us of what they're doing on bills like Bill C-69, where they're making it impossible for development to occur in the natural resource sector. We've certainly seen the Premier of the Northwest Territories, Bob McLeod, reject the approach of this government, the unilateral approach where Ottawa knows best, where the southern government in Ottawa is telling the northern governments how they can operate and trying to turn them, quite frankly, into just one big national park. So I'd like to ask the minister responsible for this portfolio if they can respond to those concerns of Premier McLeod and others who believe that Northerners should make decisions about natural resource development in their territory, and why they're doing everything they can to shut down natural resource development in this country, and in particular in the North.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we are debating why we're needing to time allocate this important piece of legislation, and why that is because the opposition chooses not to find a way forward. And Madam Speaker, since the member has done a fairly decent job at misrepresenting the legislation, I'll just remind Canadians that Bill C-88 responds to the concerns raised by Indigenous governments and organizations in the Mackenzie Valley, specifically the proposed restructuring of the Land and Water Boards of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Following the general election in October 2015, Canada committed to exploring ways to address the concerns raised about restructuring provisions. And when it comes to these restructuring positions, there actually was conversations that took place between different levels of government, and the Conservatives were part of those. But what the Conservatives did when they introduced legislation was to bring in the super boards concept. And Madam Speaker, that's why the Conservative government at the time had been taken to court, and they lost that court case because Northerners did not support that approach. But this is an approach that they do support, and we believe that it should have swift passage. And unfortunately, we're having to move time allocation because the Conservatives will do whatever they can to block the important work that benefits Northerners, especially when it comes to this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's sad to note that this is now the 60th time that we've seen closure imposed by the Liberal government. I can remember, Madam Speaker, back in 2015 when the Prime Minister promised that he would take a new respectful approach to Parliament. And unfortunately, sadly, yet again, closure is being imposed in this House. Now, what we see is real betrayal of the election commitments that were made. Now, we support this bill, Madam Speaker, but we've also been raising consistently concerns about the fact that there is not a single reference to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in the bill. So there are flaws in the bill. The government has refused to entertain amendments, is refusing in any way to entertain improvements to the bill. And so this is the real heart of the problem. We had commitments made in 2015 that have been steadfastly broken. The government is not respecting Parliament at all. Why is the government being so dysfunctional around improving legislation and so dysfunctional in this House of Commons?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the NDP House Leader. And technically, Madam Speaker, time allocation can only be used when we cannot find a way forward. So therefore, the fact that I am having to use time allocation actually is a reflection on the way that he chooses to actually represent his benches as well, because if we could find a way forward, we would not be in the situation of having to move time allocation. And there was a time where the NDP would recognize the importance of legislation, but they've been holding hands with the Conservatives now for so long that they've forgotten their ways. But I will also remind them that it was the NDP that held hands with the Conservatives to make sure that we did not have the Kyoto Accord. It was the NDP that held hand with the Conservatives to ensure that we got rid of Kelowna, which was an important accord that we had worked to ensure that would advance Indigenous communities. It was the NDP that held hands with the Conservatives to ensure that there wasn't a national child care plan. And today, that NDP House Leader continues to hold hands with the Conservatives rather than get to work and advance important legislation. I'm more than willing to find a way forward and not have to use time allocation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? I remember for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Here we go again with this government shutting down debate. Just as they've done for the last number of days when we've tried to ask for an emergency debate on the canola issue in the prairies. This is an emergency situation for these farmers. They're trying to decide what they can plant or should plant, what their livelihoods or potential futures can be. But this government continues to throw out these delay tactics on moving to orders of the day, so we can't introduce these motions. Today, they refused to allow an emergency debate when it was asked for. We finally got the opportunity. This government again and again and again throws roadblocks in the way for any reasonable debate and discussion in this House.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, when a Conservative party is going to nationally make comments that they will do whatever they can to disrupt the House of Commons to ensure the government cannot advance the mandate they were provided by Canadians, yes, Madam Speaker, I will use the limited tools I have available to ensure that we show up to work and we advance legislation that makes a difference in the lives of Canadians. That member made a fairly rich comment just now in regards to an emergency debate. They have had now 2 opportunities where they could have raised an emergency debate. Last Friday, not a single Conservative stood up during the rubric under which routine proceedings for an emergency debate, and no one asked for it. You know that it would be a decision for the Speaker to rule on. Today, once again, they chose to stand up under motions rather than stand up under emergency debates, because for them, the issue is not an emergency, and that's exactly why they ask no questions in question period, yet they make a mockery of the system by thinking it's a light issue. It's a serious issue when it comes to our farmers. Canola is a serious matter. This government will respond. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, we keep seeing this happen with the Liberals, who shut down debate and then speak to the content of the bill that we would all like to be debating here. And what's the whole point of this bill that we're supposed to be debating, except they'd rather shut down the debate? It's about giving a voice to people. And what's the purpose of shutting down the debate? To take away the voice of people. Madam Speaker, I regret the day that my former colleague Dennis Bevington was not re-elected. Why? Because we never have a voice for the North in this place anymore. All the representatives of the North are either represented by Liberals or now an independent. And it's very sad, because in the previous term I was in office, we spoke regularly in this place about the North and about the need for the protection of the resources, protection of their environment, and particularly to give a voice for the people of the North. And contrary to the voices being expressed by Conservatives, that's exactly what they did in their bill. They shut down those local voices. And I would prefer that we could spend the time in the House talking about the need to give a voice for the Northerners instead of debating about another shutdown of voices for democracy.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, if that member has the permission of her leadership, because I'm sure she will not get to choose to speak on her own, she will have plenty of time today actually to be able to debate this important legislation. And when it comes to Bill C-88, it's important to note that it's the result of cooperative conciliatory discussions that resulted in an agreement to repeal the restructuring provisions from the Northwest Territories Devolution Act. And the government of the Northwest Territories supports these amendments. Indigenous governments and organizations in the Northwest Territories want these amendments. The mining industry that conducts its business in the territory has indicated their support for these changes. Madam Speaker, these conversations and discussions have taken place. It is Northerners, it is the Northwest Territories that are asking us to move quickly on this legislation. That member wants to talk about it. She will have plenty of time today to talk about it. Northerners need action. They need this legislation to go to committee so that we can act. Enough with the talking. Let's move this legislation around. They need to stop playing games. Let's get to work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, the Honourable Government House Leader will know that being in the position in which the Green Party is in this Parliament means we're not part of the discussions. I sympathize with her concern that we do not have goodwill in planning, expediting legislation through this place. But I really must protest that we cannot continually have time allocation. The debates on bills are shut down far too often. I do support this legislation. I think it's important to get it through the House. But the use of time allocation, and I know the member just referred to her having limited tools. A government in this place with a majority of the seats has the ultimate tools all the time. And it's very frustrating for members in a position such as myself and other members here who are not part of the 2 larger opposition parties in getting our voices heard on legislation.
Honourable member, Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I do agree with the member that we shouldn't have to use time allocation. Everyone knows that whenever I do need to use time allocation, I do it with sincere regret because I would rather find a way forward. And I can assure that member is that we will do our best to accommodate to ensure that her voice is heard in this place. I can speak to the efforts we have put in with many members that are not considered recognized parties in this place to ensure that they can represent their constituents. Wherever we are able to share some of the time that is provided to us, I'm more than willing to do that. I agree that that member should be able to be on the record. She represents her constituents no differently than everyone else. I will do my best to ensure that she is given that opportunity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate we've got to this situation here in this place. Speaker, Bill C-88 is yet another anti-energy policy that Liberals are trying to bring in. They're driving investment out of Canada's north, just like C-69 before it. Bill C-88 politicizes oil and gas extraction by expanding the powers of Cabinet to block economic development and adds to the increasing levels of red tape hampering investments in the north. Speaker, I was at the AME Roundup in Vancouver a few months ago, spoke with numerous mining professionals, industry, people inside the industry with mining and oil and gas extraction. They are quite frustrated with the Liberals' plan to take power out of the people of Northern Ontario, or Northern Canada, the Northwest Territories in particular. Making the Northwest Territories basically a park is not a way to solve the issues of economic development in Canada's north. The people have spoken loud and clear at that conference, and I would like to hear from the member opposite their plan on solving the poverty rates in Northwest Territories if you're actually hampering the actual industry that can provide jobs, opportunity, and wealth.
Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I agree it's unfortunate that we're having to use these tools, but I would encourage that member to perhaps talk to his leadership team to say, let's find a better way forward. But I will let us also understand why we are where we are today. It was the previous Conservative government and their rush to weaken environmental reviews, trample on land claims and Indigenous governments, and overall put a cloud of uncertainty into the regulatory regime in the Northwest Territories. They added a few extra clauses into the Northwest Territories Devolution Act in 2014 to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. These changes were made to restructure the land and water boards. By restructure, what they meant was to eliminate the regional panels that had been in place and effective for years and that are a significant component of Indigenous participation. That member talks about participation. The Conservatives did whatever they could to bring in a concept of super boards to take those rights away. They were challenged in court and they lost. We were elected, Madam Speaker. We did not appeal that decision because we knew it was the wrong approach, and therefore what we are doing is trying to correct that. It's important that we move forward on this bill as swiftly as possible to bring clarity to environmental assessment processes in the Northwest Territories and for those wanting to benefit from economic opportunities in the North, including Indigenous peoples and all Northerners. This brings the clarity here.
The questions and comments, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to come back to the question that I asked earlier that the Government House Leader has not responded to. And I must say, Madam Speaker, I find it very disrespectful, the tone that the Government House Leader is adopting in this House. All members of Parliament here have a responsibility to stand up for their constituents. We are all, even if we're Liberals, if we're Conservatives, New Democrats, Greens, Bloc members or Independents, we all have the best interests of the country in mind. So for the Government House Leader to cast aspersions on all members of Parliament, I find completely inappropriate. Now, I asked the question earlier, Madam Speaker, why the Liberal government is not supporting the amendments the NDP has wanted to bring forward to have references to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and also to have amendments to include intervenor funding. All of these are things that have been set forward. The Liberal government to date has absolutely refused to entertain them. And I think the use of closure today indicates, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, a trend to try to ram this through committee. Will the government support these amendments, yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm on the record numerous times in the House as well as outside the House, actually having a lot of respect in regard not only for this place but all members of Parliament, recognizing, acknowledging that every member of Parliament does have the best interest of their constituents in the country. I do believe, whether I agree or not, that when people are making decisions, they do believe that's in the best interest of the country. I've always said that, and I will always continue to do that. I do not need it to be mansplained to myself. It's unfortunate that he does not like my tone. It is my voice. I work hard for my constituents the way I'm sure he's just said every member of Parliament does. Madam Speaker, we are in this situation because he should take partial responsibility. He, as well as the opposition House Leader, does not want to find a way forward on legislation. They have publicly stated that they will do whatever they can to disrupt the work that we are doing in this House because they don't want to see us advance legislation. What will take place with this legislation is that it's at second reading. It will now be able to be debated all day today, and then it will go to committee, where committee will be able to look at it. This legislation is undoing the restructuring that the Conservatives brought in. That needs to be corrected. That's what Northerners are asking for. That's what the people of Northwest Territories are asking for. We have committed to getting it done. We'd like to find a way forward. Unfortunately, the NDP was not willing to provide it. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise frustrated with the responses of the government House Leader. She trying to tell Canadians why we're at this situation right now. The reason we're here is because we have a government that instead of doing the work that they're supposed to be doing, they're obsessed with their scandals and selfies. This is actually, Madam Speaker, one of the worst functioning governments since the 1920s. They're not working with anyone. They're not getting any of their legislation put through that's important to Canadians. They're shutting down debate again, once more, on a very important bill. And regardless of what the House Leader is saying, let's look at the facts. This bill, C-88, reveals a full rejection of calls from the elected territorial leaders for increased control of their natural resources by giving the federal cabinet the ability to block oil and gas projects. Madam Speaker, we all know these are key economic developers or in activities in the North, and this top-down paternalistic actions of the Liberal government does nothing to reduce poverty in the North, Madam Speaker. And this is just another sign that this government is just obsessed with what they feel is important, the selfies, the scandals that are going on. Canadians expect us to debate these bills in the House, debate them for Northerners, so we can get some economic activity and decrease poverty in the North.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I think the member's comments have just confirmed that he's not read the bill and is not aware of what we are debating right now, because it actually does, this legislation actually increases local autonomy. It actually provides them back what the Conservatives tried so hard to take away. The member talks about poverty and all these factors. Let's just let the record once again show that since this government came into office, with the Canada Child Benefit, the tax-free Canada Child Benefit that the Conservatives voted against, we have close to 300,000 children that have been lifted out of poverty. We have over 800,000 Canadians that have now been lifted out of poverty. Madam Speaker, I recognize that there is definitely a lot more work to do. That member represents a community that we know is going through challenging times. We want to be able to provide supports, but these are the kind of programs that actually provide those supports. And we have an economy today that has created 900,000 jobs. Canadians have created those jobs because of our investments. Every single investment that we have made, the Conservatives voted against. So the Conservatives, I think, take quite literally their job as opposition. Their job is to hold the government to account. That doesn't mean they have to oppose every single thing, and that doesn't mean we can't be productive. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
I was listening to this debate, and what's become clear to me is that the government House Leader is taking exactly the same page as the Prime Minister, who won't take responsibility for their actions. The truth of the matter is that it's this government's agenda to try to bring forward the work that needs to be done, and they have failed to do so. And who do they blame? They blame everyone else, and in that process, they are exerting something that they said they would not do. during the 2015 election. I remember because I was a candidate, a new candidate at that time. They said that they would not copy the ways of Harper, that they would not shut down debate, and time again, what they have done is shut down debate. And what is the NDP trying to do with respect to this bill, Madam Speaker? Something that the government say that is their top priority on the question around reconciliation. And what do we want to see in this bill? Amendments that recognizes exactly that, the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, and they refuse to allow it, and now they're trying to shut down the debate. So my question to the government House Leader is this: when will she and her government take responsibility for their actions for a change?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I have an open door policy and I try to find a way forward. I will take responsibility that I was not able to find a way forward, and the NDP and the Conservatives did not want to offer a way forward. So yes, I am using time allocation to advance this legislation because this bill responds to Indigenous concerns respecting the legislative and regulatory framework flowing from their constitutionality, protected land claims, and self-government agreements. This is what is being asked for, and that's exactly why we are advancing this piece of legislation, and we are going to do it by using time allocation because the Conservatives and the NDP refuse to provide a path forward. That member and the NDP should definitely take responsibility for abolishing the Kelowna Accord as well as Kyoto protocols. That member and the NDP should take responsibility for turning the clock back on Canada and allowing Stephen Harper, to have the platform to do it. When that member takes responsibility, I think we will actually be able to find a way forward in a way better way. But yes, Madam Speaker, I chose to move time allocation. I take responsibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I do want to remind members that when someone else has the floor, that those other members who have questions and comments to add, that they wait until it's that time, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do find it interesting in listening to the questions at this point. I think it's important that we highlight, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, that it's the NDP have actually supported time allocation. We have seen them support time allocation. What they've done is they've recognized that what are important bills to them, and then they will get behind time allocation. The Conservatives support time allocation. We need to realize that from the government's perspective, there are many bills that are high priorities for this government. And Northern Canada is important to the Government of Canada. And that is one of the reasons why I believe that once again we have to use this tool. And I'm wondering if the Government House Leader can just emphasize why at times we do need to be able to use time allocation so that we can get important work for Canadians getting done.
Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I have to say that was a really good question because it does allow us to explain the tools, the limited tools that we have available to ourselves. We have debated this piece of legislation in the past, and there was no desire to see it move forward, so I was more than willing to call it back up again. I still have not been provided any insights from the opposition parties as to how much time they would like, so therefore we are using a tool such as time allocation because this legislation is at second reading stage. And after we vote on this legislation, if it passes, when it passes, it will go to committee. Committee will be able to study and scrutinize this legislation to ensure that it does respond to the desires of Northerners and the people in the Northwest Territory, because that's exactly the area that is directly affected by this legislation, and then that legislation will come back to the House for third reading. So this is the beginning of the process, Madam Speaker, and so we would just like to see it move on to committee so that committee can do its important work as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As we're hearing from the Liberals here, everything else is always every issue that they're having is always somebody else's fault, whether it's Omar Khadr's $10.5 million payment, whether it's the SNC-Lavalin scandal, whether it's the Prime Minister's disastrous trip to India, whether it's a failure to get the Trans Mountain Pipeline built, or any pipeline for that matter. It's always somebody else's fault. But I will speak to Bill C-88, which I want to point to the member opposite. It repeals the restructuring of the 4 land and water boards, which the member opposite said very negatively that she is for, or against actually, but reintroduces regulatory provisions that were included in the previous Conservative government's Bill C-15. I'd like to remind this House and the member opposite that when C-15 was debated in the previous Parliament, Liberals voted in favour of that bill, voted in favor of the restructuring, including the Prime Minister. And I quote, Madam Speaker, the comments of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs on speaking to the Conservative Bill C-15 on February 11, 2014 stated, as Liberals, we want to see the Northwest Territories have the kind of independence it has sought. So now, Speaker, why does their tone change? Why all of a sudden are they against giving the North the power to control their own destiny, provide jobs, opportunity, and wealth to make the North strong again?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, so what's important to note is that Bill C-88 is the result of cooperative conciliatory discussions that resulted in agreement to repeal the restructuring provisions of the Northwest Territories Devolution Act. And yes, the member is correct when he says that the previous Conservative government did do important work when it came to this matter. But what the member seems to forget is that they tried to go further by restructuring the way the system worked, a system that was already working. So they put forward measures that would create this concept of super boards that Northerners and the people in Northwest Territories were opposed to, but because they were trying to basically diminish environmental assessments and whatever else, they figured they would just sneak a couple of these things in. So what took place was that the Conservative government was taken to court. And when they were taken to court, the Conservative government actually lost that case, Madam Speaker. This is something that's just happened not that long ago, so this legislation responds to it. So I hope the member is understanding that because they tried to sneak in a couple of extra points, their government, the previous government, was taken to court. They lost in court because it was the wrong thing to do. Right. So we are correcting their wrong.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Government House Leader is very eloquent, and she can choose to use that in an effective way to advance the government agenda, or by toxically insulting each member of the House as they raise questions. And I can't for the life of me understand why she is choosing the latter course. The reality is she is throwing out an array of drive-by insults when members of Parliament are asking very legitimate questions about the use of closure by this government. In 2015, there was a commitment to make Parliament work. We all remember Sunny Ways. And instead, we're seeing on the floor of this House of Commons a completely inappropriate and toxic approach to the parliamentary work that we all must do in common. Now, Madam Speaker, I have not, in the weeks since I became House Leader, had a single proposal from this government about how to move forward. There's just simply no proposals from the government to the opposition parties. And, Madam Speaker, when the Government House Leader suggests that some way I've said that I'm going to use procedural tools to block the Parliament, that is simply false, and she should retract. Oh, I will ask my question again. Why is the government opposing the reference to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in this bill, and why are they invoking closure?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker,
he's confused.
I don't want to say anything because it feels like the member is offended by anything I comment or say. I will tell you that I've not actually attacked or commented on any individual member of this place. Every member chooses to do their own work. They represent their constituents no differently than I represent mine. What we are debating right now is using time allocation to advance Bill C-88. Why we are using time allocation is because we have not been able to find a way forward. That member needs to be proposed to, it turns out, but he's more than able to provide me insights as to how much time is needed. The previous House Leader was able to communicate for her team and provide us a way forward. So I know this member is come back into this role, but he's coming back into this role. So I do acknowledge that he's new to this role this time, I guess, again. And I will definitely perhaps do a better job at providing proposals as to a way forward. So I will take that as feedback from the member. But when it comes to this legislation, it will go to committee, and then committee will be able to scrutinize and study this legislation, and the amendments will definitely be considered. the minister responsible. Members will definitely have their opportunity to be able to debate them, and I'm sure there will be a fruitful discussion, and I thank the member for his great question.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, move that in relation to Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill. Should I dispense? And that's 15 minutes before the expiry of time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the second reading stage consideration of the said bill. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
There's only 4 of us.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as followed. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted for the consideration of the... May I dispense? All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne-Jeantet, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne-Jeantet, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et l'Essor.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bittle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed will please rise.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, et Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons. Consideration and second reading of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
To inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Order. I would encourage honourable members to take their conversations into the lobbies, as I know that the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, is looking forward to speaking momentarily. And I ask members to assist me by saying shh. Debate. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. This bill makes two amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act of 1998, and I will refer to this in my speech going forward as MVRMA. Part A reverses provisions that would have consolidated the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Boards into one. These provisions were introduced by the former Conservative government within Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act of 2014. Part B amends the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act to allow the Governor and Council to issue orders when in the national interest to prohibit oil and gas activities and freezes the terms of existing licenses to prevent them from expiring during a moratorium. Bill C-88 is yet another Liberal anti-energy policy in a long list of policies from this government that is driving energy investments out of Canada, costing Canadian workers their jobs, and increasing poverty rates in the north. First, Speaker, I will speak to Part A of this bill, the section that reverses the previous government's initiative to consolidate for the devolution of governance of the Northwest Territories, wherein the federal government transferred control of the territory's land and resources to the Northwest Territories government. Part of that plan sought to restructure the four Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Boards into a single consolidated super board with the intent to streamline regulatory processes and enable responsible resource development. For the reasons why this was proposed under Bill C-15, we have to turn back the clock nearly 7 years earlier when, in 2017, then Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, the Honourable Chuck Strahl, commissioned a report on improving regulatory and environmental assessment regimes in Canada's north. The consolidation of the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Boards into one entity was a key recommendation, which would address the complexity and capacity issues by making more efficient use of expenditures and administrative resources and allow for administrative practices to be understandable and consistent. Furthermore, during debates in this House in 2013 and 2014, the then Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Developments, Bernard Valcourt, and the member from Chilliwack Hope for what it was known as back then, Chilliwack Fraser Canyon, pointed out that the restructured board was included in the final version of the modern land claim agreements. The proposed changes were not acceptable to everyone, and two Indigenous groups, the Clecho Government and Sawtooth Secretariat, filed for an injunction with the Northwest Territories Supreme Court to suspend the related provisions. They argued that the federal government didn't have the authority to abolish the Mackenzie Valley regulatory regime without consultation with affected Indigenous communities. I should point out, Speaker, that at the time, Liberal members of Parliament voted in favour of C-15 when it was debated in Parliament, including, Speaker, this Prime Minister. The report commissioned by the then Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development was never meant to diminish the influence that Indigenous people have on resource management in the North. Rather, it's meant to allow for this influence in a practical way, while at the same time enabling responsible resource development through an effective regulatory system. Which brings us back to today and the bill currently before us. As previously mentioned, C-88 will repeal the restructuring of 4 land and water boards, but also reintroduces regulatory provisions that were included in the previous Conservative government's Bill C-15. These provisions have been redrafted to function under the current 4-board structure and provide the following. An administrative monetary policy scheme that will provide inspectors with additional tools to enforce compliance with permits and licenses under the MVRMA. An enforceable development certificate scheme following environmental assessments and environmental impact reviews. The development of regulations respecting consultation, which are intended to help clarify the procedural roles and responsibilities respecting Indigenous consultation. Clarification of requirements for equal proportions of nominees from government and Indigenous governments and organizations. A 10-day pause period between a board's preliminary screening decision and the issuance of an authorization to allow for other bodies under the MVRMA to refer a project to environmental assessment. And regional studies that provide the minister with discretion to appoint committees or individuals to study the effects of existing and future development on a regional basis. The authority to develop cost recovery regulations that would provide the federal government with the ability to recover costs associated with these proceedings, and the extension of a board member's term during a proceeding to ensure board quorum is mandated until the conclusion of an application decision. These are good regulations, and I'm glad to see, actually, that the current government is continuing on with that and did not throw away these provisions. But the Liberals, I will say, that Bill C-88 is about consultation. However, under Part B, Speaker, where the real motivation for Bill C-88 becomes evident. Part B is simply the Liberals' plan to further politicize the regulatory and environmental processes for resource extraction in Canada's north by giving Cabinet sweeping powers to stop projects based on its so-called national interest. So much for the comments from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, who, on speaking to the Conservatives' Bill C-15, in 2014. This was said on February 11th, 2014, Speaker. As Liberals, we want to see the Northwest Territories have the kind of independence it has sought. We want it to have the ability to make decisions regarding the environment, resource development, business management, growth, and opportunity which arise within their own lands. End quote. I would agree with that. Bill C-88, Speaker, exposes the Liberals' full rejection of calls from elected territorial leaders for increased control of their natural resources. The Liberals have demonstrated disregard for those who speak truth to power. They have demonstrated contempt for Indigenous peoples, advocating for the health and welfare of their children, and now they are adding indifference for Northern Canadians' interests to their long litany of groups marginalized by this government. Speaker, Conservatives have strongly criticized the Liberals for a moratorium on offshore oil and gas development in the Beaufort Sea, an announcement made in December 2006 in Washington, D.C. by the Prime Minister. An announcement, I might add, where territorial leaders were given less than an hour's notice. The Liberal government's top-down, paternalistic approach to Northerners must end. It actually does nothing to reduce poverty in remote and northern regions of Canada. Like Bill C-69, Speaker, the No More Pipelines bill before it, C-88 politicizes oil and gas extraction by expanding the powers of Cabinet to block economic development and adds to the increasing levels of red tape proponents must face before they can get shovels into the ground. Like C-68, the convoluted Navigable Waters bill before it, C-88 adds ambiguity and massive uncertainty in an already turbulent investment climate. And, like C-48, the tanker ban bill before it, C-88 aims to kill high-quality, high-paying jobs for Canadians and their families who work in the oil and gas-related industries. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister's real motivation. He spelled it out for us at a Peterborough, Ontario town hall in January 2017, where he clearly stated that he and his government need to phase out the oil and gas industry here in Canada. The Prime Minister's plan to phase out the energy industry has been carried out with surgical precision to date. The Liberals' job-killing carbon tax is already costing Canadian jobs. Companies repeatedly mention the carbon tax as a reason why they are investing in jobs and projects in the United States over Canada. The Liberals' new methane regulations could end refining in Canada by adding tens of billions of dollars of cost to an industry that is already in crisis. The Liberals introduced their interim review process for oil and gas projects in January 2016, which killed Energy East, the 15,000 middle-class jobs it would have created, and the nearly $55 billion it would have injected into the New Brunswick and Canadian economies. A review process which delayed Trans Mountain expansion reviews by 6 months and added upstream emissions to the review process. The Liberal cabinet imposed a BC North Shore tanker ban within months of forming government with no consultation or scientific evidence to support it. The Liberals cancelled the oil and gas exploration drilling tax credits during a major downturn in the oil and gas sector, which caused the complete collapse of drilling in Canada. The Liberals' proposed fuel standard will equate to a carbon tax of $228 per tonne of fuel, according to their own analysis. When the Prime Minister vetoed the Northern Gateway Pipeline, he killed benefit agreements between the project and 31 First Nations worth about $2 billion. The unprecedented policy will apply not to just transportation fuels, but to all industries, including steel, production, heating for commercial buildings, and home heating fuels like natural gas. All of this, Speaker, is destroying energy jobs and investment from coast to coast to coast, and now with Bill C-88, we add another coast, the northern coast. The Liberals love to champion their Prime Minister's personal commitment to a new relationship with Indigenous people through new disclosure and friendly policies. They will no doubt do so again with Bill C-88. Well, here is what some organizations and people have to say with respect to this Prime Minister's so-called commitment. Stephen Buffalo, the President and CEO of the Indian Resource Council, in the National Post, October 19, 2018, quote, "The Government of Canada appears to consult primarily with people and organizations that share its views. It pays much less attention to other Indigenous groups equally concerned about environmental sustainability who seek a more balanced approach to resource development," end quote. Here's another quote. "The policies of the Trudeau government are systematically constraining the freedom and economic opportunities of the oil and gas producing Indigenous peoples of Canada. We are not asking for more from the government. We're actually asking for less government intervention," end quote. Roy Fox, chief of the Kaiwanai First Nation, in the Globe and Mail, December 10th, 2018. While the Kaiwane Nation continues to fight against high unemployment as well as the social destructiveness and health challenges such as addiction and other issues that often accompany poverty, my band's royalties have recently been cut by more than half. Furthermore, all drilling has been canceled because of high price differentials, the enormous gap between what we get on a barrel of oil in comparison to the benchmark price, which has limited employment and opportunities on our lands. Further, it'd be an understatement to say the policies proposed within Bills C-69 and C-48 are damaging our position by restricting access and reducing our ability to survive as a community. I and the majority of the Treaty 7 chiefs strongly oppose the bill for its likely devastating impact on our ability to support our community's members, as it would make virtually impossible for my nation to fully benefit from the development of our nation's resources. Speaker, I can continue. I will keep reading quotes here. Again, we here on this side of the aisle are deeply disappointed that the Prime Minister, who campaigned on a promise of reconciliation with Indigenous communities, will blatantly allow and choose to deny our 31 First Nations and Métis communities of our constitutionally protected right to their economic development. We see today's announcement as clear evidence of their unwillingness to follow through on his promise. The Government of Canada could have demonstrated its commitment by working with us as environmental stewards of the land and water to enhance marine safety. All 31 AEP plus the other affected communities should have been consulted directly and individually in order to meet the government's duty to consult. And there it is, Speaker. And I've said it many times in this speech, it's time to stop politicizing these projects. Bill C-88 politicizes oil and gas development in the far north by providing the Cabinet in Ottawa the unilateral power to shut down oil and gas development without consulting the people it affects directly. I want to point to a few key points here from NRCan's own website. In 2017, Canada's energy sector directly employed more than 276,000 people and indirectly supported over 624,000 jobs. Canada's energy sector amounts for almost 11% of nominal gross domestic product. Government revenues from energy were $10.3 billion in 2016, and Canada is the 6th largest energy producer, the 5th largest net exporter, and the 8th largest consumer. Just last week, from the Globe and Mail, David Mackay, the President and CEO of the Royal Bank of Canada, stated, quoting, "History has placed Canada at a crossroads. No other country of 37 million people has access to more natural resources and the brainpower to convert those resources into sustainable growth for a stronger society. And yet, Canada is at risk of taking the wrong turn at the crossroads because some believe there are only two paths, one for economic growth and the other for the environment. We're seeing this dilemma play out in Canada's energy transition as we struggle to reconcile competing ideas. We aspire to help the world meet its energy needs and move to ever cleaner fuel sources. We aim to reduce our carbon footprint. We want Indigenous reconciliation and long-term partnership, and we hope to maintain the standard of living that we have come to join. But, Speaker, without a balanced approach to harnessing our energy future, all of this is at risk. We need to take a third path, one that will help us develop our natural resources, invest in clean technologies, and ensure a prosperous Canada. But we are reaching a critical time in our country's history. As our resource sector copes with a growing crisis, we worry that Canada is not setting up our energy industry for growth and success in a changing world. I'm sure many of us have spoken to stakeholders right across this country and even outside our country. And when we proudly talk up our country, too many investors will often say that Canada's door is closed when it comes to energy. We need to change that impression, Speaker, immediately, because those investors are backing up their words with action. According to a recent study from the C.D. Howe Institute, Canada has lost $100 billion in potential investment in oil and gas in just the past 2 years. We can't forget that energy is not only part of the economic fabric of Canada, it also funds our social needs. The sector has contributed $90 billion to government revenues over the past 5 years, which covers about 10% of what the country spends in healthcare, according to RBC Economics. And if we squander our huge advantage and cede the dividends to other countries, we'll also risk losing the opportunity to help combat the most daunting challenge of all, climate change. Now, Speaker, he ends with this charge to government. We can't stay at a crossroads. It's time for Canada to pull together on a plan, one that re-energizes our place in the world. Conservatives, and that's end quote, conservatives have long viewed the North as a key driver of economic activity for Canada for decades to come. The Liberals, however, view the North as a place to create huge swaths of protected land and shut down economic activity. Bill C-88 appears to be based in a desire to win votes in major urban centres rather than reducing poverty in remote regions of Canada. Northerners face the unique challenges of living in the North with resilience and fortitude. They want to create jobs and economic activity for their families. They deserve a government that has their back. We are at a crossroads, Speaker, and it's time for Canada to pull together with a plan. Conservatives are up to that challenge, Speaker. We look forward to unveiling our plan and growing this economy in the next election for voters to decide for themselves who really has the best interests for Canadians. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened to the 20 minutes speech from a member, the member across the way, and I think that one of the very important things to point out, and this in fact happens a lot when you listen to the Conservatives, is that when they talk about the energy industry and the energy sector, what they really mean to say is energy that's derived from oil-based products, because a lot of the facts that he brought up may have been true related to fossil fuel energy, but the reality of the situation is when he talks about driving energy workers out of Canada, he's misleading in the sense that he's not capturing the fact that over the past 5 years, the green energy sector has actually increased by 37% in Canada. Over $25 billion has been invested into green energy in Canada. And as a matter of fact, while for the first time, as recently reported by the Globe and Mail, that newspaper that they've liked to quote so much in this House lately, the green energy sector now employs 23,700 people, whereas the oil sands are at 23,340. Would he at least not recognize that despite what we are hearing and what we've heard about the oil sector specifically and its contribution to energy, would he at least not recognize that now, for the first time pretty much ever, the green energy sector is a significant component to producing energy for this country?
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, Speaker, I appreciate the question from the members opposite. I would point out that, as my friend mentioned, that the green energy has seen investment in about $25 billion. We have also seen about $100 billion more leave the energy sector in the oil and gas sector. He talks about the 23,700 people in the clean energy sector that are working. What about the 100,000 plus people in Alberta and Saskatchewan who have lost their jobs? So, Speaker, I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's both. And as we have said many times in this House and elsewhere, Canada has some of the most responsible resource management anywhere in the world. We are a world leader. We should be promoting that. And if we want to ensure that the bad actors in this world, the Nicaraguas, the Venezuelas, start to up their game, we need to get our product to markets that want a resource that is really responsibly extracted. We have great labor laws, environmental laws, and it goes on. So, Speaker, I think we should be promoting this. We should be getting our energy to markets, and we can have a green energy sector working with the oil and gas sector, not just pick one over the other.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the important aspects of C-88 is that it would restore the 4 water and land co-management boards established by negotiated agreement between the federal territorial governments and the First Nations of the North. And both the Klitschko and Satu people went to court and had that bill struck down. Now, what's important is, and significant is, those land claims and self-government treaties are now modern treaties that are entrenched in the Constitution. So I'm wondering through you, Mr. Speaker, if the member can tell us how his party rationalizes arguing against the Constitution of Canada in saying that those boards should not be restored.
Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, what we have been saying this whole time is that we need to ensure that this bill lets people in the North decide their own future. We have been talking about, even my speech was 20 minutes long, we talked about how giving more power to the territorial governments is a good thing, how letting them have control over their resource development is a good thing, and something we should be championing here. Having Ottawa decide, Ottawa making the decisions for the people in the North, I do not think is a very smart path forward. And I think giving those that are there on the ground more power over their decisions is the way to go.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
I'd just like to point out the inconsistency in the member opposite's speech. On the one hand, he's suggesting that the Indigenous peoples of our Northwest should be in control of their destiny. Absolutely, that's the case. But the legislation that was passed by the Harper administration ran absolutely roughshod over their constitutionally entrenched rights. Their land and water boards were amalgamated and effectively dealt with so disrespectfully that the courts up north upheld an injunction. So how can the member possibly suggest that our government, in issuing a moratorium on Arctic offshore drilling in the Northwest, which I happen to be very, very proud of, how can the suggestion be that somehow we're controlling that resource future when, in fact, what happened under the Harper administration was that they stripped the land and water boards of so much of their authority?
Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the member opposite for his questions. I'll also point out that Bill C-15 under the previous Parliament received support from the Liberal Party, including the Prime Minister and the member from Papineau. I'll also point out that the 31 First Nations communities along the Northern Gateway pipeline that was killed, we had agreements with those First Nations communities directly impacted by the Northern Gateway pipeline. It was worth about $2 billion in economic activity for those First Nations communities. And they have spoken up loud and clear that there are decisions being made in Ottawa that are impacting their future, their economic future. And when we talk about reducing poverty in some of these northern communities, where resource development is a path forward, responsible resource development is a path forward to create jobs, opportunity, and wealth, and this is something they're asking for, I think that's something we should actually heed.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think my colleague really articulated well that the Liberals like consultation by convenience. And he gave a number of examples where, whether it was the moratorium up north in the Beaufort, where I think the leadership had a half an hour of notice, whether it was the tanker moratorium, whether it's Bill C-69, they talk a good talk about consultation, but in actual fact have not done a very good job, including when it was found out that they hadn't done a proper job with the Trans Mountain Pipeline. So I'm wondering if he thinks that this is certainly a plan. As part of their anti-development, they'll certainly consult if people want to shut things down, but they don't consult when people want to move forward with economic opportunities in their communities.
Honourable Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my friend for her question. As I've said in my speech, and I do agree, C-88 is yet another bill. It's another anti-energy policy from this government. It's driving investment out of Canada. It's taking opportunities, potential opportunities, away from those in the north who want a path forward, a path to prosperity, harnessing the resources in a very responsible manner, something that Canada is a world leader in. And I think if they, up in the north, are asking for the more power to define their future, to create their own path, that's something we should be doing, not having an Ottawa knows best approach. And when I was at the AME Roundup in Vancouver a few months ago, which is a very large mining conference, not as big as PDAC in Toronto, but when we spoke with people in the north, that was the #1 issue they were talking about. And these weren't mining people from big companies. They were juniors. They were startups. They were people in the middle, all talking about the fact that there is great potential in the North for responsible resource development. But they don't feel that making the North a park, basically, is a way to do that, is a way to create jobs, wealth, and opportunity. So I think we should be listening to those people, Speaker.
We have time just for one short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that what we have before us is very positive legislation that ultimately is going to have a good positive impact in northern Canada, and that includes being sensitive to the many different stakeholders, the environment, the development of resources, and so forth. And this is what I believe at the end of the day has been called upon the Government of Canada to do. I don't share the same pessimism coming from across the way. We have seen a government that has been very good at developing our country as a whole, both from an economic and environmental perspective. That's one of the reasons why we have 900,000 plus jobs. My question to the member across the way is specifically with respect to the legislation. Does the member feel that there's amendments that the Conservatives will be bringing forward to try to improve upon the legislation, or are their intentions just to vote against it as it is?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Well, thank you, Speaker. As the member knows, they have the majority of seats in this Parliament, so they are going to vote for it, and we will be voting against it, and we will try within the committee structure to work with the Liberals, whether or not they will be acceptable to anything on this side of the House that we will propose. That is yet to be seen, but I would also argue that the member opposite talks about this economy. The economy, and many economists would agree that it is going very well because of the U.S. economy, which is on fire right now, despite what the Liberals are trying to do and slow down this economy with their red tape, their regulations, their high taxes. And that's how jobs are created, Speaker. It's low taxes, reasonable red tape, and regulations. That full stop. Not because the government says a job's going to be created or they come up with a new next great government program. That's how government jobs are created. Low taxes, reasonable red tape, and regulations. Something they're not doing. And that is why this economy is going forward, not what they are proposing, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
I'll be splitting my time this afternoon with the member for Winnipeg Centre. And first, let me acknowledge that we are here on traditional, unceded territory of the Algonquin people. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The proposed legislation now before us would modernize the regulatory regime that governs resource development in the Northwest Territories. The central goal of Canada's approach to regulating resource development in the North has been to realize a project's full potential value while minimizing and mitigating any negative environmental, social, and economic impacts. To achieve this goal, regulatory regimes across Canada include measures to assess proposed projects and to track the progress and performance of approved projects. Environmental impact is a key consideration throughout all phases. In general, and particularly in the North, environmental impact is defined as any effect on land, water, air, or any other component of the environment, as well as on wildlife harvesting. The assessment includes any effect on the social and cultural environment or on heritage resources. The Northern regime has long been ahead of the Southern environmental assessment regime in this respect. In the North, regulatory regimes are notably different from those in the rest of Canada for several reasons. The most significant reason is that many Northern Indigenous people have concluded land claim agreements with the Government of Canada. And these agreements have created a robust system where Indigenous governments have a meaningful role in processes to review and license proposed resource development projects, representation on boards, and a strong voice in the process from the beginning to the end. This is reconciliation in action. The Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act is part of the legal framework for resource development in the North. The Act authorizes a unique regulatory regime that references a series of comprehensive land claim and self-government agreements with Indigenous groups, including the Gwich'in, Satu Dene, and Clean-Shaw. The regime features an integrated and coordinated system of boards and ensures Indigenous representation. The result is co-management. The Government of Canada, the Government of the Northwest Territories, and Indigenous governments all participate in reviews of and final decisions about proposed projects. In recent decades, the North has experienced unprecedented change, and the pace of change continues to accelerate. Territorial governments have acquired new authorities under devolution, for example. Diamond mining has generated billions of dollars in revenues and created thousands of jobs. The impacts of climate change have been greater in the North and have accelerated more quickly than anywhere else in the world. Given these realities, the regulatory regime governing resource development in the North must evolve to keep pace. And this is the main impetus for Bill C-88. About 8 years ago, the Government of Canada began a process to modernize the regulatory regime at the same time as it moved to devolve greater authorities to the Northwest Territories. In 2014, Canada enacted the Northwest Territories Devolution Act. Along with authorizing devolution, this act also made important changes to the regulatory regime. One of these changes was the amalgamation of 4 existing boards into a single entity, the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. Almost immediately, the Clean-Shaw government and Satu Secretariat Incorporated launched court actions against Canada. The lawsuits claimed that amalgamation violated land claim agreements. The Supreme Court of the Northwest Territories granted an injunction which effectively halted amalgamation and prevented the implementation of several elements of the regulatory regime. Bill C-88 proposes to repeal amalgamation, which would resolve the litigation and support Canada's commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Bill C-88 would also authorize a series of policy elements in the court injunction also blocked. These elements include development certificates and an enforcement scheme for Part 5 of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. It includes regional studies, extensions for the terms of board members, regulation-making authorities related to consultations, a 10-day pause in the environmental impact assessment process, and requirements to give proper notice of government inspections to the Gwich'in and Satu-owned land. Together, the changes proposed in the legislation now before us will significantly strengthen the regulatory regime in the North. They would ensure that the assessment of environmental impacts remain paramount in both the review of proposed projects and the monitoring of approved projects. The changes would also ensure that any contravention of a regulation could result in a stiff penalty, such as a large fine and possibly incarceration. Bill C-88 would also ensure that Indigenous governments continue to participate meaningfully in reviews of and decisions about development projects in the North. Another aspect of Bill C-88 aims to further strengthen environmental protection in the Arctic through the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. As my honourable colleagues can appreciate, Canada's Arctic features some of the most fragile ecosystems in the world. 2 years ago, the Prime Minister committed to stepping up Canada's efforts to protect Arctic ecosystems. In particular, he called for a ban of any new Arctic offshore resource exploration and extraction. Rather than set a deadline for the moratorium, the Government of Canada committed to review it every 5 years. The review will focus on an assessment of the latest climate climate, and marine sciences. Along with imposing the moratorium, the Government of Canada began a series of consultations with territorial and northern Indigenous governments and with the holders of offshore oil and gas rights in Arctic waters to discuss their interests. A central focus of these consultations was how best to balance environmental and economic concerns, how to protect the offshore environment while pursuing safe, responsible activities that create jobs and economic opportunities in northern Indigenous economies. The result of these consultations are the proposed amendments before you in Bill C-88. First, to complement the moratorium on new licenses, the amendments will allow the Government of Canada to ban any oil and gas exploration or development activities under 11 existing exploration and significant discovery licenses in the Beaufort Sea. The amendments will also fix a problem that came to light regarding the plan for a science-based review every 5 years. Some oil and gas rights in the Arctic offshore will begin to expire before the completion of the next review period. With a ban on activity in the Arctic offshore, these rights suddenly lost all of their value. The discussions identified a solution, that being a freeze on the terms of existing rights for the duration of the moratorium. Bill C-88 would authorize this solution. Mr. Speaker, Canada's regulatory regime is among the best in the world because it continually seeks to strike an appropriate balance between economic, environmental, and social concerns. Key to this ability is the careful and thorough assessment of potential project impacts. An effective regulatory regime makes it possible to foster both economic activity and environmental protection. The legislation now before us aims to achieve this goal in the North, and I urge my honourable colleagues to endorse Bill C-88 at second reading. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to talk to a broader issue here. And, you know, the government has consistently talked about what its priority bills are in terms of moving forward. Our time is getting very short. They have talked, and they have actually accused the Conservatives of stalling out on C-91, Indigenous Languages Act, C-92, the Child Welfare Act, and they've said it's absolutely critical in terms of moving forward, in terms of getting it done. And then, as I say, they like to lay the blame for their lack of House management on the Conservatives. We actually were fully anticipating we were going to be talking to the important Child Welfare Act. So I'm wondering if my colleague could sort of comment on the fact that they seem to have a priority legislation. They don't seem to be able to actually get things through the House in a timely way, and then they end up cutting off debate on every single piece that comes along due to their poor House management. And this is just another example. Thought we would be talking to C-92. We're talking to a bill that they introduced 6 months ago. They've only had it on the floor for a very short time, and all of a sudden have to time allocate.
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I am always happy to talk about the priorities of this government, the priorities being help middle-class Canadians and grow the Canadian economy, lift hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty, fight climate change in a meaningful way, and advance the most important relationship for this government, that being the relationship with Indigenous peoples. Every time we've brought forth measures to grow the economy and support middle-class Canadians, the Conservatives have opposed it. Every time we've brought forth measures to help lift 825,000 Canadians out of poverty, the Conservatives have opposed it. We have a plan to fight climate change. What do the Conservatives have? An unsolicited, unethical mass texting campaign. That's not a climate change plan. And every time we bring forward investments and measures to advance reconciliation in this country, including in Bill C-88, the Conservatives oppose it. Our priorities and our plan and our results are clear to Canadians. Why do the Conservatives continue to oppose them?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I want to thank my friend and colleague for taking this important step to reverse some of the wounds of the Harper government that were inflicted on Indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, we know that there's important issues that haven't still been addressed, that need to be addressed, including adequate drinking water for Indigenous people, wastewater infrastructure, education, implementation of rights, including in my area where they're still in court with the government, to establish the rights to catch and sell fish so they can implement their rights that we know are protected under the Constitution. The government continues to fight them tooth and nail. They've spent, as we know, over $19 million in lawyers to fight the First Nations and Indigenous people of my region. So I'd like to know from the member, considering that there's billions of dollars that are needed for many things, and I guess I'll speak to housing because he can't speak about a court case that's in the courts right now, but I will speak to housing because we know how inadequate housing is. I have 10 nations in my riding that I represent. House It, for example, is one of the nations, and many people, 16 people living in a home, overcrowded, moldy conditions, and they're waiting for adequate housing, the promise from this government to develop and build Indigenous housing. Can the member speak of why they haven't advanced this promise in the way that they need to make sure that everybody has a healthy, safe, and secure housing as they should? Hear, hear.
Secretary Parlementaire de Ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
This is the importance of advancing reconciliation and the quality of life for Indigenous peoples in this country, and I hope to have many more years to work on that with him in all facets in this chamber. Our government has made historic investments in overcoming the long-term boil water drinking advisories in First Nation communities across this country, and we have significant results to date, and we are on track to meet our target of having no more boil water advisories long-term on First Nations communities in a few years. We have made significant investments through our $40 billion national housing strategy, a lot of which goes to support Indigenous communities. We have legislation coming forward to deal with the child welfare situation in Indigenous communities. We have an important bill in front of Parliament to deal with the strengthening of Indigenous languages in this country, something we know is so fundamental to the identity of Indigenous peoples here. And we have this bill which advances reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in the North. These are all elements of the government's broader cross-governmental agenda to advance reconciliation in a meaningful way, and I look forward to the continued work with my colleague in the years to come to see those important steps taken for all Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to express my support for Bill C-88. I also acknowledge that we are here on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. This important bill proposes to improve the regulatory regime that governs resource development in the Northwest Territories. Equally important, in my view, is the contribution that Bill C-88 would make to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Throughout much of this country's history, Indigenous peoples have been actively prevented from contributing fully to and from benefiting equally from the social and economic prosperity that so many of us take for granted. Reconciliation and a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples will help create the conditions needed to close the socioeconomic gaps that persist between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. Today we have an opportunity to right some of the wrongs of the past and unlock the economic growth for Indigenous peoples and all Canadians. We have a chance to create an environment that supports self-determination. Mr. Speaker, this will not only be good for Indigenous peoples, it will be good for all of Canada. The National Indigenous Economic Development Board has estimated that engaging Indigenous peoples in the economy at the same rate as non-Indigenous peoples would boost Canada's GDP by 1.5% and create almost $28 billion in economic growth. And several others have suggested that the number is actually much, much higher. Reconciliation is a multifaceted undertaking that ultimately must involve and engage all people in Canada, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike. At the personal level, it involves confronting and erasing old prejudice and embracing fresh ideas, throwing out those racist ideas of the past. And for the Government of Canada, it involves sweeping changes to legislation, policies, and how we approach policy. Allow me to quote the Prime Minister's description of the challenge facing Canada. Reconciliation calls upon us all to confront our past and commit to charting a brighter, more inclusive future. We must acknowledge that centuries of colonial practices have denied the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples. The recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights will chart a new way forward for our government to work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, and to undo decades of mistrust, poverty, broken promises, and injustice. Mr. Speaker, the legislation now before us supports reconciliation in a more clear and unequivocal way by re-establishing the land and water boards in a manner requested by Indigenous communities themselves. The boards enables 3 Indigenous communities in the Northwest Territories, the Gwich'in, the Saulteaux land, and the Clean-Chon to influence in a direct and meaningful way resource development in their traditional territories. Now, 4 years ago, Parliament endorsed legislation to restructure the regulatory regime governing resource development in the Northwest Territories. Part of this plan involved the amalgamation of 4 boards into a single entity, the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. Soon after the plan became law, the Clean-Chon government and the Saulteaux Secretariat Incorporated launched court actions against the Government of Canada. Both Indigenous governments challenged Canada's authority to unilaterally eliminate boards that had been authorized legally years earlier. A 1992 comprehensive land claims agreement had established the Gwich'in and Water Board were given effect by the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act in 1998, for instance. In 2003, the Clean-Chon Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement had authorized the creation of the WEC-EZ Land and Water Board. The court challenges effectively put a halt to some of the restructuring measures included in the 2014 legislation under the Harper regime. The new Government of Canada agreed to work in cooperation with Northern Indigenous communities, including the plaintiffs, in court actions to resolve the impasse and to restructure the regulatory regime in a way that would meet the needs of all concerned. And I hope people can also meet the concerns of turning off their phones in the House of Commons when one is speaking. Now, representatives of Indigenous groups, the government of the Northwest Territories, and the industry meet with federal officials. The meetings inspired the Government of Canada to draft a legislative proposal and to share the draft with all interested parties. Mr. Speaker, this collaborative effort not only exemplifies the spirit of reconciliation, but also illustrates reconciliation in action. It is reconciliation, and it abides by the principles respecting the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples established last year. Principle 1, for instance, states, the Government of Canada recognizes that all relationships with Indigenous peoples need to be based on the recognition and implementation of their right to self-determination, including the inherent right of self-government. Now, Principle 5 states, the Government of Canada recognizes that treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements between the Indigenous peoples and the Crown have been and are intended to be acts of reconciliation based on mutual recognition and respect. Following this approach soon produced a negotiated solution. We sat down and we negotiated. A solution articulated today in Bill C-88. Now, to fully appreciate the value of the solution, however, requires an understanding of how it came into being. This was not a case of the Government of Canada imposing its will on others. In fact, the bill before us incorporates the suggestions made by the negotiators representing other groups, including Indigenous governments. They were central to this. One change of the original draft legislation proposal relates to court jurisdiction for judicial reviews of administrative monetary penalties imposed under the regulatory regime. The change ensures consistency with the exclusive jurisdiction of the Northwest Territories Supreme Court under Section 32 of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. A second modification to the original draft legislation aims to ensure consistency with comprehensive land claims agreements. New language was added to clarify consultation obligations related to administrative monetary penalties. Now, isn't this not exciting, Mr. Speaker, talking about administrative monetary penalties? These changes came about because the parties negotiated as equals in an atmosphere of mutual respect and mutual recognition of rights and responsibilities. Should Bill C-88 become law, if it can make its way through this Parliament, its effects would also foster reconciliation. This is because co-management is central to the regulatory regime envisioned in the legislation now before us. Boards comprised of members nominated by Indigenous, Northern governments and the governments of the Northwest Territories and Canada would render decisions about proposed development projects. Board decisions are legally binding on all parties, including developers. This means that Northern Indigenous governments would be fully able to exercise their right to self-determination. Mr. Speaker, the onus has long been on Indigenous peoples to prove that their rights exist. For too long, Indigenous communities have had to fight to exercise their rights. This is why reconciliation absolutely requires the Government of Canada, on behalf of all Canadians, to base all of its relations with Indigenous peoples on the recognition and the implementation of existing rights. On one level, Bill C-88 would repeal the amalgamation of land and water boards in the Northwest Territories. It would also modernize the regulatory regime governing resource development in the region. On a higher level, though, Bill C-88 would foster reconciliation with Indigenous peoples across Canada. It would demonstrate to Indigenous communities across the country that the Government of Canada is committed to reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, the honourable members of this chamber, the People's House, have an opportunity to show their commitment to reconciliation. And I encourage all of us to join in supporting Bill C-88. Merci, akikitwam, tapwe, akikitwam, ikse. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did listen with great interest to my colleague talking about the importance of consultation, collaboration. Does he not realize that in this bill, it gives actually a new power to the federal government that has never been there before in terms of their ability to prohibit issue orders when in the national interest and to actually do a complete ban. It doesn't talk about their need to collaborate. It doesn't talk about consultation. It gives the federal government new powers and authority to completely override both the territorial governments and Indigenous governments. Does that not create any concern for him, given the nature of his speech where he talked about the importance of collaboration?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From my understanding is all the Indigenous governments were involved in negotiating this agreement with Bill C-88. It also was involved with the Northwest Territories government, and it has the support of all these governments because they will be at the table. Now, obviously, the governments can take actions to try to negate the rights of Indigenous peoples. It depends on the government of the day, but I know the inherent policy of this government is to work with Indigenous peoples, is to not negate their rights, but is to work with them in a collaborative approach. Now, perhaps future governments of Canada will take a different manner and a way of moving forward, and perhaps they will try and negate those rights. But I know that this government, our government, is committed to working with Indigenous peoples.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. La députée d'Edmonton Strathcona.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to great interest to the words of the Honourable Member on the other side about the need for new measures to show that the government is sincere about reconciliation and honouring the rights and interests of Indigenous people. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to put a question to the member. Surely then he would support the amendment that we are calling for, is to actually entrench the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in this bill. And of course, that one that would deliver on the Prime Minister's promise quite some time ago, that he would in fact take action on all 93 of the calls for action by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And one of those calls for action is exactly that, is to move forward and entrench those rights in the UN Declaration into all federal laws going forward. And so through you, Mr. Speaker, is he willing to accept that amendment to actually entrench the United Nations Declaration in Bill C-88?
Member for Edmonton Centre. Pardon me, Winnipeg Centre.
One of the centres of Canada. Thank you very much. I appreciate the question. I was very proud to actually have the opportunity of trying to get the Bill C-262 passed in the House of Commons. It was a great opportunity. I remember speaking with many of my colleagues, the Indigenous Caucus, trying to work with the member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, especially working on this, trying to ensure that UNDRIP passed the House of Commons. Now, I know it's before the Senate, and this document is not yet into law, but the senators have to decide the other place about what will actually occur with that bill, and if perhaps I hope the members are able to come up to a final conclusion on that. For me, though, I think this bill already does incorporate the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People into law. It ensures that there is respect and that the self-determination in government. And so I talked about Principles 1 and also Principles 5, which recognize self-determination and the right to self-government, which I think is central to the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And this goes part and parcel, Mr. Speaker, with all the other policies that we've been doing in the budget, for instance, with water, with health, with education, with economic prosperity, with a new fiscal relationship with urban Indigenous peoples, and even with emergency management. All of these things are about ensuring that we have an implemented UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, human rights for all peoples across Canada.
We got time for one more short question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to join debate on Bill C-88. And to my friend from Winnipeg Centre, I certainly support this bill. I worked in this House along with a former member for Northwest Territories, Dennis Bevington, who was mentioned earlier in debate. We miss his voice here, to try to stop the changes that were made in 2014. But I think returning to the status quo, while laudable, isn't as good as taking a step forward while we have a chance. So I'd ask the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre to reconsider. This bill is certainly consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, but this bill does not commit Canada to exercise its rights in respect of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So I would disagree with the honourable member. I think this is actually giving life to UNDRIP in an actual bill before Parliament, Bill C-88. It ensures that UNDRIP is fully respected, and UNDRIP, the Bill 262, is a document which governs all of the Canadian government, ensuring all policies and all laws come into accordance with the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, also with an annual report. I remember putting forward a motion or a private member bill of my own that would require reporting to the House of Commons on an annual basis. But nonetheless, I still believe that this bill is a good way forward because it was negotiated in full accordance with all the Indigenous peoples who are concerned by this bill. So that is what we call respect, and that is what we call self-determination. Sitting down, having a conversation, talking, and that is how we make treaties. Now, the difficult part comes in the future when we need to make sure that these treaties are respected, and that involves the government of the day and making sure that we have a good government that will respect those rights into the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-88, another Liberal anti-resource development policy that is driving investment and businesses out of Canada, costing Canadian workers their jobs, costing Indigenous people jobs, undermining their aspirations, their work, and their hopes for self-sufficiency, and increasing poverty rates in the north and rural and remote regions. Like the Liberals' No More Pipelines Bill C-69, their Arctic offshore drilling ban, their oil shipping ban bills C-48 and C-86, this bill, C-88, further politicizes resource development by expanding the powers of the Cabinet to unilaterally block economic development and adds to the mountain of red tape proponents must overcome before they can get shovels in the ground. This bill is also a full rejection of calls from elected territorial leaders for increased control over the development of natural resources in their territories and ceding more power and control to the federal government. Bill C-88 reverses conservative measures to devolve power to the territories and puts new powers in the hands of the federal cabinet. The Liberals clearly believe that Ottawa knows best. At the AME Roundup in Vancouver in January, I was in a room full of Northerners who were unanimous in their opposition to this Liberal government's One Big Park agenda for the North. There were elected officials, Inuit business leaders, and corporate executives with decades of experience working with First Nations in resource development in the North. In Canada, it can take 20 years to get from the discovery of a mineral deposit to a functioning mine. The challenge in the North is that most of their mines are in the final decade of production and no new mines are in the approvals process. Resource projects and communities and residents in the North have to overcome big challenges in geography and climate and distance and access to land and a lack of services and infrastructure in the many remote and rural regions in which these projects are located. The North will pay for the Liberals' mistakes with the loss of an entire generation's economic advancement as mining completely leaves the region. The previous Conservative government rightly viewed the North as essential to Canada's sovereignty, as a key area at stake in global security, and as a place of real potential for significant economic activity today and for decades to come. And Conservatives know resource development is often the only source of jobs and business potential in remote and northern regions where those are already scarce. The Liberals, meanwhile, are arbitrarily creating huge swaths of protected land with little consultation. The regulatory uncertainty caused by their many bills and policies is making capital harder to access. These actions are challenging meaningful engagement and relationships with First Nations in the North, including the Inuit, Indigenous people, and Métis communities. Their top-down paternalistic actions actually rob Northerners of opportunities and of decision-making authority and do nothing to reduce poverty in remote northern regions of Canada. Conservatives, by contrast, have sought to devolve power over and ownership of natural resources to the territories, enabling and empowering their abilities and their authority to manage and benefit from their rich and diverse natural resource opportunities. In 2007, Neil McCrank was commissioned to write a report on improving the regulatory and environmental assessment regimes in Canada's North. That report, The Road to Improvement, found the regulatory process in the Northwest Territories at the time was complex, costly, unpredictable, and time-consuming. The merging of the three boards into one was a key recommendation. The report said, quote, "This approach would address the complexity and the capacity issues inherent to the current model by making more efficient use of expenditures and administrative resources." And importantly, the report said, quote, "This is not meant to diminish or reduce the influence that Aboriginal people have on resource management in the North. Rather, it is meant as an attempt to allow for this influence in a practical way while at the same time enabling responsible resource development." The option to merge the three separate Indigenous boards into the single unified board was also included as an available option in the three modern land claim agreements signed with these First Nations in the Northwest Territories. And in 2013, the previous Conservative government introduced Bill C-15 to implement that approach. That bill received overwhelming support in the House. So you wouldn't know it from the heckling across the aisle, but including from the Liberal Party. The Liberals and the NDP both voted for this bill at the final stage in the House of Commons. But now the Liberals have decided to reverse it, to return to the job-killing, overly complex and disjointed Ottawa knows best approach, setting back the hopes and aspirations of northern communities that are desperate for natural resource jobs. And it's a myth that Indigenous communities, particularly in the North, are opposed to natural resource development, a myth perpetuated by the Liberal left and elected politicians even in this House of Commons. Indigenous leaders are speaking out against anti-resource activists and in favor of the many benefits and potential for their communities. Bob McLeod, the Premier of the Northwest Territories, said, quote, "All too often, Indigenous people are only valued as responsible stewards of their land if they choose not to touch it. It's eco-colonialism. It is oppressive and irresponsible to assume that Indigenous Northerners do not support resource development." PJ Akiaguk of the Kikitani Inuit Association said, quote, "Absolutely, we want to participate in these industries. There's some real exciting benefits that are out there." And Lee Kamanik, a heavy equipment operator at Baffinland's Mary River Mine, says, quote, "I'm doing it so my son can have a better life." That ideological and heavy-handed one big park agenda in the North is being implemented often without consulting Northerners on the use of the land around them, and is threatening the way of life of many Inuit and Indigenous communities. A little further south, Isaac Labukan Avaram, chief of the Woodland Cree First Nation, he says, quote, "It frustrates me as a First Nations individual when I have to almost beg for monies when we're living in some of the most resource-rich country in the world. Why should our people be living in third-class, second-class communities when we are surrounded with natural resources that go into paving our roads, putting in rec centers, and so on?" In northern Saskatchewan, English River Chief Marie Black speaks about mining for many across the country in her direct assessment, saying, quote, "It is very, very important that we go ahead and work with industry. This is for jobs." So many Indigenous leaders are speaking out. They're leading the fight, really, about the importance of resource development to their communities to meet their needs right now and for future generations. They are fighting against the layers of liberal anti-resource development policies and laws that violate their abilities to make decisions about the resources on and around their lands and about which they weren't consulted by the Liberals in the first place. Indigenous communities support sustainable and responsible natural resource development in their territories because it offers a real path to self-sufficiency and a real opportunity for actual economic reconciliation. And it damages reconciliation when politicians make promises they don't keep, set expectations and then don't deliver, or pass laws in the apparent best interest of Indigenous Canadians without actually fully consulting them. There's no stronger example of the patriarchal, patronizing, and quite frankly colonial approach of these Liberals than their treatment of First Nations who want to develop, provide services and supply, and transport oil and gas. When this Liberal Prime Minister vetoed the Northern Gateway Pipeline, he killed benefit agreements between the project and 31 First Nations worth $2 billion. Those 31 First Nations said they were, quote, "deeply disappointed that a Prime Minister who campaigned on a promise of reconciliation with Indigenous communities would now blatantly choose to deny our 31 First Nations and Métis communities of our constitutionally protected right to economic development." The Liberal shipping ban, Bill C-48, is opposed by more than 30 First Nations in BC and in Alberta because it will kill economic opportunities for their communities. Chief Isaac Labukan Avarim, he says, quote, "What I don't understand about this tanker moratorium is that there's no other tanker moratorium on other coastlines in Canada. You have oil coming in from Saudi Arabia up and down the St. Lawrence right now." Gary Alexie, Vice Chair of the Eagle Spirit Chiefs Council, says, quote, "With no consultation, the BC First Nations groups have been cut off economically with no opportunity to even sit down with the government to further negotiate Bill C-48. He says, quote, "If that's going to be passed, then I would say we might as well throw up our hands and let the government come and put blankets on us that are infected with smallpox so we can go away." That's what this bill means to us, he says. Today, the way it sits, we have nothing but handouts that are not even enough to have the future growth of First Nations in our communities of British Columbia. Then there is the targeted northern offshore drilling ban, incredibly announced in southern Canada by this Prime Minister without any real consultation with the most directly impacted Indigenous communities, their elected leaders, or Indigenous-owned businesses. Dwayne Smith, Chair and CEO of the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, says, quote, "We are sitting on 9 trillion cubic feet of gas, and it doesn't make sense for the community to truck in its energy source from 2,000 kilometers away when we should be developing these." Northwest Territories Premier Bob McLeod said, quote, "It feels like a step backward," and quote, "We spent a lot of time negotiating a devolution agreement, and we thought the days were gone when we'd have unilateral decisions made about the North in some faraway place like Ottawa, and that Northerners would be making the decisions about issues that affected Northerners." He confirmed that this Prime Minister only informed him about the decision 2 hours before he made the announcement. Nunavut Premier Peter Taptuna said, quote, "We have been promised by Ottawa that they would consult and make decisions based on meaningful discussion. So far, that hasn't happened." Even Liberal Yukon Premier Sandy Silver, whose territory isn't affected by the ban, sided with his northern counterpart, saying, quote, "When you have unilateral decisions being made in any topic on considerations that affect the North, you need to have Northerners in those conversations." And of course, the announcement made in Washington, D.C., that a large portion of Canada's territories will be prohibited from development, again, with minimal or no consultation with actual Northerners. The mayor of Tuktoyaktuk recently said at a House of Commons committee, quote, "We're proud people who like to work for a living. We're not used to getting social assistance and that kind of stuff. Now we're getting tourists coming up, and that's small change compared to when you work in oil and gas and you're used to that kind of living. Our people are used to that. We're not used to selling trinkets and T-shirts and that kind of stuff." He specifically takes issue with the matters addressed by this bill, saying, quote, "The Liberals should be helping us. Instead, they shut down our offshore gasification and put a moratorium right across," he says, "the whole freaking Arctic without even consulting us. They never said a word to us." The Liberal approach to the North is not empowering First Nations. It is trapping the Inuit and Indigenous people of the North in poverty by blocking their best opportunities for jobs, for government revenues, for social services, to deal with all of the needs that colleagues here are raising in this debate, for healthy living, and to help make life more affordable. Northerners, they know that Bill C-88 adds another roadblock to resource development on top of the Liberals' No More Pipelines Bill C-69. While co-management of the assessment process limits some of the damage of Bill C-69, that it will still have a significant impact on resource development in the North. Whether it's changes to the Navigable Waters Act, falling investment dollars in natural resource projects across Canada, or limited essential services, equipment, and expertise to develop projects in the North, this flawed legislation will damage the North too. Dozens of Indigenous communities, along with the National Chiefs Council, the Indian Resource Council, the Eagle Spirit Chiefs Council, the Alberta Assembly of Treaty Chiefs, and the majority of Treaty 7 First Nations, as well as hundreds of Indigenous companies, they're all joining premiers and industry leaders opposing Bill C-69. And experts in Indigenous law and rights are clear. Bill C-69 does nothing concrete to improve Indigenous consultation, either by expanding the scope of their rights nor by practically increasing the measures and expectations and standards for the Crown's duty to consult. In fact, it actually weakens Indigenous voices in the assessment process by removing the standing test and opening up project reviews to literally anyone, anywhere, instead of focusing it to input from locally impacted Canadian citizens, Indigenous communities, and subject matter and technical experts. Mark Wittrup, VP of Environmental and Regulatory Affairs at Clifton Associates, says, quote, the proposed impact assessment process will create significant delays, missed opportunities, and likely impact those that need that economic development the most, Northern and Indigenous communities. And Indigenous leaders have noticed. Roy Fox, chief of the Blood Tribe First Nation and a former CEO of the Indian Resource Council, says, quote, I don't have any confidence in Bill C-69. I am fearful and I am confident that it will keep my people in poverty. Stephen Buffalo, the president and CEO of the Indian Resource Council, currently representing more than 100 Indigenous oil and gas developers, says Indigenous communities are on the verge of a major economic breakthrough, one that finally allows Indigenous people to share in Canada's economic prosperity. Bill C-69 will stop this progress in its tracks. The more than 30 First Nations in the Eagle Spirit Chiefs Council say that they'll take the government to court over Bill C-69 because it could make it, quote, impossible to complete a project, and because the removal of the standing test could lead to foreign interests, quote, overriding the interests of Aboriginal title holders in Canada. And Bill C-88, it's yet another example of that Liberal pattern of adding red tape and roadblocks to resource development, something a Conservative government will reverse to help Northern Indigenous communities, all Northerners, and all Canadians get ahead. The future of mining in Canada is very much related to opening up the North. Conservatives know how crucial infrastructure is to this ambition, as it can cost up to 6 times more to explore and 2.5 times more to build mines in remote regions. The Liberal imposed carbon tax will hike the already expensive cost of living and cost of operations in the North even more. Our party has long believed that this means giving Northerners the autonomy to make decisions based on their priorities and to benefit from those decisions the same way that provinces do. In natural resources, mining is, of course, one of the areas where First Nations are the most active, having secured 455 agreements in the sector between 2000 and 2017, often including priority training, hiring, and subcontracting commitments. In 2016, Indigenous people working in the mining sector had a median income twice as high as that of workers in their communities overall, and nearly twice as high as that of non-Indigenous people as a whole. But the problem is mines are currently in the later years of their productive life, and there are no new mines in the approvals process. And by reverting to the old convoluted impact assessment and approvals process, the Liberals are reintroducing a major barrier to proposing and then actually completing projects in the Northwest Territories. So the North will pay, as I said before, for the Liberal mistakes with the loss of an entire generation's economic advancement as mining completely leaves the North. But there's hope. Conservatives will work to cut unnecessary red tape, to bring investment and jobs back to Canada, while maintaining and enhancing and protecting Canada's reputation that is second to none as a global leader in environmental standards and performance and community and Indigenous consultation for responsible resource development. Conservatives know the reality is when a resource project gets shut down in Canada, the most regulated and environmentally responsible major resource producer in the world, all it means is that the money the businesses, and the jobs go to countries with lower environmental, civil, and human rights protections and standards. The world needs more Canadian resource development, not less of it. Canada can and must still protect the environment while getting to a yes on major projects, and when approval is given, the projects must be able to get built. Instead of turning the North into one big park, the Liberals should listen to Northern First Nations and hear their call for being empowered to develop their natural resources in a responsible and sustainable way. This bill represents a major regression in the ability of Northerners to manage their own natural resources to the benefit of their communities and in the best interests of the entire country. This legislation is yet another example of this Liberal government believing that they know better than local communities, than Indigenous communities, than regions, than provinces, than resource developers and private sector proponents. Conservatives will work to reverse these damaging legislative challenges, eliminate the roadblocks that Liberals are putting in the path of Northern resource projects and of Indigenous communities, and help Northern Canadians and all Canadians get ahead. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her speech. One of my most cherished times in this House was when I got the Cleacho Land Claim and Self-Government Agreement that is in reference in this bill through the House of Commons. A very exciting day for the Cleachon people, but at the objections, some objections from Conservatives, and I'd just like to ask the member if the Conservative Party now agrees with the Cleachon Self-Government and Land Claim Agreement.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
The changes that the Liberals made to YESA and that they made in Yukon actually has exactly the same impact as Bill C-88 and their other legislation, which is a regression of empowering territorial and local decision-making over responsible resource development.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
The people of the Northwest Territories, they know best how their resources should be used and managed, Mr. Speaker. And eliminating the regional land and water boards, the previous Conservative government ignored the spirit, intent, and the word of the constitutionally protected land claim and self-government agreements. They failed to listen to First Nations and Northerners, and it led, as we know, to a lengthy legal battle. So I have to ask my colleague and friend from Alberta, why are they challenging, why are they continuing to weaken the rights of Indigenous people? Because that's what they're doing by challenging this very important piece of legislation.
Member for Lakeland.
We are challenging this piece of legislation because in Section B of this law, it gives unprecedented and unilateral power for the federal cabinet to do exactly the opposite of what the member is talking about by completely unilaterally blocking and banning economic and oil and gas development in these territories. So, you know, this is the challenge of the Liberals who constantly say they believe a bunch of things and are putting forward this this suite of policies and different legislation, which they're probably well-intentioned about, but the outcome and the consequences and the way it actually works defeats the very objective they say they stand for in the first place. Well, that's the same with Bill C-88. Members can't really, in good conscience, stand up here and pretend that this legislation gives further authority to Indigenous communities in the North and to territorial leaders, while right in the legislation is unprecedented granting of power to the federal cabinet to make unilateral decisions that will destroy economic development in those regions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A bit of personal history here. Back when I was a young biologist, I spent time in the Mackenzie Valley doing some of the initial environmental impact assessment work, and I stayed in the community of Norman Wells, which has been producing oil since the Second World War with zero environmental impact, and I lived in the community of Fort Simpson for a while. So for a southerner, I know the area somewhat, and I can guarantee you that any project that's proposed there is done under the most strict environmental standards. In fact, the standards that we had in place back in 1973 were world-class even then. I'd like to quote a couple of newspaper articles for the House here. The Edmonton Journal writes in June 5th, 2018, investor flight from energy sector is a national embarrassment. The CEO of the Royal Bank of Canada said, Our competitiveness is challenged. Our capacity to grow and advance our economy is stalling. C.D. Howe Institute writes, C.D. Howe blames Canada's sclerotic regulatory regime for the killed and stalled projects and the flight of investment capital. Can my friend and colleague comment on the downward spiral of the Canadian economy based on the so-called sclerotic regulatory regime that this government has implemented?
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Well, my colleague is exactly right, and the devastating losses of energy projects and energy jobs is a direct consequence of the Liberals' policy and legislative agenda. The only oil and gas industries in the entire world that aren't thriving are Canada's and Venezuela. And the risk is that Canada is left behind from its potential as a leading global energy producer and exporter, and that harms all Canadians and all Indigenous communities. The reality is the amount of investment that's been lost in Canada's energy sector under these Liberals is more than at any other time in more than 7 decades. It's not a matter of external factors. It is a direct consequence of their decisions. And further, to my colleagues' experienced and direct and informed comments on Canada's track record, that's not just conservatives saying it. That actually has been benchmarked in exhaustive, comprehensive comparisons of Canada to the other top 10 major oil and gas producing countries in the world in 2012 and in 2014. And the conclusions were that on every single measure, from expertise to independence to consultation to evidence to science-based decision-making to the incorporation of traditional knowledge, Canada's track record and role is second to none of any other major producer on the planet. So Canada can and strives to always do better, but we're already a world leader on exactly all those points my colleague mentioned.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member, like many members on her side of the House today, speak about the energy sector as though that can only be energy that's derived from fossil fuels. So when they talk about loss in energy sector jobs, they are actually not being entirely truthful, because the green energy sector, also energy producers, is up 37% over the last 5 years. There are now more people employed in Canada. As a matter of fact, 23,700 people work in the green energy sector, whereas 23,340 work in the oil sands. In Alberta specifically, the green energy sector is doubling every year the number of people that are employed in it. So I'm wondering if she can comment as to the fact that the rhetoric that we continually hear from the other side of the House when we talk about the energy sector only seems to be focusing on oil-producing energy sectors.
Member for Lakeland.
I very much appreciate the member's question. First of all, just to be clear, in case the Liberals don't know, the energy sector is the #1 private sector investor in the Canadian economy. It's Canada's biggest export, and he's quoting oil sands jobs, but that's not the totality of the energy sector. In fact, the total job numbers are at close to 1 million, and while these Liberals are doing everything they can to vaporize those jobs and businesses, probably more than 200,000 job losses under their government alone because of contractors and self-employers who can't be included in the statistics. However, the fact is this, that of private sector investors in alternative and renewable energy technologies, other than the public sector or public utilities, the #1 investor right now and for decades has been oil sands and pipeline companies, because they are multi-major energy integrated companies. They are the very innovators and the very companies that will lead the long-term transition and technological development to alternative and renewable energies in the future. That is why it makes no sense for the Liberals to keep going down their path of stepping on the throats and destroying the oil and gas sector, oil sands developers, conventional oil, because those are the very private sector risk takers and inventors who can also achieve their long-term transition goals. And what very much worries me every time these Liberals stand up and say something like that is that they seem to have no clue about how the energy sector actually works or where this technology and innovation comes from.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I listened with interest to my honourable colleague. I represent a very large mining region, and we're seeing a number of new mining operations coming on stream. One of the things that's become really clear for the success of mining in the north are the Indigenous agreements that are very much tied to an environmental plan. We are seeing people being employed. We're seeing new investment there. But the other element is that we see companies are really trying to deal with their green print. For example, Borden Mine is gone 100% green. They're getting rid of diesel underground. They're going electric. It's much more safer for the workers. They're actually lowering their costs. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the importance of making sure that when we have natural resource projects that we are tied to an environmental plan and also tied to making sure we're getting the maximum benefit from the resources by limiting that greenhouse gas pressure, because it's actually innovative and it creates a better profit for the companies and the communities in the long term.
Well, member for Lakeland.
I think all Canadians want to see Canada maintain the highest standards of environmental responsibility, protection, operations, and performance. And indeed, I agree with my colleague. It really is incredible to see the countless examples in the mining sector of companies taking those measures, which makes economic sense to them and which they have been doing for decades. And mining as a sector is really a leader and a role model in terms of engaging and employing Indigenous people, but also in working with Indigenous communities and Indigenous people as owners and partners in responsible resource development. Just like, in fact, the energy sector, where it is a single oil sands company that happens to be the largest private employer of Indigenous people, while the mining as a sector is the largest employer as a whole. And just in the same way that oil and gas companies in Canada are world leaders in innovation and technology to protect the environment, including their major investments in clean tech done by a consortium of oil sands companies over the last several decades.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people in support of a bill that proposes to strike a more appropriate balance between environmental protection, social responsibility, and economic development in Canada's north. As my honourable colleagues recognize, Canada is blessed with an abundance of natural resources, and that throughout Canada's history, these resources have been cornerstone of the economy. And while the national economy grows ever more diverse thanks to the rise of other sectors, resource development remains crucial to our national prosperity. Resource development projects create jobs, create export sales, and stimulate technological innovation. Tempering these benefits, however, are the environmental and social impacts of resource extraction and development. These include pollution, destruction of ecosystems, and changes in the fabric of communities and traditional Indigenous ways. Throughout much of our nation's history, while we relied on resource development for prosperity and growth, we often failed to appreciate and take into account its long-term environmental and social consequences. To strike a better balance between economic and environmental concerns, Canada has developed a unique regulatory regime that governs resource development projects in the north, a regime that is co-managed with Indigenous partners. The regime requires that proposed projects undergo stringent reviews of anticipated impacts. The regulatory regime helps to ensure that resource projects maximize potential economic benefits and minimize potential environmental impacts. And in this way, it restores public confidence, creates certainty and predictability, which are so important to industry, and it sets the foundation for a sustainable and long-term natural resource industry in the north. And Mr. Speaker, let me just take the opportunity now to advise you that I'll be splitting my time with the Parliamentary Secretary and the member for Acadie-Bathurst. To maintain an appropriate balance between these concerns, the regulatory regime evolves continually as Canada evolves, and as our understanding of the environment and of resource development deepens. In the north, in particular, the settlement of modern land claims has enabled the creation of unique systems of governance in cooperation with our Indigenous partners. Through the amendments proposed in Bill C-88, our government has established a clear path forward in managing land, water, and natural resources in the Mackenzie Valley, one that respects Indigenous inhabitants and is fair and equitable to industry. These amendments strengthen trust and provide certainty and they provide an effective approach to natural resource co-management. They also support a modern regulatory regime that is stable, predictable, coordinated, and balanced. Bill C-88 responds to the concerns raised by Indigenous governments and organizations in the Mackenzie Valley, which was about the provisions of the 2014 Northwest Territories Devolution Act. That act devolved the administration and control of public lands and waters to the government of the Northwest Territories, and also made other amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management Act. Those 2014 amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management Act included provisions to amalgamate the regional land and water boards in the Mackenzie Valley into a single board. And while the government of the day argued that an amalgamated board structure would provide clarity and certainty to the regulatory regime in the Mackenzie Valley, the opposite occurred. Instead of bringing certainty, the proposed amalgamated boards led to court challenges by Indigenous organizations. Indigenous groups argued that their authorities in land and water management that were guaranteed by their land claims and self-government agreements weren't being respected, and that their land and water boards could not be unilaterally abolished by the federal government. A court injunction in February 2015 halted the provisions of Section 253.2 of the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, the section that, of course, included restructuring of the land and water boards. The injunction also affected important policy measures that are central to the regulatory regime, such as use of the development certificates and their enforcement scheme, as well as inspection notice requirements on Gwich'in and Sahtu lands. So much for bringing certainty to the regulatory regime. Stakeholders agree that the 2014 legislation has done the opposite. It creates a climate of uncertainty and discourages the responsible development of the Mackenzie Valley's natural resources. The Government of Canada is committed to exploring ways to fix the restructuring provisions, resolve the legal proceedings, and renew the government's relationship with Indigenous peoples in the Northwest Territories. Bill C-88 is the product of productive discussions with Indigenous governments and organizations, the Government of the Northwest Territories, resource co-management boards, industry, and other stakeholders. Input received has been carefully considered and helped shape the bill. If passed, Bill C-88 will undo the controversial land restructuring provisions and reintroduce important regulatory improvement provisions from the Northwest Territories Devolution Act that did not come into force due to the court injunctions. Bill C-88 provides certainty to proponents, and it supports a modern-day regime that balances environmental, social, and economic well-being. My understanding is that the Government of the Northwest Territories supports the amendments proposed in Bill C-88. I know the opposition has said the contrary. Indigenous governments and organizations in the Northwest Territories also want these amendments. The mining industry that conducts its business in the territory is not opposed to the board restructuring amendments, and they support anything that provides greater clarity and certainty in the regulatory process and gets us through these injunctions. Companies with commercial interests in the North also understand the importance of protecting the unique Arctic environment while pursuing safe, responsible development, which creates jobs and economic growth right in the northern communities from whence the resources come. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-88 proposes to improve the regulatory regime in the North through a series of amendments informed by several important developments. These include the court challenges I mentioned earlier, as well as accelerated impacts of climate change in the Arctic and the Government of Canada's commitment to foster reconciliation between Indigenous peoples and the Crown. The amendments proposed in Bill C-88 would increase predictability, consistency, and timeliness of regulatory reviews in the North while strengthening environmental protections. Northerners deserve a fully functional, modernized regulatory regime that meets their particular needs. The kind of regime that promotes growth and prosperity while at the same time safeguarding the fragile northern ecosystem. The kind of regime that strikes the appropriate balance between economic and environmental concerns. Bill C-88 will provide the clarity and certainty that the regulatory process needs in order to encourage industry investment in resource development in the Mackenzie River Valley. Mr. Speaker, I call upon all members of the House to support Bill C-88, which will enable us to balance the development of untapped economic potential in the North with strong partnerships and sound environmental stewardship. And Mr. Speaker, about how much time do I have left to discuss the... About 2 minutes? You know, one of the main issues that has arisen in my conversations with oil and gas companies, and I know the opposition shadow minister raised this point, around uncertainty actually relates to uncertainty that arises out of the courts. The biggest fear of companies that have proposed to invest billions of dollars in resource development and extraction is that the courts will impose some type of an injunction late into their process and create a great amount of uncertainty as to whether or not their capital can be effectively deployed. This is exactly what happened with TMX. It's exactly what happened with the previous 2014 legislation that this Act hopes to amend. And it's the greatest source of risk that our government is trying to fend off. And although some members of the House suggest that these injunctions occurred on our watch and therefore must, of course, be our fault, the exact opposite is the case. The injunctions arise in the cases that I've just mentioned from decisions that were made by the previous government, their failure to properly consult, take Indigenous concerns into account, abide by our constitutional commitments, and abide by the duty to accommodate. And of course, this is what so much of our focus has been on for the last 4 years, to get our environmental regulatory regime back in line with our constitutional and our economic commitments to help make sure Indigenous communities thrive. In this particular instance, we've got the right balance, and we know we do because the groups that have brought forward the injunction are in favor of the changes. And so, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech, and I was shocked at the very beginning of his speech. He implied that sound environmental technology is just a recent thing. Well, as somebody who's been in the business since 1973 and part of the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline assessment, I can tell him that we've had 40 years of continuous environmental improvement. I should also point, I'm going to talk about what's happening to the Canadian economy because of what this government is doing. Interestingly, in March, the United States economy, March of this year, added 196,000 jobs. Well, in the same month, March of this year, employment in Canada fell by 7,200 jobs. Back in the day, the Canadian and the American economies were kind of in lockstep. If they grew 200,000 jobs, we would grow 20,000 jobs. Now our economies are starting to diverge strictly because of the regulatory regime that this government has put in. The CD Howe reports, during this time, investment in the Canadian oil and gas sector fell from $125 billion in 2014 under the watch of the great Prime Minister Stephen Harper to $75 billion in 2018. And this was during a period when global investments in oil and gas have increased, especially in the U.S., which had a 50% rise in oil and gas sector investment in 2017. How can the member defend this shabby record?
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member knows, the regulatory regime that we're living under is the regulatory regime that they put in place. And the legislation that we're trying to get through this House today, as well as C-69, which is before the Senate, is our attempts to fix the regulatory system. So if his complaint is that our regulatory system doesn't work, then he only has his own party to blame. But that having been said, you don't pick 1 month and base your whole jobs numbers argument on that. Since we've been elected, 900,000 new jobs, 825,000 people out of poverty, and we are looking now really much forward to having gotten a number of environmental assessment processes through what we consider to be the failed 2012 process, but it's the process we have, with full Indigenous consultation where Indigenous peoples have been funded for their participation, and we are so excited that the Newfoundland offshore will have an opportunity, hopefully, to avail of that this summer. And of course, we look forward to a final decision on an improved process for the NEB, which again, if had it been done right the first time, we would have had 4 years of pipeline to our coast, to BC, and we didn't because of the previous government's ineptitude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to see that with Bill C-88 we're returning to the principle of self-government. However, this also applies to other areas for Indigenous peoples. For example, housing. The minister responsible for housing brought out a strategy more than a year ago, but there is still no targeted Indigenous housing policy. And in my opinion, self-government and autonomy should include that. And I'd like to know if the minister opposite could put some pressure on the minister responsible for housing so that he brings this Indigenous housing or brings a Indigenous housing strategy forward.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understood the question correctly, the member was referring to housing for Indigenous peoples. My neighbor, the member for St. John South Mount Pearl, the Minister for Indigenous Services, is looking into the housing situation for Indigenous communities. So even if that is not a strategy from the Minister of Quebec, it still falls under the Minister for Indigenous Services. And in the 2019 budget, there is a whole new agenda. However,
You simply enforce our own view of what a housing strategy for Indigenous people will look like. Our Indigenous Services Minister will work with Indigenous people to make sure that the money in Budget 2019 for Indigenous housing is deployed in a way that helps them, as I'm sure the member will appreciate and respect. Thank you.
Before resuming debate, I'd like to thank the honourable member for St. John's East for having indicated that he will be sharing his time. There are more than 5 hours of debate, and therefore any following speeches will be limited to 10 minutes and 5 minutes for a question period. Now resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today and support Bill C-88. Mr. Speaker, our government is being respectful of a new approach. We're committed to in-depth consultations with Indigenous organizations and governments, as well as with other key stakeholders on issues that affect them. By collaborating directly with Indigenous governments and stakeholders on the development of this bill, we were able to respond directly to concerns that had been raised and ensure that the rights of Indigenous peoples are respected. This process helps create an act that all Canadians will benefit from. Bill C-88 brings forward amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management Act, and this as a direct result of concerns raised by affected Indigenous groups to the Government of Canada, as well as in response to comments from key stakeholders. Our Indigenous partners expressed their opinions very clearly. In 2014, the Clinchon government, and in 2015, the Saw-2 Secretariat Incorporated asked the courts to protect their rights as set out in their respective agreements on land claims and self-government. Mr. Speaker, the bill today corrects these problems and directly responds to the concerns that Indigenous organizations and governments raised. Now, as part of reconciliation, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations ordered ministerial officers to begin an ongoing dialogue with Indigenous organizations and governments in the Northwest Territories to respond to their concerns. On the 23rd of September 2016, the Minister sent letters to Indigenous groups and stakeholders to launch consultations on the drafting of the bill modifying the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Bill C-88 is the outcome of consultations with Indigenous governments and organizations in the Mackenzie Valley, organizations and Indigenous governments crossing borders, as well as resource co-management boards and oil and gas industry organizations. Canada also consulted the Government of the Northwest Territories. Our government also consulted members of the mining industry and the oil and gas industry, including the Nunavut Chamber of Mines, the Canada Mining Association, the Canadian Association of Prospectors and Developers, and the Canadian Association of Oil Producers. The wording of the bill was shared with these groups to obtain their feedback, and several meetings were held with them in order to respond to any of their concerns. Mr. Speaker, the long-term ongoing consultations are continuing with key stakeholders, and they provided invaluable insight into the feasibility and the practical nature of the bill before us today. These comments from our partners provided unique perspectives and led to the creation of this bill. Canada acknowledges that the previous act was drawn up without enough consultation. That is why throughout the process, throughout the drafting, discussion, and consideration of the bill, our government made sure that the voices of Indigenous groups, of the Northwest Territories government, and industry representatives were heard at each stage of the process. Mr. Speaker, engaging stakeholders is the key to drawing up effective policies and practices. The Government of Canada participated in in-depth consultations in order to come up with a process that would satisfy the needs of all parties. What this means is that the final outcome will be beneficial to everyone and will eliminate any uncertainty with respect to natural resources. In March 2018, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations met with industry groups in order to better understand their opinion on co-development of resources in the North. Industry plays a key role in creating stronger relationships and a more positive relationship with Indigenous organizations and governments on protection, management, and development of Canada's natural resources. In order to move ahead on reconciliation with Indigenous people, industry has to be taken into account as a strategic key partner at all levels of government. Consultation and mobilization with these stakeholders started in February 2017. A draft was distributed to the various participants over a consideration period of 8 weeks. And the 2 meetings were organized in Yellowknife. During those meetings, ministerial representatives of the former Department of Indigenous Affairs and the North explained the content and the measures that would be taken. Throughout the consultation process, any changes made to the draft bill were clearly communicated so that stakeholders would have an opportunity to voice their opinion. Mr. Speaker, by engaging stakeholders, all concerns were met as they were raised.
While drafting this bill, Canada set forth on a new path, improving the way the government takes decisions, gathers information, and interacts with stakeholders. This bill reflects this process. If adopted, the amendments to this bill would contribute to better management and use, more predictable and coherent use of the lands, waters, and natural resources in the Mackenzie Valley by creating a way that is more clear for governments and organizations with respect to managing natural resources. Industry will no longer have to deal with the possible uncertainty that would really harm its capacity to invest in the Canadian North. This bill would promote opportunities in economic growth and protect the environment for future generations. It would also happen within the framework of agreements on land claims and government autonomy, which are protected by the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the environment, the economy, and reconciliation, all these things go together. We can create a more efficient system that is effective for all. Bill C-88 does exactly that. I would invite my honourable colleagues, I would urge them to pass this bill, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we will be going forward with consultation with Indigenous peoples and all other stakeholders, industry, various organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals seems to be trying to repair something it inflicted on Indigenous. For example, where it didn't help them in the areas of housing, clean water, education, and the implementation of new political systems. I'd like to ask my colleague why this bill does not refer to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Chauquière for her question. As we said in the beginning, this bill was a bill that was called for by the Northwest Territories government so that people could develop their own natural resources and manage their territory as they saw fit. We want to cooperate closely with Indigenous peoples and make sure that they can develop their territory as they see fit, manage their natural resources as they see fit, and work with industry and various levels of government. And that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Now, with respect to Indigenous peoples, I think that our report speaks for itself, especially compared to the former Conservative government, which entirely ignored their rights of Indigenous peoples. We will work closely with them in the various levels of government and industry as well. And we will adopt processes and all the necessary tools necessary to help things gain their true potential.
Loops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And they talk about Indigenous consultation and the importance of it, but what they're not reflecting on is in Part B of this particular bill, there actually is the ability for the federal government to be very arbitrary in terms of shutting down energy resource development projects. But I think the more important question is why is it more important for them to be debating this bill today where they're shutting down energy resource projects in an arbitrary way for Indigenous communities and not what they say is their most important priority, which is the child welfare legislation. So clearly they believe in the federal government having arbitrary ability to shut down energy processes without Indigenous consultation is more important to debate today in the House than something that they have told Indigenous communities that they would get done, which is child welfare.
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. When I hear the word consultation from Conservatives, it really makes me laugh. I wouldn't have thought it was part of their vocabulary. Mr. Speaker, we're working closely with Indigenous peoples, and what the Conservatives did in 2014 was to divide these boards, these offices, to deal with the problem. The bill we are tabling today would deal with this problem. It is the government of the Northwest Territories that requested this bill. Indigenous nations want to be able to manage and develop their resources themselves, and we think that these communities should be able to manage their own resources, but we're also consulting with industry and the various levels of government. Thank you.
For Yukon.
Speaker, the last question suggested you're shutting down energy resources, but this actually allows the protection of existing energy leases. My question is, this bill primarily, to let all the opposition know, is just reversing an attempt by the opposition to they tried to ride roughshod over the rights of the Satu, the Gwitch, and the Clecho people by making unconstitutional changes in an act, and this just reverses that, as indicated by a court injunction. So I assume the member agrees that we shouldn't try to override the constitutional rights of Indigenous people by passing laws that aren't constitutional.
The Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Yukon, who works very hard with Indigenous communities. Mr. Speaker, as I said, and as I repeat, in 2014, the Conservatives divided the boards or offices dealing with these issues and the Indigenous communities and the Northwest Territories government asked for this bill. Indigenous communities want to have access to and manage their own resources in cooperation with various stakeholders in the industry. It's clear that what we're putting front and center is Indigenous communities, and with this bill, we give them more assurance that they'll be able to manage and develop their own resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be very clear about the government's instinct when it comes to many pieces of legislation. Their instinct is wrong. Their instinct is to manage to bureaucrats and to the wealthiest few in this country.
So true.
And I want to walk people watching through this particular bill, Bill C-88, as an example of why this is the case, and also compare it to something that's just happened in the last 24 hours, which proves that this government really doesn't care about the environment. They don't really care about that, but they do care about bettering the interests of their corporate donors and wealthy companies in this country. So Bill C-88, the bill that we're discussing right now, Part B of this bill amends the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act to allow the Governor and Council to issue orders when in the national interest to prohibit oil and gas activities, and freezes the terms of existing licenses to prevent them from expanding during a moratorium. So for those who are watching, what that means is that, like Bill C-69, the No More Pipeline Act, the government is introducing yet another piece of a legislation to allow the Cabinet or a political party, the Liberal Party of Canada, to be able to interfere politically in the review process or essentially in the economy in a way that's not positive. And what do I mean by that? Part of what we've seen in terms of the economic downturn in Canada when it comes to the natural resource sector, and what you'll hear from anybody who wants to or would look at Canada as a potential place to invest, is that the Liberal government, led by the Prime Minister, has made it uncertain and unstable for people to invest in Canada because of pieces of legislation like this. Now, if you were sitting around a board table or even a small business and you were trying to decide whether or not to make an investment, one of the questions that you would ask is, what is the government going to do with regard to regulations or deciding whether or not a project is going to go forward? And what the government has done with bills like Part B of C-88, which we're discussing today, and Bill C-69 is to say, we are going to politically interfere in your decision in order to make a decision that is going to be in our best interest politically, whatever we might deem that to be. And that does not help investment in Canada. That does not help protect the environment. They might say, oh, this is going to help protect the environment. No, it doesn't. All it does is create an environment of uncertainty so that people can't and won't invest in natural resource projects in this Canada. In this country. It's a convenient way for them to kick the can down the road rather than standing up and saying, as a government and as a political party, this is what our vision is for natural resource development in Canada. They're going to say, well, maybe we'll do something at some point. Why don't you try and invest? But, oh, we might pull that football away through legal provisions such as the one that they're introducing in this bill. And that's why it's important for Canadians to pay attention to this. Now, with regard to protecting the environment and perhaps protecting average Canadians, we saw something remarkable happen yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
The Environment Minister not only signed off on $12 million worth of taxpayer money going to one of the most wealthiest companies in Canada to buy them new fridges. This is Loblaws.
Fridges.
She also staged a taxpayer-funded announcement at a Loblaws store.
Unbelievable.
So $12 million of taxpayer funds went to a company that makes hundreds of millions of dollars a year to buy their fridges, And then tax dollars were used for her to get a photo opportunity for doing that, to protect the environment. Well, one would argue, Mr. Speaker, that Loblaws is a very successful company. If everybody is so committed to protecting the environment, why couldn't Loblaws just buy those fridges themselves?
Exactly.
Why wasn't the government's policy instinct in that opportunity to incent them either through regulations or tax credits or something that would be better for everybody in the country, that would put everybody on a level playing field? Why was their instinct to give this company, who can afford lobbyists, to come down and lobby and fill out, very complicated grant applications? Why was their instinct to give this money to a wealthy company that could have done this themselves, instead of something that would have evened the playing field for all Canadians, that would have incented business? I like to call it reverse Robin Hood, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister has a really great track record, both through this announcement, I could outline the SNC-Lavalin scandal, of doing everything possible to take money away from Canadians and things like the carbon tax that will never reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and give opportunities to wealthy companies that have lobbyists. Now, I believe in the economy. I believe that we should create an opportunity in which companies can thrive. What I don't believe is that the government should be using tax dollars to pay for fridges for a company that has done three things. First of all, makes hundreds of millions of dollars in net profit every year. Okay, they made about $3 billion in net revenue, $800 million in net profit last year. They're doing okay. I think they can afford a few fridges. But also, this company was involved in a price-fixing scheme for years on bread. On bread, that by all accounts impacted poor people in Canada the most. And then also, early last year, reports broke that this company was involved in a fight with the Canadian Revenue Agency over $400 million in claims that it set up in a bogus offshore account. And that's a CBC headline.
Unbelievable.
What was this minister thinking? I know what she was thinking. I would like to chalk it up to incompetence, but when you look at SNC-Lavalin, when you look at this announcement, it's not like she just signed this off, right? And was like, oh no, I accidentally signed this. She scheduled a funding announcement for it. She went out and took pictures with somebody. Yesterday when I talked about this, I had somebody named Amanda from Lundar, Manitoba, write into my office to say, I own a family grocery store in my community, and my dairy cooler went out. I can't afford to replace it. I can't afford it. Why is this government so out of touch that they think that the right thing to do is to give $12 million to a big company that makes hundreds of millions of dollars and increase my taxes to pay for it? That shows how out of touch this government is. This government has no desire to fix the environment.
None.
All they want to do is, like the Prime Minister standing up and saying he's a feminist, is stand up and saying, oh, I'm fixing the environment. But find ways to give money to Loblaws.
Loblaws of all people.
I mean, and the reason why I think Loblaws should be concerned about this is they should know better. Come on.
They do.
Any brand credit that they get off of this, I know they're managing to profit and loss on their shareholders, but really to the board members who thought this was a good idea, come on. Come on. $12 million for new freezers when you made $800 million in profit. Why should Amanda have to go without a dairy freezer?
Order. I see the honourable member for Yukon. Is it on a point of order?
I know you're very liberal in your interpretation of relevance, but talking for a long time, many minutes on a freezer in southern Canada, when this act is about the mess that the Conservatives have created in the Northwest Territories, perhaps she could actually refer to the act.
I thank the honourable member for Yukon for his attention to the relevance rule. As he mentioned himself, of course, this is something that chair occupants generally provide members a degree of latitude and liberty. I have been listening to the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill and noted her reference and comparisons early on. Certainly, I'm sure with I think less than a minute and a half remaining that she'll be bringing that back into line with the subject that's before the House, but I will say I didn't note that there was any particular concerns with relevance, broadly speaking. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Speaker. I find it, this is such a perfect example of the Liberals trying to shut down debate on the hypocrisy of their policy. So for everyone who's watching, you'll note that a Liberal member just got up and tried to shut me down when I started talking about how out of touch these people were. And it was when I brought up Amanda's freezer and her fridge, because they know how wrong this is. To do a glossy photo press opportunity after giving $12 million to a company. I mean, the Weston family is one of the wealthiest families in the country. Yes. I like seeing people create wealth. I don't like people taking tax dollars when we should be looking and focusing on reducing taxes and economic opportunity for all Canadians. So true. That's the difference between this side of the House and that government. I make no apologies for fighting for people like Amanda.
The end of the time permitted for the speech portion of this intervention is completed. However, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill will have 5 minutes for questions and comments. I'm sure the House will be interested to know that time will be available when the House next gets back to debate on the questions. We'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Fighting climate change is the challenge of the century, Mr. Speaker. On April 22nd, we'll be celebrating Earth Day, and we need to remember that, beyond rhetoric, Canada is on the wrong side of history. 10 years ago, this year, the government promised at the G20 to eliminate and phase out fossil fuel subsidies. Yet, not only has Ottawa not even started, but since 2015, it has committed an additional $19 billion to oil. In fact, Canada is dragging the planet down. Every year, the Global Footprint Network estimates that, as of August on, humanity exceeds the planet's ability to absorb pollution and lives on credit. If the world kept pace with Canada, that day would come as early as March, and we'd spend 3/4 of the year mortgaging our future. Something Quebec must note, Mr. Speaker, Canada is an oil state and an adversary when it comes to battling climate change.
For Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, let me give a big shout out to Corey Parker and Jim Dixon, both in Ottawa for the International Association of Firefighters Annual Legislative Conference. Corey serves as president of the Richmond Firefighters Association and Jim as its union treasurer. Both are passionate advocates for their fellow firefighters in Richmond and right across Canada. And I know, Mr. Speaker, I'll likely see them flipping pancakes or burgers in support for the many local organizations in Richmond. Mr. Speaker, it is truly my privilege to stand in this House to recognize and thank Corey Parker and Jim Dixon and all first responders for their commitment and service and for all that they do in keeping Canadians safe.
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On average, there are 15 new cases diagnosed every day in Saskatchewan with cancer. For 85 years, the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency has provided leading-edge cancer treatment, prevention, and education programs, along with world-class research for the people of Saskatchewan. But in January, a new era of support for cancer care was ushered in with the launch of the Cancer Foundation of Saskatchewan. The foundation is the fundraising partner of the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency. Every dollar raised by the Cancer Foundation of Saskatchewan will stay in the province of Saskatchewan, supporting cancer patients for treatment and care. I want to wish the Board of Directors, along with the staff of the new foundation, the very best as they begin their work raising money to support cancer care in my province of Saskatchewan.
L'honorable député de Saskatchewan.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
And former coach to congratulate the Sudbury Lady Wolves Midget AA hockey team for winning the gold medal at the Ontario Provincial Championships this past weekend. The Lady Wolves finished the tournament with a perfect 6-0 record, besting the Stony Creek Sabres in the finals. but the Lady Wolves had already punched their ticket to participate at the National Championships as the hosts of the HoC Cup. From April 21st to 27th, Sudbury Lady Wolves will be hosting the Stony Creek Sabres, St. Albert Slash of the Pacific region, Saskatoon Stars of the Western region, Halifax Fire of the Atlantic region. En fin de semaine.
On the weekend, the team representing Quebec will be determined.
Great season, and thank you to the girls for making us so proud. Go Wolves, go!
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
The Battle of Vimy Ridge remains a defining moment in Canadian history, a battle whose outcome helped shape the identity of our nation. In 1917, more than 15,000 Canadians stormed Vimy Ridge in defense of peace and freedom. Working together for the first time, the 4 Canadian divisions demonstrated incredible discipline and bravery. They accomplished what no other Allied force had yet been able to do, but they did so at great cost. Today, as we recognize the 102nd anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, we remember the nearly 3,600 Canadians killed and the more than 7,000 wounded in the name of freedom. We also reflect on the work that Canadian Armed Forces continues to do to bring stability and peace across the world. The service and sacrifice of military personnel and their loved ones at home is recognized, respected, and admired, and will never be forgotten, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons I decided to run in 2015 was I felt the Conservatives had taken Calgary's vote for granted. I thought this was wrong. I thought it was about time that Calgarians got the 4th largest city in Calgary received the decent funding they deserve. In half the time, our federal Liberal government has brought nearly twice as much federal infrastructure funding compared to the previous Conservative government. Yes, in almost 4 years, we have nearly doubled the amount that the Conservatives invested in Calgary infrastructure over the entire 10-year mandate. This means federal support for things like the LRT Green Line, the Glamorgan Affordable Housing Project, the National Music Centre, the Marda Loop Sea Space, flood mitigation, and more. These investments that directly impact Calgarians and help us continue to build a better city.
Excellent. Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are continuing their campaign against rural Canadians and responsible firearm owners with their backdoor gun registry, Bill C-71. They're targeting Canadians who have passed background checks, taken training courses, paid fees, and followed the rules. Shame. But the Liberals have failed to address gun violence in cities and the scourge of guns being smuggled into Canada. Yesterday, we learned the Liberals are taking steps to introduce a handgun ban in Canada. Make no mistake, this bill is just the first step, and a re-elected Liberal government would expand their gun ban. Hunters and sport shooters in my riding have long been at the forefront of conservation and are the greatest stewards of the bounty which we receive from the land. They have been villainized as backwards and dangerous from day one by this Liberal government. This backdoor gun registry would increase the cost of doing business for small retailers and punish law-abiding Canadians and do nothing to address gun violence. Conservatives will scrap Bill C-71 and stand up for firearms owners.
Honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, Sia Bulela Mandela, great-grandson of the late Nelson Mandela, made his first stop on his cultural inclusion and political affairs tour to Fundy Royal's town of Hampton. This could not have been more fitting, as it is the birthplace of John Peters Humphrey, who devoted his life to the advancement of human rights and, in fact, helped draft the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. While we were gathered at Credo, a monument to honor John Peters Humphrey, he shared these words of inspiration. Human nature is to disagree. Our collective responsibility, regardless of race, creed, or nationality, is to find common ground to build on the foundations laid by historical figures such as John Peters Humphrey and Nelson Mandela to build a more peaceful world. Thank you, Mr. Mandela, for reminding us that the most ordinary among us can indeed achieve extraordinary outcomes for humankind. Your visit and your message will be long remembered by the people of Hampton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Each year, Christie Lake Kids enriches the lives of hundreds of vulnerable children and youth. This safe, inclusive space gives kids the opportunity to make art, play music, and enjoy time together at a beautiful summer camp. Sunday, at the 8th Annual Parliamentary Basketball Tournament, teams of MPs, staff, and media came together to raise money for Christie Lake kids. The consolation game went down to the wire, with our NDP colleagues eking out a gritty 1-point victory over the press gallery pundits, yet we haven't read any stories about it.
Fake news.
Down 13-0 to our Conservative opponents, only 4 minutes into the final, my friend, the member from Central Nova, and I subbed ourselves off the floor, spurring a Liberal charge, which resulted in a thrilling back-and-forth, thrilling final. The result, a 2-point victory for the Liberal team, hope, hoops, and hard work. Mr. Speaker, we're proud to have reclaimed the trophy, but what all parliamentarians can celebrate together is that our collective efforts helped raise $25,000 for Christie Lake kids to help transform lives.
One member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, this is a letter from Maureen of Abbotsford. She writes, "My husband Darren works very long hours in sales to support our family. Last week when he received his paycheck, he was absolutely shocked at the amount that was taken off. Frankly, we both feel taxed to death. As the years have gone by, raising our family has been a struggle. Both Darren and I have worked 2 jobs to support our family. We've both worked long hours just to get by. Once our children became adults, we thought money wouldn't be so tight, but it still is, because we pay more taxes than ever before. Neither of us have work pensions, and finding extra money each month to put away is becoming extremely difficult with the cost of living so high. Between income taxes, carbon taxes, gas taxes, property taxes, GST, PSD, and all the other taxes we pay, I'm writing this letter to say, enough taxes. Sincerely, Maureen." Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
On April 14th, Sikhs across the world will celebrate Vaisakhi, the most momentous holiday in the Sikh faith. Vaisakhi commemorates the birth of the Khalsa Panth, the launch of a religious community that many in this chamber and across this country are proud to be a part of. Sikh philosophy and teachings stress the importance of noble deeds, selfless giving, and sacrifice. We are taught to treat everyone as equals, regardless of gender, race, or faith, and to stand up for those values whenever they are challenged. I'm so thankful to live in a country that recognizes its diversity, that can appreciate that Sikh values can in fact be Canadian values too. A country wherein members of Parliament can share celebrations of Vaisakhi through an annual Vaisakhi on the Hill Akhand Path. Diversity is our country's strength, and I look forward to continuing the essential work to move that reality forward. Vaisakhi diyan lakh lakh vadaiyan.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I would like to take a few moments to recognize the life of Jamie Adeo Jr. Jamie was a 17-year-old. The people who loved him most nicknamed him Jim Boy. He was soft-spoken, shy, loving, courteous, and dutiful. He was the pride of his mother, Mel, and father, Jim Sr. He was set to graduate from Tech Voc High School in Winnipeg Centre. He dreamed of going to Red River College to become an executive chef. His family ran a Filipino bakery, which eventually it was planned he would one day run himself. On Sunday evening on March 3rd, Jamie was killed during a home invasion by someone high on meth. He died defending his grandmother. He was at home studying for school exams. Over the past month, thousands of community members have come together to remember a life that touched so many and to demand an end to the violence which is reaching across Canada. This is a call to action for a safer society. We need more addiction treatment and greater security. The memory of Jim Boy deserves no less.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, everyone in this room knows that Canadian farmers produce the highest quality canola in the world. It is one of the most important crops to the Western Canadian economy. And that's why it was so shocking when we learned that China, to whom we export 40% of our canola, has blocked shipments. What is even more shocking, though, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal government reaction to this crisis. They continue to block our attempts to get answers from Canadians on this very important issue. It is crystal clear that the issue is not about the quality of our canola. The real issue is this Prime Minister's weak leadership on the international stage. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister needs to start taking this issue seriously rather than spending all his time and attention on the SNC scandal and cover-up. The 43,000 canola producers deserve better than this.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Today I join so many Pontiac constituents and the entire country in mourning the loss of Canadian heart surgeon and former Senator Dr. Wilbert Keon. In 1935, Dr. Keon was born in the town of Sheenborough and became the pride of the Upper Pontiac long before he was awarded the Order of Ontario and the Order of Canada, and well prior to his appointment to the Senate in 1990. He founded the University of Ottawa Heart Institute and performed over 10,000 open heart operations, pioneering many new surgical techniques, and in 1986, he became the first Canadian surgeon to implant an artificial heart in a human. His legend only grew from there. As Senator, he helped establish the Canadian Institutes of Health Research and worked to build Genome Canada, and he also played a key role during the SARS epidemic. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, let's pay tribute today to one of the greatest former citizens of this region. He is survived by his wife and children.
Know that the riding of Pontiac is reflecting on a great leader who will always be known as a good Pontiac lad.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian workers, retirees and seniors hope their lives would improve with the election of a new government in 2015. Unfortunately, they have been let down. While small changes to the GIS were helpful, changes to the CPP will cost workers a lot more and don't take a full effect for another 40 years. Not much help for these in need today. Promises were made to fix Canada's bankruptcy and insolvency laws, to avoid another tragedy like Nortel or Sears, have not been met. Instead, we have an industry minister who likes to monitor the situation, a seniors minister who prefers endless consultation over meaningful action, and a prime minister who tells Sears workers facing loss of pensions, benefits, and severance pay they can rely on EI and CPP. Shame. In the coming months, many more promises will be made. Again, Canadians will be told that help is on the way. But as seen in the recent budget, this government has mastered the art of making bold gestures without any concrete plans to back them up. Canadian workers and retirees and seniors need action to protect their pensions, not more empty promises. That's right. I hope
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, nothing says working hard for the 1% and those working hard to keep their 1% like giving $12 million to a company that earned $3.4 billion in profits in 2018. And who can blame Loblaws, Mr. Speaker, when Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne were handing out cash to corporations for their failed green energy policies? Companies were only happy to stand in line for taxpayer cash to pay for things that didn't have to come out of their pockets, but did come out of the pockets of hardworking Ontarians. You see, Mr. Speaker, the exact same failed McGuinty-Wynne playbook from the Liberals in Ontario that caused years of structural debt and deficits, an embarrassingly and ineffective green energy plan, is the exact same miserable playbook these Liberals are using, and so is the Prime Minister. Let this sink in. The Liberals gave Loblaws, a company with a market cap of $24 billion and earned a profit of $3.4 billion in 2018, $12 million of our tax dollars to replace their fridges. You can't make this stuff up.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, over 100 years ago, on a hill in France, 4 divisions of the Canadian Corps, including the 4th Battalion of the Royal 22nd Regiment, which is in my riding of Vimy, fought for the first time as one. They were extraordinary Canadians from all corners of the country. Today, as we come together to commemorate the 102nd anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, we remember the thousands of Canadians who made the ultimate sacrifice far from the coasts of Canada. Let us pay tribute to them on the anniversary of a pivotal battle that has marked our history forever.
As a Member of Parliament for the riding of Vimy, I encourage us today and every day to pay tribute to every Canadian who answered the call to serve and sacrifice at the Battle of the Vimy Ridge. Lest we forget. N'oublions jamais.
Bravo.
Merci, monsieur.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 months, the Prime Minister has been avoiding accountability in his involvement in the SNC-Lavalin corruption scandal, which has been engulfing his government now for months. Now he has indicated that he wishes to sue the Leader of the Opposition for the criticisms that the Leader made. Well, I say, Mr. Speaker, let's get the ball rolling. And the reason being is, quite frankly, these allegations can be tested in court, a place that the Prime Minister cannot shut down. So quickly, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister tell us when he will commence the action?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
We put the Leader of the Opposition on notice because he was making false statements and misleading Canadians. The Opposition Leader and his party have a history of making false and defamatory statements. In December, he had to retract defamatory online statements he made against the Minister of Innovation. He has done this repeatedly and now pretends that it is somehow virtuous for him to mislead Canadians.
Order. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have a piece of paper, too, with some misinformation that the Prime Minister actually gave, both during the election last time and most recent. Let's start with balanced budgets, maybe electoral reform, maybe a $10 billion deficit, all things that were promised to Canadians and told that would happen that didn't come about. And then we have the most recent crucial issues. For example, the Prime Minister indicating that the former Attorney General never went to him about her concerns. We know that to be patently false, Mr. Speaker, so let's test this in court. When will the Prime Minister start this action?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
It's not the first time that the Conservative leader and his party have misled Canadians with false and defamatory statements. As I've said, he's been forced to retract or cease making...
Order, order, order. The honourable member for Carleton will come to order. The honourable member for Carleton will come to order. The right honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, he's been forced to retract or cease making defamatory statements against members of our government repeatedly. The reason we put him on notice is because he's doing so again. Mr. Speaker, the members of the opposition shouldn't have to mislead Canadians in order to make political points. They should stick to the facts. That's what Canadians deserve.
For Milton.
So, Mr. Speaker, just some free advice for the Prime Minister. Yes, there has been a notice sent over, and the Leader of the Opposition has indicated that he stands by every single word in that press release. That is a problem for the Prime Minister. So I guess, Mr. Speaker, the ball is actually in his court. Now, he can stand up here and wave his arms around and talk about the fact that he's putting us on notice, but why doesn't he actually show us? Let's get it on, Prime Minister.
Right honourable Prime Minister.
Putting the Conservative leader on notice is something we did because the truth was important. And here is the truth. After being asked directly to condemn white supremacists yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition...
Order. I had no trouble hearing the question. I should be able to hear the answer equally well. Order. The right honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, after being asked directly to condemn white supremacists yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition not only refused to do so, he refused to even say the words. So I will give him another opportunity to do so today, and through his Deputy Leader. Will he denounce white supremacy, the alt-right movement, and finally apologize for sharing a platform with them?
The honourable member.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on March 29th, our leader issued an official statement in a press release saying that the Prime Minister had led a campaign of political interference, that he had personally given orders, that he had denied the truth, and that as a result, the Prime Minister had lost the moral authority to govern. Our leader maintains everything he said in that statement. He even repeated it last night. If the Prime Minister could show some leadership, Would he at least follow through on this so that we can hear the full truth? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, the full truth is that we put the Leader of the Opposition on notice because he had made false and misleading statements to Canadians. The Leader of the Opposition and his party have a history of false and defamatory statements. In December, he had to withdraw some statements that he had made online about the Minister of Innovation. He did that repeatedly, and now he's claiming that it's virtuous for him to mislead Canadians. But it's never virtuous to mislead Canadians, as the Leader of the Opposition did. Order. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, what's ironic is that it's the Liberal Prime Minister who himself violated the Conflict of Interest Act 4 times, and now he is trying to sermonize to parliamentarians in this House. This Prime Minister says that what our leader has said is false, but he reiterated all of that last night. If he wants to show some leadership, will he follow through on this notice so that he can testify under oath before the courts? Yes or no? Right Honourable Prime Minister. We put the Conservative leader on notice because the truth is important. And the truth is that after he was asked if he would call out white supremacist groups yesterday, not only did he refuse to do so, he also refused even to say the words. We'll give the Conservatives another opportunity to condemn white supremacist movements. Will they denounce them and apologize for having shared a platform with those who believe in that?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, was yelling throughout the answer. He knows it's against the rules to interrupt. The
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, a new report points out that the Prime Minister's actions against former senior ministers is unprecedented in Canadian history. It hasn't been seen in a century. Senior former Liberal staffer Penny Collinette points out how this was highly unusual. The women ministers who spoke up about the truth about interference in criminal prosecution were kicked out for speaking up. Liberals claim that there's nothing to see here. Clearly there is, and Canadians disagree with this government. Why won't this government call a public inquiry?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As everyone well knows, we spent many, many weeks working to try and find a positive resolution on this issue. This is something that we understand had very strong opinions on multiple sides, and we wanted to work forward and demonstrate that we truly believe that differences of opinion and diversity is a source of strength and resilience for an organization and for a country. That is what we worked very hard on. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to that place. The will of caucus was clear that those individuals could no longer be in caucus. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we're going to continue focusing on what matters to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Well, speaking of the truth, the Prime Minister said today, you can't lie to Canadians. Sure, but the Prime Minister's own story has been changing since day one, and he himself has admitted that his story was not accurate. If the Prime Minister thinks that Canadians want to know the truth, why is he refusing to launch a public inquiry? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've always been very, very clear on this issue. From the very beginning, we've said that we'd do 2 things. We would defend jobs across the country for Canadian workers, and we will respect both our institutions and the rule of law. And that is exactly what we've done. We have great respect for the work that our parliamentary committees do, and we also respect the Ethics Commissioner who is investigating. We will always participate in these investigations, but we know that we are defending our institutions on this side of the House. Honourable Member for Burnaby South. High-speed internet and cell phone service is a necessity, but access is far from reliable or affordable. A single mother told me that she pays $102 a month for unreliable service. People deserve a government that has the courage to stand up to rich telecommunications companies. When will the Prime Minister have the courage to stand up for ordinary people and to lower these costs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to underline that we have a Minister of Rural Communities who who ensures that we are getting high-speed internet across the country. We're continuing to work to invest all across the country so that we can have this very essential service to all Canadians. We want it to be high quality, and we want it to be established all across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Burnaby South.
After the biggest drug money laundering case in Canadian history, the federal government is still not doing its part. Expert Peter German's report points out that no federal resources are being used. Literally, in the federal money laundering unit, there is no one working on money laundering. No wonder there's so few federal prosecutions. Drug money laundering is fueling organized crime and putting communities at risk. Why have the Liberals failed to act?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We see the consequence what happens when members opposite don't want to talk about the budget and don't even want to read the budget. They don't notice what's in the budget, including unprecedented measures to move forward on countering money laundering and the impacts of organized crime in the housing sector, particularly in British Columbia. We continue to work with our provincial counterparts and indeed with partners right across the country and around the world to crack down on money laundering, on tax evasion and avoidance, and make sure that our system works for everyone.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is threatening a lawsuit to shut down the opposition from holding him accountable for his attempts to interfere in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. He says it's libelous to say the former Attorney General told him and his top officials that their actions were, quote, political interference and, quote, entirely inappropriate. But the taped phone call, texts, and notes, they show that's all true. Canadians look forward to the Prime Minister being forced to testify in open court under oath. When will the Prime Minister follow through on his threat?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. To ensure that Canadians could hear the truth, the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. These meetings took place at the Justice Committee. They took place in public, and that's exactly why the member is able to refer to them, because it's important that Canadians be able to decide for themselves. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have put the Leader of the Official Opposition on notice, and that's because he is misleading Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time we have done so. We have done so previously because he was misleading Canadians when it came to the Minister of Innovations. Once he was put on notice, he deleted and retracted those comments. Once again, on March 31st, he did the same thing afterwards.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Indeed, let's be clear. The Prime Minister says it's libelous for the opposition leader to say the former Attorney General was pressured by him and then fired for resisting. But on the taped call, the clerk says the Prime Minister was, quote, determined in a firm frame of mind, that they were on a collision course and that he was going to get it done one way or another. When will the Prime Minister follow through on his threat to sue, or will he just finally admit that everything the opposition leader said is totally true?
The Right Honourable Government House Leader. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition was put on notice on March 31st. That very same day, he deleted tweets and then edited them because he knows he should be more judicious in his words. Mr. Speaker, his actions are clear. They talk a tough game. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Innovation had done the same thing because they made those statements in the House. When they were asked to make those statements outside of the House, they would not. But do you know what happened after they were served notice in December, Mr. Speaker? The Leader of the Official Opposition retracted those comments. He deleted those tweets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I encourage members to try not to react to things.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister sent our leader a letter threatening legal action. In the letter, he complained that the opposition leader accused him of personally subverting the legal process to interfere in a criminal prosecution. Well, the leader has maintained what he said. So when will we go before a judge? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, yes, we put the Leader of the Official Opposition on notice because he was making misleading statements to Canadians. On March 31st, they received a notice. That same day, the Leader of the Opposition deleted his tweets. He knows that he made defamatory comments, and he knows that he shouldn't do that. So we served him with notice so that he can make better decisions and more respectful positions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, they are trying to present an alternate version of reality here. The fact is that this refers to what happened on March 29th. There are facts that were presented in the letter, and we want to respond to them. Now, the Leader of the Official Opposition is very open to going to court right now, so let's go, Mr. Speaker. We're just waiting for that. I would remind the member that he should direct all of his comments through the chair. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition leader and his party have a history of false and defamatory statements. In December, they had to withdraw some comments that had been made online about the Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, once again, we have put the leader on notice because he was making false and defamatory statements to Canadians. On March 31st, the Leader of the Opposition deleted those tweets because he knows that he was not supposed to do that. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister now says there should be consequences for lying to Canadians. I guess he'll find out in October, but in his letter threatening to sue the Conservative leader, he says that the former Attorney General never told him that the political interference in an ongoing criminal proceeding was entirely inappropriate. But the Prime Minister admitted to this House last week that in fact she told him that directly to his face. So he says there should be consequences for lying to Canadians. When will the Prime Minister take us to court so he can experience just what those are?
I encourage members to be judicious, of course, in the words they choose in this House. The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your reminder that members should be judicious in their wording, and that's exactly why outside of this chamber you're not always there to monitor the situation. But Canadians can have confidence that when the Leader of the Official Opposition is misleading Canadians, we will not stand idly by. And that's exactly why the Leader of the Official Opposition was put on notice. After he was put on notice, he deleted tweets. He actually edited his wording to be more judicious, just as you have reminded all members to do. This is not the first time the Conservatives have done this. They did this in December after the Minister of Innovation had served them notice. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
In the letter where the Prime Minister threatens to sue the Conservative leader, he says that it's a lie, that the clerk of the Privy Council pressured the former Attorney General and made it clear that her job was on the line. Well, Canadians could hear clearly on an audio recording that the clerk of the Privy Council said exactly that. Truth is an absolute defence, and every word of the Conservative leader's statement on the Liberals' SNC-Lavalin scandal is true. If the Prime Minister believes otherwise, when will we see him in court?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I appreciate the opportunity to once again remind Canadians that all information is public. Why is that information public, Mr. Speaker? Because the Prime Minister waives solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. All meetings of the Justice Committee members that they had on this issue were in public so that Canadians could decide for themselves. And they know very well who is misleading Canadians. That member talks a big game. But in February, when it came to comments on this file, it was the leader, his leader, the Leader of the Official Opposition, that actually retracted that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, expulsions from caucus, shutting down debate in committees, a lawsuit, a leak of confidential information about a Chief Justice Supreme Court application, 2 months of Liberals doing everything they can to change the channel on the PMO scandal. But leaking confidential information? That is a serious breach. The Minister of Justice doesn't seem to understand the seriousness of this act. Is this Attorney General comfortable with a leak that was intended to smear the former Attorney General? The integrity of our courts is at stake. Will the Attorney General launch an investigation into this serious breach?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, leaks concern us. I can assure this House, Mr. Speaker, that leaks did not come from my ministry, and I trust my colleagues when they tell me that leaks did not come from theirs. Mr. Speaker, this is a situation of obvious concern, and we're doing our best to make sure that it does not happen in the future.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Will someone obtain confidential information on the Supreme Court vetting process to smear Chief Justice Joyal and the former Attorney General? There are political fingerprints all over this hatchet job, but the new Attorney General refuses to investigate. Why? Well, he says, hey, I trust the Prime Minister's office, and I trust it'll never happen again. God help the rule of law when we have an Attorney General who thinks his job is damage control. His job is to protect the integrity of the process. When will he launch an independent investigation into finding out who launched that leak and who ordered it?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said in this House, Canadians should have complete confidence in the integrity of our Supreme Court nomination process. Mr. Speaker, it is merit-based. It has led to the appointment of 2 exceptionally high-quality candidates thus far, as well as a Chief Justice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously these leaks are of great concern to me. As I assured this House yesterday, I am confident that these leaks did not come from my office, and the Prime Minister has assured this House that the leaks did not come from his office, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister has been caught misleading Canadians. Having been caught now, the Prime Minister is trying to sue his critics. In his letter, he disputes the fact, and I quote, "The Prime Minister had been informed by the former Attorney General that his actions were entirely inappropriate and amounted to political interference," end quote. Now, every single Canadian understands that this is, in fact, exactly what happened. So my question is this: when will the Prime Minister move forward with his threat to call a court case and get to business?
Honourable Minister of International Cooperation and Women.
My honourable colleague's question's been answered, and I imagine as the critic for the status of women, she's interested in what is happening to women in Canada. I am proud to report that there are more women working in Canada now than ever before, more Indigenous people.
Order. 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 I remind members. Order. Order. I remind members that there be. A member for Lethbridge will come to order. Members need to be reminded, perhaps, that they will get other turns for questions and answers and to respond to arguments, but I think they'll want to be listened to when they're posing a question or answering a question. The Honourable Minister has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, there are more women working in Canada now than ever before. More Indigenous people have jobs, more persons with disabilities are working, more newcomers and more young people are working now than ever before. And part of that, my honourable critic will want to know, is because we believe that gender equality is a driver for economic growth.
Just order. I did ask the member for Lethbridge to come to order. I remind her not to interrupt when someone else has the floor. The member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know what is happening to women under these Liberals. The former Attorney General repeatedly said the pressure she was facing was inappropriate. Yet the Prime Minister claimed no one had ever raised concerns with him. But just last week, he was forced to admit that was false. Now he is threatening to take our leader to court for pointing out that he has been misleading Canadians. When will the court case begin so that the whole truth can come out?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
my colleague brings up the issue of women, I want to point out that I'm extremely proud at Transport Canada that 47% of the very large number of nominations that have to be done under Transport Canada in the last 3.5 years are women.
The honourable member for Carleton. Order.
The Prime Minister says he's going to sue the Leader of the Opposition for saying, quote, the former Attorney General repeatedly told the Prime Minister and his top officials that their actions were entirely inappropriate and amounted to political interference. For him to sue, it would have to mean those comments were wrong. But last week, the Prime Minister admitted that it was true. How can the Prime Minister sue someone for saying something the Prime Minister has already admitted is true?
Right. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The critic from Carleton knows that question's already been answered. What he's not asking about is a budget. Perhaps he doesn't care about what we're doing for seniors because he already has $1 million pension. But I will tell you that those seniors that are getting better off because of their ability to keep more money in their pocket, they're going to be better off in the future because of this budget. We know, Mr. Speaker, from the member from Carleton, the training benefit that we're putting in place, that might help him when he looks for his next job. That's the clear benefit. Help all Canadians.
Order. Order. Now, the member for Chilliwack Hope, the Banff Airdrie will come to order. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie just showed disrespect for the directions of the chair. Does he wish to apologize right now? Otherwise, he can exit. Order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot can join him if he wants to. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, although I find the actions of that side completely wrong and irreprehensible, I will apologize for the fact that I did show disrespect for the chair.
I thank the honourable member for Banff Airdrie. Honourable member for Carleton. Order.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot be a lawmaker if you are a lawbreaker. And we know that the Prime Minister has broken the law, not just the ethics law that he broke by accepting gifts from someone seeking a government grant, but he broke the Parliament of Canada Act to kick 2 of his members out of caucus as part of the cover-up in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. If he's so confident that anything he said in this matter is true, when will he launch his lawsuit so that we can put him on the stand and question him under oath?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I think the critic from Carleton knows that question has already been answered. And I can say that what we want to do in this House is talk about the budget that we put forward for all Canadians. We put forward a budget that's going to help young people to have the possibility to get into their first home. We put in place a budget that's going to help students to be able to retire their debt earlier in their post-student life. We put in place a budget that's going to help people to get the sort of ability to face up to a changing world with the training that they need. We're proud of what we put forward for Canadians, and we look forward to talking about it more.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatinoka-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, last week I asked this government to address urgent food insecurity in our north because of climate change. Well, did they ever deliver? Giving $12 million to Loblaws, a company headed up by the second richest Canadian. Liberals also gave $4.5 billion to a rich American oil company. And in the eyes of this Liberal government, it's clear that every problem can be solved by giving money to your billionaire friends. Meanwhile, First Nations already hurting from climate change get nothing. So instead of favors for the billionaire friends, when will this government stand up for First Nations and Canadians already hurting?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
It gives me great pleasure to actually talk about climate change and the action our government is taking. We're phasing out coal, investing in renewables, and have a just transition for workers. We're investing in clean solutions so innovators, entrepreneurs across the country create good jobs. We're, of course, investing in energy efficiency, and the program that which the member opposite is talking was a fair and open competition. It was based on the most emissions, the most bang for your buck. It will remove 50,000 cars off the road, and the company in question is paying 3/4 the cost. But the real question Canadians want to
Order. I ask the member for Battle River Crowfoot and others not to show disrespect to other members in this House.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. When the IPCC report said we had 12 years to take action on climate change, what did the Liberals do? They bought an old pipeline. When we learned that Canada is warming twice as fast as the rest of the planet, what did the Liberals do? They put forth a budget that gave billions to oil companies. And now we learned that our glaciers in the north are melting faster than the rest of the world. What are the Liberals doing? They're giving $12 million to Loblaws for fridges. What will it take for the Liberals to take action? Will it take one of their millionaire cronies to live up north? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. I'm always happy to rise in this House and to talk about our ambitious plan on climate change. We're getting rid of coal, we're investing in renewable energies, and we have a fair transition for communities and workers. We know we have to invest in clean tech to create good jobs, and we're also investing in eco-friendly measures. And our plan is based on larger emissions reductions, and that's why we're going to eliminate the equivalent of 50 million cars, the emissions of that.
Community Housing Corporation is the largest social housing provider in Canada and the second largest in North America. Last week, the Prime Minister was in Toronto to make a $1.3 billion housing announcement, their largest federal housing investment in Canadian history. Could the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development inform this House how this record investment will provide tens of thousands of Toronto families safe and affordable homes?
The Honourable Minister.
For his hard work on the behalf of the people of Toronto. We believe that every Canadian should have a safe and affordable home, and that's why we launched the first ever national housing strategy, a $40 billion plan. No, sorry, it's a $55 billion plan because of Budget 2019. That's why we're so pleased last Friday to announce a very historic investment in the City of Toronto, helping renovate, renew, and reconstruct the community homes of 58,000 families in Toronto. And that's why we'll keep working very hard to give every Canadian a safe and affordable place to call home.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the ethics, corruption and political interference saga continues to unfold. After his attempts to stifle this affair and hide the truth from Canadians, now he's trying to intimidate the leader of the official opposition in order to muzzle him. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister make good on his threat as soon as possible because Canadians want to know the truth?
Canadiens reçoivent la vérité. C'est exactement pourquoi le Premier ministre a renoncé le secret professionnel et le secret du cabinet. Et les députés qui siègent sur le comité de justice, ils ont demandé d'avoir les témoins. Les témoins sont venus, ils ont fait leur témoignage.
Je m'excuse, mais je comprends que l'interprétation ne fonctionnait pas.
I thought that the interpretation was not working. It is working now. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, to make sure that Canadians hear the truth, that is why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. The members who sit on the Justice Committee asked to hear from witnesses, and witnesses appeared. They provided testimony, and now all these facts are public for Canadians to hear for themselves. But it's interesting because the leader of the opposition received notice last week, and as soon as he received this notice, he deleted his tweets because there's certain things he couldn't say that were defamatory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Committee is an excellent forum to disclose new information on this whole political interference scandal, especially since this information will be useful for the Ethics Committee in his investigation. Will the Prime Minister remove any constraints to prevent witnesses from appearing and freely expressing themselves in front of the Ethics Committee? Because Canadians still want to know the truth. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Canadians can know the truth, the Prime Minister did waive solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence. All these facts are public. The members who sit on the Justice Committee made decisions for themselves. That is how we work on this side of the House. But we can see that the Conservatives do receive directives from their leader of the opposition, but we know that our members can make their own decisions, and the members who sit on the Ethics Committee will make their own decisions. Thank you. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has shut down every parliamentary opportunity to examine fully his attempted interference in the SNC Lavalin corruption trial. By threatening a lawsuit, he suddenly seems to favor litigating details of his scandal under oath in a public court. Well, not really, Mr. Speaker. We know it's just a desperate ruse. But there's another opportunity this afternoon. Will the Prime Minister encourage Liberal members of the Ethics Committee to support my motion to invite him and 11 other witnesses to speak without constraint about this sorry affair?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this matter has been addressed numerous times in this House, but I will definitely answer it once again. We do believe that Canadians should get to hear the truth, and that's exactly why the Justice Committee, the members between themselves set parameters for a discussion to ensure that the truth could be shared with Canadians. That's exactly why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time in the history of the country that this has been done, but it's important that Canadians get to know, and that's exactly why all the facts are now public, but the Conservatives are misleading Canadians, and that's what they continue to do, and that's why they were served notice and then all of a sudden made some changes.
Order. I know the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière got everyone excited. And of course, that's no ill reflection of the member for Thornhill, of course. But let's remember that each person has to be listened to. The honourable member for Thornhill has the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has shown little regard for anyone but himself in this ever-deepening scandal. The banal excuses and empty platitudes about his respect for the rule of law and the independence of committees stand in stark contrast to the trail of resignations, removals, and character smearing left in his self-serving wake. Again, will the Prime Minister finally order his minions to stand down and encourage Liberal members of the Ethics Committee to freely vote their consciences?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that member is projecting. That member and his benches are minions of the leader of the official opposition. And rather than point fingers, that member should know very well that when it comes to our members, they make their own decisions. But the Conservatives cannot fathom that people don't agree with them. They have not had to endure that often, but we, within the Liberal benches, we have tough conversations. We agree to disagree, and we try to find compromise where it is possible. Mr. Speaker, it is with those policies that we know that Canadians are better off today than they were under 10 years.
Order. I don't know that I've heard of minions described as unparliamentary, but people should be judicious, and I think we should be careful how we describe each other. And there are members. Order. There are members in this House. So order. I'd ask the honourable order. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader, the Honourable Member for Thornhill, will come to order. Let's have a little order. En arabe.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, while Trois-Rivières is still waiting for an announcement regarding the high-intensity train, we've learned that Transport Canada will fund a feasibility study for a Canadian Hyperloop project. Yet Transport Canada still hasn't published the results of its 2 high-intensity train studies. The Hyperloop project is decades away from actual implementation, but the high-intensity train is a concrete project. Since the minister is exploring the future, could he please go back in time in his DeLorean, go back to 2019, and tell us if he did see the high-frequency train project? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. I know that my colleague is very impatient with regard to the high-intensity train, and I tell him every week that we're working on this important file, and when we will have an update, we will provide it. We will provide it to my colleague. In the meantime, of course, we're looking at technologies of the future. We are a government that believes in science, in research, and we're exploring all types of possibilities for transportation in the future.
Mr. Speaker, we found out yesterday that the Canadian Coast Guard is ill-equipped and does not have a concrete plan to deal with an aging fleet. This has resulted in, quote, reduced search and rescue coverage, ferry service disruptions, cancelled resupply runs to Arctic and coastal communities, and nearly $2 million in lost navigational buoys. The government's lack of funding for the Coast Guard is leaving coastal communities at a real risk. When will the government finally make sure that our Coast Guard is properly equipped? And why hasn't the safety of our coastal communities been a priority?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Coast Guard are at work every day across the country, and our government will continue to provide them with the tools that they need to keep Canadians and our waters safe and our economy moving. During the 2018 Arctic season, the Coast Guard was faced with unusually difficult ice conditions. Then in other years, it led to some delay in resupply and escort missions. Canadians can be proud of the men and women of the Canadian Coast Guard and the important work that they do from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last year Loblaws made $3 billion in profit. Yet yesterday, the Minister of the Environment gave Loblaws $12 million to do what? Buy fridges. This money came from hardworking Canadians, seniors and low-income families who struggle to make ends meet. Now you tell me, how many Canadians can walk into the Prime Minister's office and ask them to pay for a new fridge? Huh? How many? Why is it always the wealthy and well-connected that get handouts from these Liberals?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford, my good friend, he seems to be asking me a question, but I think he knows he has to ask questions to the other side. The Honourable, I'm happy that members are in a good mood, at least for a moment. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I got so excited when I saw the member stand up because I thought he was going to talk about their climate change plan. It's been 345 days since they announced the climate change plan. What is our plan? We're phasing out coal, investing in renewables, providing a just transition for workers. We're investing in public transportation across the country. We're investing in clean tech companies. And yes, we're investing in energy efficiency. And this was an open tender, open to any company, organization across the country to get bang for the buck, because guess what? Canadians want to reduce their emissions. It's only the party opposite.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I'm so glad that the minister talked about her plan.
Yeah.
A plan that taxes Canadians for committing the sin of heating their homes in the winter, which will do nothing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and then giving that money to Loblaws to buy freezers. I'm really, really good with that not being our plan. I'm proud to say we won't do that. Why is this government so hell-bent on taking from the poor to give to the rich?
Order. I had no trouble hearing the question. Don't tell me it was the member for Lévis-Lotbinière they're going to blame for being this excited still. I hope not. My goodness. Order. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems like the party opposite wants to sticker it to Canadians like Doug Ford. But let's talk about what we are doing. We're putting a price on pollution and giving it all back to Ontarians. What does that mean? 90% of the money goes right back to families. A family of four will get $307, which is more than 80% of the families will pay. But I've got a question. The member for Milton was on television the other day and was asked, would they commit to meeting the Paris Agreement targets? She couldn't answer. Everyone in this House, except for one Conservative, voted for it. Will you?
Order. We should have as much ease hearing the answers as we hear the questions. Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Stick it to Canadians. Amanda Stevenson in Lundar, Manitoba, her dairy fridge quit last week. She's watched these Liberals take money from her in the form of a carbon tax and increase taxes on her small business. And now she had to watch them give money to her competitor for the same thing she can't afford. That is wrong. We're proud to stand for Amanda, not for SNC-Lavalin and for Loblaws. Why is this government so hell-bent on taking from the poor to give to the rich?
Hey! The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the party opposite stand for the planet? Why doesn't the party opposite stand for our children and grandchildren? Why doesn't our party opposite stand for climate action that is creating good jobs and preparing us for the future? But to the woman in Manitoba, that the member opposite is misleading, let me tell her, a family of four in Manitoba will receive $339. More than 80% of families will receive. We can take action on climate change, and we can do it in a way that is affordable.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East. Order.
Mr. Speaker, healthcare is something all Canadians are proud of, and no individual should be left behind when it comes to making sure they get the services they need. Sunday, April 7th, was World Health Day, and the focus was on universal health coverage. Can the Minister of Health please advise this House on how she plans to make Canada's healthcare system even better? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the member from Don Valley East for her very important question. On World Health Day, we celebrate universal public health care, something that Lester Pearson provided to all Canadians more than 50 years ago. We recognize that in Canada, people are proud of their publicly funded health care system, one that's based on need and not on their ability to pay. And this government wants to strengthen that. That's why we're making historic investments in the area of mental health and home care, and we've just laid the foundational piece for a national pharmacare program. This government will continue to fight for a publicly funded healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is trying to intimidate our leader with the threat of a lawsuit. He wants to restore his credibility because his lack of leadership has caused his government to make mistakes. After hiding the truth from Canadians for months and weeks, we now have the perfect opportunity to learn everything. Let him present his evidence in court, follow through on his threat, and testify under oath. When will he do so? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time that the Conservative leader and his party have misled Canadians with false declarations and defamatory statements. As I've said on at least 2 occasions, he has had to delete defamatory statements against our government. The reason we have given him a notice is that because he has done so again. So we know that this is something the Conservatives keep doing, and the Conservatives must remember that this is not how things should work.
Climate leaders don't buy pipelines. Feminist prime ministers don't turf female colleagues because they speak truth to power. Humanitarian leaders don't shut their borders to asylum seekers during a refugee crisis. Now, the Liberals have snuck in changes to refugee laws in the budget budget bill. That means people like Saddam Mohammed, an LGBTQ man from Ghana, whose asylum claim was accepted after crossing irregularly from the U.S., won't even get a chance to apply. Lives are at risk. Will the Prime Minister do what is right and suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Speaker, we remain committed to maintaining a well-functioning refugee system, and that's why we've made significant investments in Budget 2019 to improve the efficiency of the IRB in holding these hearings and to bring in regulation that encourage people to use the appropriate ways of entry and to immigrate into this country. We'll continue to invest in that system, and we've achieved a significant level of success in significantly reducing the number of people who presented themselves irregularly on our borders while maintaining a robust and efficient system of refugee determination. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have a long and proud history of medical developments and discoveries like insulin and vaccines that have saved lives at home and abroad. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development please tell us what investments our government is making in cutting-edge research and facilities to pave the way for new medical breakthroughs and make treatments even more effective?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the member from Cumberland-Colchester and thank him for his 30 years of outstanding service to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. He's been a strong advocate for diversifying the local economy, and he's very passionate while growing the life sciences sector, particularly in producing life-saving treatments for serious illness. That's why most recently the Prime Minister made an announcement with BioVectra for $37.5 million. This helped leverage $144.6 million, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, 450 good quality middle-class jobs were created.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister and those Liberals talk about letting members on their side of the House make decisions without direction from the PMO. That certainly wasn't the case when the Prime Minister unilaterally turfed 2 female caucus members, in the process breaking the laws of this place. We know that the Prime Minister does to people that don't agree with him. He pressures, intimidates, and then threatens them if they don't fall in line, and then he throws them out. Since the Leader of the Opposition won't be intimidated and the Prime Minister can't kick him out of caucus, the Prime Minister has threatened him with a lawsuit. Simple question, when are we going to see you in court?
Order. I know the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes is new to the House, relatively speaking, but I think he knows the rule. The one has to direct their questions and comments to the chair. And now I think he's indicating through me. Very good. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you should be able to confirm that you received a letter to inform you of the will of caucus on these measures, and it is up to the Liberal caucus to decide our own affairs. I would encourage that member to focus on his caucus and their caucus matters. We have caucus discussions, and we know what happens in caucus stays in caucus, but to satisfy the rules, you were provided with a letter. What's clear is, Mr. Speaker, we've gone through a whole question period, and the Conservatives will continue to focus on us. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to focus on Canadians. And that's why we're so proud to be talking about the budget. We look forward to be able to share how we're going to improve the lives for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Maniquan. Mr. Speaker, the member for Montreal has finally distanced himself from the shameful statement made by his colleague, the Mayor of Hansdam, who compared government secularism to ethnic cleansing. The Minister of Justice didn't seem that it was right to condemn the statement yesterday. Will the Minister condemn the statement made by the Mayor of Hansdam and commit to not challenging the secularism bill in courts? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, our government has always defended and will continue to defend the fundamental rights of every Canadian. We have a charter that protects the rights of all citizens. We can't choose those who we protect and those who we don't. Our position is clear. It's not up to the state to dictate what people can or cannot wear, regardless of their religion. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, we've seen the Minister of Justice and the Attorney Attorney General read from their note sheet every time they're asked questions and recite the words written by the PMO. It says a lot about the independence of the new AG in relation to the PM. Can we please receive a clear answer to one simple question? Will the Minister of Justice challenge Bill 21 or support a legal challenge? Yes or no? They don't need to read their notes to answer that, I think. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, Canada has a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it's not up to the state to ban things that can be worn or not worn, regardless of someone's religious beliefs. Mr. Speaker, we have institutions to defend the fundamental rights of Canadians, and the AG and Minister of Justice, as this, I will protect these rights. The Honourable Member for Pointe-aux-Trembles. In 2018, roughly 28,000 asylum seekers were welcomed to Quebec. They were housed, treated and cared for by the Quebec state. In the budget, there isn't 1 cent for the reception of refugees in Quebec. And in the Budget Implementation Act, the Liberals aren't solving the problem of Roxham. Rather than making minor adjustments, why hasn't the Minister of Immigration announced the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to acknowledge the excellent partnership that we have with the province of Quebec and the City of Montreal, and I wish to extend my sincere appreciation for that partnership and their hard work. Canada has experienced an increase in people coming to this country as a result of situations going on all over the world where people are fleeing war and persecution. And it is in partnership with municipalities and the provinces that Canada remains a welcoming country as we work to ensure that these individuals enjoy the full benefit of the rule of law in Canada, and at the same time the system is operated.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Bill Oliver, Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure for the province of New Brunswick. Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston is rising on a point of order or rising out of question period.
Mr. Speaker, in her response a bit earlier, the Honourable Government House Leader made reference to a piece of correspondence, a letter that she had given to you. I don't believe that the rest of us have seen this letter, but as you know and as she knows, any letter or any document that is made reference to in the House must be tabled for the benefit of all of us. So we would now like to see this letter and to determine whether or not this actually demonstrates that the Liberal Party was in fact in conformity with the Parliament of Canada Act or not. She was very careful not to make that clear in her comment, so we'd like to see for ourselves.
Merci, très bon point.
Bon point.
This order. Is the member asking for unanimous consent for this? Because otherwise I'm not at liberty. Order. I am not at liberty to disclose communications from caucus or members individually. Order. The honourable member for Lethbridge is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, during question period, there was a falsehood spoken, and I just wish to draw some attention to that. The Minister for the Status of Women said that women are actually participating in the workforce to a greater extent. I have a document from the Library of Parliament that actually shows that women participated in the labour force to a greater extent when the former government was in place, and actually that number has declined since this new government came to power. I would ask for unanimous consent to table the document.
Order. Does the honourable member for Lethbridge have unanimous consent of the House to? No, there is no unanimous consent. Order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order or rising out of question period.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would have risen if I could have at the moment that this event occurred, but under our standing rules, as we know, there are no points of order during question period. But under our standing rules, we are not to interrupt members when they're speaking. We are not to heckle. We are not to create a din. And just as a point of reference for you, Mr. Speaker, at the point that you were trying to bring the House to order, when the Minister of Finance was speaking, with the volume at my desk at full, so I could, as high as I could listen to it, as far as our technology would take it, I was unable to hear the Minister of Finance over the heckling. And I think that's just unacceptable, and I wish that we would find a way, Mr. Speaker. I know we have the standing orders. I think it's disrespectful to this institution, to democracy itself, and to our constituents that we allow this sort of bad behavior to continue at high volume.
I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who has raised a very important point that I brought attention to numerous times. And members ought to by now recognize that in a democracy we need to hear things that we don't like. We need to respect the opinions of others and listen to them whether we like it or not. And I'd like to see more of that practiced here by far, and I will continue to look for ways to advance that end. I believe the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has an argument in relation to a question of privilege that's been raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to respond to a question of privilege raised this morning by the honourable member from Markham-Stouffville. In her intervention, the member referenced an alleged breach of the Parliament of Canada Act. As the chair stated in a ruling on April 8, 2019, asking the House to deal with the possible expulsion of a member from caucus is not a proper subject for a question of privilege. The chair stated that if a member believes that the House needs to be put in a place of certain practices, perhaps by way of additional standing orders, this should be done through a substantive motion following a proper notice. The chair also made reference earlier today, as well as in the April 8 ruling, that the Speaker has no role in the interpretation of statute nor in the conduct of changes that were made to the Parliament of Canada Act. As the chair pointed out, all that is allowed under subsection 49.8(5) of the Parliament of Canada Act is that the Speaker be informed of the results of the caucus decisions. As the honourable member points out, the Speaker confirmed on December 10, 2015 that all actions required by the Speaker as it relates to subsection 49.8(5) had been taken, which she states is indicative that the chair of the Liberal caucus did indeed inform the Speaker of the decisions of the Liberal caucus. Just to be absolutely clear, I will state that the pursuant to subsection 49.8(5) of the Parliament of Canada Act, the chair of the National Liberal caucus sent a letter to the Speaker over 3 years ago outlining the decisions of the Liberal caucus as it relates to sections 49.2, 49.3, 49.4, 49.5(1), 2(3), 49.5(4), and 49.6 of the Parliament of Canada Act, and their application to the 42nd Parliament. The Liberal caucus decided that the provisions would not apply for the 42nd Parliament. Given the fact that the Liberal caucus did not adopt these provisions, the points raised by the honourable member on this issue are moot. The honourable member also states that her question of privilege is with respect to which rules apply with regard to the expulsion and readmission of caucus members. I would contend that given the Liberal caucus decided that the provisions of the Parliament of Canada Act would not apply for the 42nd Parliament and sent the Speaker a letter to confirm this, there is no confusion around which rules apply. Furthermore, as I said earlier, it is not the role of the Speaker to adjudicate these matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader. And the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on the same question privilege.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite surprised by the position the government is taking that apparently the Liberal caucus reached a decision that the law didn't apply to them, and because they made the decision, the law doesn't apply. I'd be very interested if the honourable member could provide the legal rationale. As a member in this place who was part of the discussion and debate on the Reform Act to change the rules under the Parliament of Canada Act, I've consistently bemoaned, and I know it may or may not be a matter for the Speaker to look at the larger question of how much power leaders of organised parties that are recognised have over the conduct of their individual members. But the principle of Westminster democracy in this place is that all members are equal, and the Prime Minister is merely first among equals. Having assumed that when we passed the Parliament of Canada Act and the amendments found in Section 49, that the recognised parties would comply with the regulations that were included in the requirements, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, they weren't put in the form of regulations, but the requirements of Section 49 of the Parliament of Canada Act surely applied to every party once the law was passed and in place. I think it's quite distressing to hear now from this member that the caucus decided for itself to ignore the requirements of the law and feels that they've met all the requirements by sending a letter to the Speaker that details their decision to ignore the law.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Saanich Islands. I will come back to the House in due course with my decision. I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on March 19, 2019 by the Honourable Member for Milton concerning an alleged leak of proceedings at the Standing Committee for Justice and Human Rights. Je remercie, Honorable.
I want to thank the Honourable Member, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House, and the members for Essex, for St. Albert Edmonton, and for Caribou Prince George for their comments.
In her intervention, the member for Milton alleged that, earlier that day, the text of a motion that was to be debated in camera by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights was leaked to members of the media by Liberal staff. While the member acknowledged that it is normally committees themselves that must regulate such issues, in her opinion, this disclosure of the work of the committee was egregious enough to constitute a breach of privilege that requires the chair's intervention. En réponse, le secrétaire parlementaire.
In response, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House insisted that no rules were breached in making public a motion not yet moved in committee, since this act is not part of a committee's proceedings.
To begin, the chair would like to confirm that, despite what has been reported in the media, it has not been clearly established when exactly this motion was shared with the media. To that end, it is my understanding that the chair of the committee has committed to investigating this issue. Quoi qu'il en soit,
nonetheless, both the member for Milton and the Parliamentary Secretary were right to cite House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at pages 1089 and 1090, which states, and I quote, "Divulging any part of the proceedings of an in-camera meeting, a committee meeting, has been ruled by the Speaker to constitute a prima facie matter of privilege." End of quote. Of note, though, is that the sentence that follows on page 1090 is equally instructive. It reads, "However, if a committee does not report a divulgation of in-camera proceedings, a Speaker has ruled that there are no procedural grounds on which to intervene." End of quote.
It seems to the chair, then, that these two principles must be considered together rather than separately. For to consider only one could very well lead to a misinterpretation of what the House has accepted as its principles and practices. In ruling on a question of privilege concerning an alleged breach of confidentiality of in-camera committee proceedings, Speaker Milliken stated on February 25, 2003, at page 3986 of the debates, quote, "In the absence of a report from the committee on such an issue, it is virtually impossible for the chair to make any judgment as to the prima facie occurrence of a breach of privilege with regard to such charges." Unquote. The message is simple and steadfast. Committees are the masters of their proceedings. The Speaker must not supersede their judgment unless and until the circumstances are serious or extreme enough to warrant an intervention by the chair in the absence of a report from a committee. This in no way diminishes the importance of confidentiality of in-camera committee proceedings. In fact, It is this insistence on confidentiality which breathes life into and sustains the very nature and value of such proceedings. Members and staff alike who are privy to these confidential discussions must assuredly continue to do their utmost to respect and protect this important obligation. Selon la preuve,
from the evidence presented and studied thoroughly, the chair could not find any indication, nor reasonably conclude, that this was an exceptional situation requiring an intervention in the absence of a committee report. Accordingly, in my view as Speaker, there is no question of privilege. I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate and second reading of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill, having completed her speech, it is now time for questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, in listening to the debate thus far, I think that it's important to recognize that as a government, we've put a very high priority on Northern Canada and wanting to ensure that, in fact, we get it right. This legislation does allow for more empowerment within the local communities. It's something in which the former government was really unable to do, Mr. Speaker. It is positive legislation that will, in fact, make a difference. And what we're hoping to see is that the official opposition will recognize the importance of Northern Canada by getting behind this legislation, recognizing the value in terms of things such as a wonderful concept. The environment and the economy, our natural resources can all work together in advancing the best interests of not only Northern Canada, but Canada as a whole. And therefore, I would ask the member to what degree the Conservative Party is prepared to bring forward amendments. I understand that they're opposing the legislation, but to what degree are they prepared to, at the very least, bring amendments forward, or do they feel that there's no amendments that they would be advancing at this point?
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Speaker, Part B of this legislation amends the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act to expand the power of Cabinet to interfere in the decisions surrounding natural resource projects. This is not helpful for the communities of the North, any of its peoples, as well as for economic growth. And in fact, this is the exact type of legislation that is embedded in C-69 and other bills that do nothing to protect the environment, but everything to create uncertainty and instability in the investment climate for natural resource development. The question is not, can we protect the environment or can we have a proper resource development process? It's ensuring that we have a stable process where the government and the Liberal Party are not interfering in it politically on whatever way the wind is blowing. That's no way to create an investment climate, and that's no way to partner with communities in the North. This legislation is, again, another overreach of this government's desire to interfere in the natural resource sector in Canada and to stymie jobs and growth in that area. Thank you. James.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Is it?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for a very powerful speech outlining the devastating potential effects of this passing of this legislation, not only for the specific resource commitments in the North, but also for the precedents that it will set for future legislation and the overreach of the Cabinet. I wonder if she could expand on why this is such a big deal. The severity of the economic impact and the severity of the constraints that this will put on the future of resource commitments in Canada.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
So, Madam Speaker, when the Liberals went in and vetoed politically the Northern Gateway pipeline, after it had been reviewed extensively, had over 200 recommendations attached to it, conditions that were required for the build-out, when the government went in and said, nope, company can come in and spend millions and millions and millions of dollars for the natural resource review process, but a group of politicians can sit around and just say, we kind of don't like the politics of this at a given time, bye. Guess what happens? Industry looks at Canada and goes, this is a non-stable place to do business. Yeah. So it's not about getting a yes, and it's not about getting a no. It's about creating a system by which investors can look at and say there's a clear arm's-length path that is free from political influence. What the government is doing with this particular bill is enshrining that principle into more legislation, and that's wrong. What they've done is say that over environmental review, over investment, over any other principle, the principle most important to them is to be able to politically interfere in a decision so that they can manipulate the situation for their electoral prospects. That's what's wrong with C-69. That's what's wrong with Part B of this legislation. And frankly, that's what's ruined the economy in my province. We have to depart from this ideology that somehow a group of politicians can sit around a table and dictate the investment climate, because then you get into situations where people and lobbyists start looking at how they can influence the political situation in other ways, which is what we're seeing with SNC-Lavalin. This particular principle is exactly why this government needs to go, and we need to have a reset in government so we can get back to our democratic processes, arm's-length processes, and jobs and growth in Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to focus my comments on the first part of C-88, the amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. But I can't resist adding that contrary to the remarks that the honourable member just made, it was the Harper government that took away the power from the National Energy Board to make the final decision, nay or yay, for a pipeline, and gave it to the cabinet. So it lacks a certain level of credibility. 45 years ago, the federal government commissioned Judge Thomas Berger to lead an inquiry to investigate the social, environmental, and economic impacts of a proposed gas pipeline that would run through the Yukon and Mackenzie River Valley of the Northwest Territories. The Berger inquiry set the bar for proper consultation with communities, in particular with Indigenous communities, on proposed major energy projects. Justice Berger heard testimony from diverse groups with an interest in the pipeline. The inquiry was notable for the voice it gave to Aboriginal people, whose traditional territory the pipeline was intended to traverse. Berger traveled extensively in the north in preparation for and during the hearings, visiting all 35 communities along the Mackenzie River Valley, as well as in other cities across Canada, to gauge public reaction. In his travels, he met with the Dene, Inuit, and Métis, and non-Aboriginal residents. He heard from experts. He held community meetings across the Northwest Territories and Yukon, and this played an important role in shaping his views. Sadly, despite my request, no similar community-level process was agreed to by the Parliamentary Committee on Review of Bill C-69. For the first time, intervenor funding was provided to Aboriginal communities to ensure their voices would be heard. This inspired many of us to pursue similar rights and open processes for energy reviews in my province of Alberta and before the NEB. My Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, Bill C-438, is premised on these same basic rights and principles. The Commission recommended that no pipeline be built through northern Yukon and that a pipeline through the Mackenzie Valley should be delayed for 10 years. His report's first volume, titled Northern Frontier, Northern Homeland, highlighted the fact that while the Mackenzie Valley could be the site of the biggest project in the history of free enterprise, it was also home to many people whose lives would be immeasurably changed by the pipeline. As Berger was quoted to say, in quotes, "The North is a frontier, but it's a homeland too, a homeland of the Dene, Inuit, and Métis, as it is the home of white people who live there. And it's a heritage, a unique environment that we are called upon to preserve for all Canadians," end of quotes. The Commission found no significant economic benefit to Northerners from the pipeline. The report was prescient in concluding that large-scale projects based on non-renewable energy sources rarely provide long-term employment, and that those locals that did find work during construction could only find low-skill, low-wage positions. In addition, Berger feared that the pipeline development would undermine local economies, which relied on hunting, fishing, and trapping, possibly even increasing economic hardship. Berger ultimately found that the economy of the region would not be harmed by not building the pipeline. The Commission believed that the pipeline process had not taken Native culture seriously, and that any development needed to conform to the wishes of those who lived there. He predicted that the social consequences of the pipeline would not only be serious, they would be devastating. The Commission was particularly concerned about the role of Indigenous peoples in developing plans. At the time the report was released, there were several ongoing negotiations over native land claims in the area, and Berger suggested that the pipeline construction be delayed until those claims were settled. The Commission found that the local population would not accept development activity without some control. In addition, land claims were part of a broader Native rights issue that needed to be settled between the government and the First Nations. In Berger's view, rapid development in the North would preclude settlement of these important issues due to the influx of non-Native populations and growing business interests. Madam Speaker, the North today bears little resemblance to the North of Berger's time. The land is the same and the resources are still there, but the people of the North have changed. Most land claims have been settled, and for many, the traditional ways of life have waned, and Indigenous peoples are seizing control of their own destinies. Many who fought so fiercely against the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline now favor building one or other developments, including a highway, but on their own terms, including making sure the benefits flow to their communities over the long term. In the previous Parliament, the Conservatives tacked on to a devolution bill regressive measures that directly contradicted any of the lessons of the Berger inquiry. Those measures also undermined rights within the constitutionally entrenched land claims and self-government agreements, or modern treaties. These First Nation final agreements provide that those communities most impacted by developments must have a direct voice. The Conservatives' Bill C-15, contrary to the wish of Northerners, eliminated 4 regional land and water co-management boards created under carefully negotiated First Nation final agreements. Lawsuits successfully filed by the Tlicho and Saulteaux First Nations succeeded in stopping these measures. Bill C-88 before us now restores the co-management boards, providing more effective voices for the First Nations in the development reviews and approvals. But as my colleague, the MP for South Okanagan West Kootenay, has raised, Bill C-88 could fully recognize and strengthen Indigenous rights by entrenching the UNDRIP in this law. A few years back, I had the honor of attending a Dene gathering in Fort Providence with my former colleague, Dennis Bevington, then Northwest Territories Member of Parliament. I heard firsthand concerns from Northerners about the fact an oil spill was discovered by Indigenous hunters on the land and their struggle to receive necessary technical and assistance to monitor the cleanup of the disaster. So the struggle continues to have a true voice. But I also experienced the joy of seeing the mighty Mackenzie River running along the shores of Fort Providence, a magnificent transboundary river basin relied upon by many communities, long deserving of a greater voice in decision-making. I look forward to supporting this bill.
Any comments, questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yukon.
I thank the member for her excellent speech on this topic and appreciate her support in this. As the member's been here long enough to know that the Conservatives tried to abrogate, with a law, tried to abrogate the Yukon land claims environmental process, and that was turned back. And now that I think she would agree that we are again turning back an effort by the Conservatives to abrogate the land claims, in particular the Tlicho and the Saulteaux, with an act. And when those land claims, both the ones that occurred in the Yukon and the ones in the Northwest Territories, were constitutionally protected, and you just can't pass a law that overrides that.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the honourable member and also for allowing me to go before him so I could go to my meeting. Very gracious of him. Indeed, it's very important this comes forward. It's regrettable it's taken this long to come forward, but finally we're moving forward with this legislation. I know the honourable member represents the Yukon. I had the pleasure of living and working there for 3 years. Everything that you do in Yukon touches on First Nation land claims and First Nation final governance agreements. Nothing could be more important than reversing the changes made by the Harper government. Those land claims and self-government agreements were constitutionally entrenched. It was reprehensible, the move that they made in their bill to erase those. And I look forward to having the opportunity to finally having third reading on this bill. But I look forward also to the committee, the Liberal members at committee, accepting that the UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, must be added in to this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated the comments and particular opening remarks in terms of what the actual record was in regards to Mr. Harper and what it is that he had actually instructed in the legislation. But my question is more specific in regards to just the obligation of government where they can, and especially taking into consideration Indigenous people, to work with as a stakeholder. And I'm not saying that Indigenous as a stakeholder, but more so as that equal partner in terms of how it is that we can best develop our northern region. And there are many different interests that are out there. And I think that what within this legislation does in good part is it allows for that greater flexibility of having more people engaged in the process. And I'm wondering if she could just provide her thoughts or comments with respect to that.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My understanding is the concerns raised by the Conservative members goes to the second part of the bill, and not a part that I've analyzed in depth. I did quickly look in the lobby at that bill. I think that if there are concerns that the federal government is given a unilateral power over the petroleum resources, that it will be important that the Indigenous people of the North, particularly the First Nations under their First Nation final agreements, be given the opportunity to voice their views. I'm of a slightly different view, Madam Speaker. Yes, development should proceed in partnership, but I think for those people who are going to be most impacted by development, I think that there is a higher level responsibility to be making sure that their voices rule. They're the ones that will have to deal with the impact of the developments. That's exactly why those boards, the water and land boards, were created to begin with, and to some extent negotiated many years ago. Perhaps we need provisions in law to further protect those rights and ensure that development in the North ends up being for the benefit of the people of the North.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
To clarify the Part B, the Conservatives have been saying it inhibits oil and gas rights, but it actually protects them. It protects those leases that, by freezing them, the ones that were affected by the moratorium. So again, that's not accurate information.
Our member for Edmonton Strathcona, a brief answer, please.
I'm not sure that was a question. I think, Madam Speaker, that these matters obviously will be deliberated at committee, and I'm hoping that the Liberal majority will be open to amendments. I know that will be an unusual situation, but we remain hopeful.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Madame President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I stand today on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people to express my support for Bill C-88, which proposes to modernize the regulatory regime governing resource development projects in the North. Just before I start, I wanted to mention that the one of the Conservative speakers that I said that the decisions should be made in the North. Given that the governments affected by this, the Satu, the Gwich'in, the Clichon, and the government of the Northwest Territories, the northern governments that are affected, are all in agreement with this legislation. So I assume, unless they're going to contradict their own speaker, the Conservatives will be supporting this bill that leaves the decisions in the North as they were negotiated in the constitutionally protected land claims. The key reason I support the legislation now before us has to do with the proposed enforcement system. As my colleagues know, the effectiveness of any regulatory regime depends largely on the quality of its enforcement system. As it stands today, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act lacks an effective enforcement system when it comes to assessments of environmental impacts. While the amendments to the Northwest Territories Devolution Act did create an enforcement system, the court challenges initiated by Northern Indigenous groups on the decimation of their boards effectively eliminated it. So Bill C-88 would amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act to establish an enforcement system based on development certificates. A development certificate is a form of authorization, a permission slip of sorts. For a project to proceed, an environmental assessment body must first issue a development certificate to the proponent. The Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act follows a similar approach. Under such a system, that environmental assessment body can include specific mitigation measures in a development certificate. The proponent might be authorized to drive heavy vehicles only on frozen winter roads, for instance, or be banned from designated areas during the time of year when caribou typically birth and nurse their calves, which I wish the Trump administration would do in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Under Bill C-88, the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board would be authorized to issue development certificates listing mitigation measures within the jurisdiction of the responsible ministers. After completing an environmental assessment or environmental impact review, the board would issue a certificate to the proponent. Under the enforcement system envisioned in Bill C-88, it would be a violation to proceed with a project without a valid certificate or to contravene the conditions of a certificate. These and other violations could lead to an administrative monetary penalty, or AMP. An AMP is a fine imposed by an inspector. It is a civil sanction imposed through an administrative process rather than a criminal sentence imposed by a court. Bill C-88 would amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act to provide all the necessary and appropriate authorities for AMPs and associated regulations. The regulations would specify penalty amounts as well as the method of calculating penalties for each type of violation. The amendments also specify the maximum fine would be $25,000 for individuals and $100,000 for organizations. A violation that continues for multiple days would be subject to a separate AMP for each day. I'm convinced that the threat of such potentially large fines would promote compliance with the proposed legislation. There are many advantages to an enforcement system based on development certificates. The threat of a hefty fine removes the potential financial benefit of non-compliance, for instance. By imposing particular restrictions on a project through a development certificate, the system helps regulators to achieve particular goals, such as environmental protection. And civil sanctions, such as AMPs, tend to be more efficient than criminal prosecutions, which can be lengthy and expensive undertakings. The enforcement system proposed in Bill C-88 is consistent with those authorized in other federal legislation, including the Environmental Violations Administrative Monetary Penalties Act, and the National Energy Board Act and the Nuclear Safety and Control Act. Another worthwhile feature of the proposed enforcement system is that it features many effective checks and balances. Development certificates, for example, could not include measures within the jurisdiction of a designated regulatory agency, such as the National Energy Board or the Clinton government. Anyone issued an AMP could seek to have the notice investigated by an official review body. The review would determine whether the penalty was issued in accordance with the regulations or whether the person committed the violation or both. For violations related to Part 5 of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which pertains to environmental assessment, the federal minister would be empowered to act as a review body. For violations related to Part 3 of the Act, which deals with land and water management, the board that issued the original authorization would serve as the review body. And if a violation is related to an activity that did not involve an authorization, the board responsible for the region where the violation occurred would serve as the review body. The enforcement system also includes a reconsideration process. A proponent could request an adjustment to a development certificate to address changing circumstances, ineffective or unclear project conditions, or new technologies. Reconsideration would be limited to the area of change and to any effects that change may have had on the project. The proponent would not be required to complete another full environmental assessment, and the original decision to authorize the project cannot be challenged under reconsideration. The inspection is another important aspect of the proposed enforcement system. Qualified persons, federal or territorial officers, would be authorized under the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act to inspect projects for compliance with the conditions of the development certificates. The inspectors would have broad authority to enter and examine premises. They could also prohibit or limit access to premises. If an inspection uncovers evidence of an activity that contravenes Part 5 of the bill, the inspector can issue an order to cease the activity and to mitigate the effects of the activity. To deter proponents from interfering with the work of inspectors, this part of the enforcement system includes more stringent measures. Rather than civil sanctions, violators would be subject to criminal prosecution. It would be a criminal offense to obstruct inspectors, for instance, or knowingly provide them with false or misleading information. It would be an offence to carry out development without the proper authority or to contravene the order to cease an activity. Offenders would face stiff penalties. Conviction for a first offence, for example, could lead to a fine of up to $250,000 and a 1-year prison sentence. The maximum fine for subsequent offences rises to $500,000. This part of the enforcement system also features important checks and balances. An action cannot be subject to both an AMP and a criminal sanction, for instance. As my honourable colleague can now appreciate, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, the legislation before us envisions an effective enforcement system. Proponents would be required to abide by specific conditions set out in development certificates. To promote compliance, the system includes sanctions corresponding with the seriousness of a violation or offence. And the system incorporates a series of checks and balances to prevent potential abuses of process. I'm convinced that an enforcement system would enable Northerners to maximize the potential benefits of resource development and to minimize the potential environmental impacts. I will vote in favour of Bill C-88 at second reading and urge my honourable colleagues to do the same. When we have the years that we're involved in negotiating these settlements, land claim and self-government settlements, is a remarkable testimony to parliamentarians and to Canada to have these agreements that are working very well. As I said previously, one of my greatest moments in Parliament was to get the Clecho land claim self-government agreement through Parliament, and I think we have to maintain the honour of a Crown, maintain the respect for those constitutionally protected agreements, and make sure we don't pass legislation that would infringe on those agreements. Merci, Madame Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Yukon for his speech and for his work in advancing the interests of his constituents. I know on the Proc Committee, the honourable member is always talking about his constituents and speaking very highly of them. And I was wondering if you could speak on the response from local governments and territorial governments and Indigenous peoples in his riding, and how they have seen this bill and what they're telling him on the ground.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, my constituents aren't telling me much about this bill because, as the Conservative member also sort of referred to obliquely, it was not related to the Yukon. It's not in the Yukon. I asked the member Conservative a question about the Cleachon. She answered Yukon, and the Cleachon are in the Northwest Territories. That being said, there was a very similar situation recently where the same thing happened in the Yukon. There was a constitutionally protected land claims and a process requiring consultation and working with First Nation governments as constitutionally protected in the land claim, and there was a bill by the previous government that abrogated that, the spirit, if not the letter of the law, of those agreements, and the same thing happened. That was replaced. In this particular case, the First Nations went to government and won an injunction. So what this law does is just basically reinstates the law so that the injunction to stay in the spirit of the injunction and allow the land claim to exist and self-government agreement as it was originally created.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first wanted just to compliment my colleague in terms of just his general attitude in being a strong advocate for the North, even in the days in which where the Liberal Party was in third party on the other side. The member, my colleague, would contact myself and others within the Liberal caucus just to make sure that we had a sense, and a better sense, in terms of what it was and the negative negative impact the Harper government was having through legislation. And I thought it just speaks volumes in terms of the member's character and desire to ensure that the northern interests are in fact protected at all times. And he's been a very valuable asset, Madam Speaker, to our caucus in ensuring that the North is always on the top of minds in many different situations. So it's questions and comments. It's more of a comment. If there was a question, Mr. Speaker or Madam Speaker, it would be more so just in terms of the different style between this government and the former government, because I know he kept his finger on the pulse when Stephen Harper was also the Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, I'd just like to say that I think the land claims in the North are a remarkable achievement of subsequent federal governments, in spite of some opposition. But they're quite unique, and so we could apologize for the Conservatives may not understand the total differences, may not understand that those agreements were constitutionally protected. You can't abrogate constitutionally protected land claims. There's land claims by passing a law that changes what has already been protected. So the difference is that we protect, we observe those land claim agreements as they've been negotiated, ours in particular over 30 years. It took to negotiate them. We respect them with the honor of the Crown and try and have it as a living document, and having a government-to-government relation with First Nations people so we can work out any kinks and in those agreements and in the implementation of those agreements.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Affairs. Services.
Non, c'est relations courantes autochtones. Vous l'aviez au tout début, Madame la Présidente.
You had it right the first time, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank for this opportunity to express my support for this bill, Bill C-88, and to state the reasons why I support it at second reading. First of all, I want to congratulate the member for Yukon for his speech and for his support. He's from one of the regions of the country that I haven't visited often. The member for the Northwest Territories as well. As Parliamentary Secretary for Crown Indigenous Services, I spoke a great deal on these issues, and I know that the two members represent beautiful parts of the country. I'd like to take this opportunity to encourage all of my colleagues to go to the north, to the far north, to visit the beautiful areas. It shows what our country is all about. I'd like to draw the attention of honourable members to some of the regional studies that have not been discussed during debate, but which are a lesser-known aspect of C-88. Regional studies will have a significant impact and positive impact on the examination processes for the exploitation of resources in the north. The proposed amendments in the bill would authorize the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs to establish committees to conduct regional studies. These studies could take diverse forms. It could involve documentary analysis, or could be as vast as in-depth research to establish basic data on a landmass or a body of water. The wording of the bill is sufficiently broad to cover these activities, and that's one of the reasons why non-specific language is used, because science is becoming increasingly sophisticated. Today, it's impossible to predict what type of regional study would be most useful in the years to come. Environmental and socioeconomic information needs to be used to examine the repercussions of a project. And this information will serve the boards in the north. This bill doesn't clarify the scope of the studies or the form they shall take. However, it states that what they are not. These regional studies must not replace the regulatory boards when it comes to regulation. The bill also calls or states that a committee shall not go beyond its mandate, asking a committee to conduct a study involves hiring an expert to prepare a document. It's important to include regional studies, and that has been recognized and acknowledged for a long time. Under the 1992 legislation, direct reference was made to regional studies. Under paragraph 16.1, promoters are to take into account the cumulative environmental effects, and section 16F focused on the value of regional studies not targeted by the Act when it comes to cumulative effects. Parliament repealed the Act and put in place a new version adopted more recently, and the new version urges the Minister of the Environment to set up committees to conduct regional studies. These will also have an important role to play the publication dealing with the strategic regional document covers off these regional studies and includes the ability to identify and manage the cumulative effects of these on the regional level. This publication and these studies must contribute to discussions focusing on various studies, and the studies can help to save time and resources by avoiding or preventing environmental impacts as early as possible instead of mitigating cumulative effects far later in the process. Regional studies will establish objectives, limits, and thresholds at the regional level for which development can be controlled and assessed. As a result, these studies will provide for the effective analysis of these projects. Finally, the publication states that regional studies can provide an early indication with respect to the problem of environmental issues in the regions. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt about the importance of these studies to predict environmental impacts. Many regulatory regimes in Canada incorporate them as a means of gathering environmental data and analyzing the impact on the environment. In addition, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act authorizes regional studies. They come under legislation in Saskatchewan and in Section 112 under the Environmental Assessment Act of the Yukon. In Canada, many other jurisdictions conduct regional studies as part of their impact assessments, even if these studies are not specifically mentioned in the relevant legislation. The simple reality is that regional studies are more and more popular because of their usefulness. They can provide precious data, up-to-date and pertinent data. They evolve and can be adapted and tailored to various circumstances. Regional studies, for example, can help to assess the impact of an ecosystem in a region instead of simply focusing on a specific project. Regional studies can provide the necessary basic data for assessing the impact of future exploration and can help to determine environmental thresholds. Data from these regional studies ultimately will enable people at the board to make decisions, more informed decisions, and this is very important. By authorizing these studies, the Bill C-88, makes this tool rather available studies to support program assessments and can also potentially assess or accelerate, rather, work done. And with these studies, we'll be in a better position to examine data. Regional studies can also be used to gather and collect basic data, which is not the role of the boards. Madam Speaker, the government is committed to maintaining solid legislation that protects Canada's rich natural environment, respects the rights of Indigenous peoples, and supports a natural resource sector in Canada. This bill, Bill C-88, is designed to make several significant improvements to the regime. In addition to authorizing the studies, the water boards are restored, as are other amendments that will enable the boards to extend their mandates for members and to establish regulations regarding the way that Indigenous peoples are consulted in the issuing of licenses under the Act. All of these improvements will strengthen the ability for northern inhabitants to maximize the resources while at the same time minimizing the negative impacts. The bill that we are debating today warrants the support of this House. I would therefore encourage all honourable colleagues to join me in supporting Bill C-88 at second reading. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yukon.
I know I'd just like him to talk a bit on the relationship with First Nations, importance of the honour of Crown and having a trusted relationship. I know he has a good relationship in his riding. I know it's been assisted by the fact that all parliamentarians here have agreed to having Indigenous languages spoken in the House of Commons and in committee. And Indigenous Languages Act, these types of things to increase the trust and reconciliation. And if he could just give us any experiences from his riding on how important this trust and is and relationships with First Nations and their governments are.
The Honourable Secretary Parliamentary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank the member for his question. It's very important. Language as a core element of identity is key to who you are. We should know this, particularly for people that come from Quebec and have fought so long for the French language. For Indigenous peoples, particularly in very difficult situations where languages have been ripped from them, it is exceedingly clear how important vitalization of languages is. For my own part, learning it puts you on a playing field that is equal. Insofar as you are able to look at a perspective from a position where you understand, where you're trying to understand languages and ways of thinking and understanding where people are coming from. That's key to understanding what Honour of the Crown means in the first place, Madam Speaker. Honour of the Crown is a duty that is incumbent upon every single member of Parliament, particularly those in government when negotiating relations with Indigenous peoples. And as the member highlighted in his speech, a number of these relationships are treaty-based, and therefore it is not a question of enforcing federal law and imposing federal law, which would then be unconstitutional. It's a question of perfecting those rights that have been acquired for a long time, and this bill, when enshrined in law, will help perfect that relationship. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the NDP will be supporting this bill because it remedies a number of issues that remedies problems created by the Harper government. With respect to the structure and drinking water issue and education in Indigenous communities in the Northwest Territories, we are asking when the Liberals will reinvest in order to improve education for some 400 children in Saskatchewan who've been waiting for more than 10 years to have a suitable school. If the Liberals and the member opposite believe that the most important relationship is the one with Indigenous peoples, but there are still no suitable schools, and the problem has existed for 10 years. What are they waiting for to invest so that young people can go to school? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleague knows full well, that the gap between Indigenous peoples and others on education is very wide. She has undoubtedly read to the budget, and we'll see that a quarter of expenditures will be focusing on Indigenous people. And is based on a spirit of reconciliation and building for the long term. Investments by our government are record investments in the billions of dollars, Madam Speaker, and this is something that we must proceed with in consultation with these peoples. I will welcome their comments on this bill at committee.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to speak to Bill C-68, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canadian Petroleum Resources Act. I say it's an honor, but I really question that when I take a look at what this bill is proposing to do, and I say proposing because I hope we can make changes to it. As we see in this bill is what we've seen in other bills and actions by this government. Basically, they are anti-resource actions. The first action we saw on this was November of 2015, very early on in this government's reign, hopefully a very short reign, but it was very early on, barely a month in, when the Prime Minister decided to shut down the Northern Gateway project that would have taken oil resources from northern Alberta to Tidewater. Rather than work with the challenges that were identified in that project, he decided basically unilaterally, without debate in the House, without any criticism over his actions, he decided to shut that down. People in the north were looking forward to those jobs. People at the ports, people right across the country could have benefited from those jobs. But no, he made the decision single-handedly almost, or was it single-handedly? Was it from his some of his senior advisors? But there was certainly very little input or debate in this House on that. The next was the Energy East pipeline, a pipeline that would have taken Canadian products, high-quality products produced and refined in Canada to Eastern Canada to fuel the needs of Eastern Canada. But instead of allowing that project to proceed, he canned it as well. So where are we at now? We're still bringing in billions of dollars of foreign oil that's produced in countries with lower environmental standards that we have in Canada, lower human rights standards that we have here in Canada, lower technologies than we have here in Canada. That's the type of choice that this Prime Minister and this government have been making. They have been penalizing Canadian resource workers, companies and businesses that supply that resource sector from right across the country. A lot of people think that the only jobs affected are those in Alberta or those on the oil sands projects. But those jobs stretch far further than that, Madam Speaker. I live in the North Okanagan-Shuswap, south central part of BC, a long ways from the Alberta oil sands, but very close for some of the businesses and some of the workers in my communities. I visited a machine shop that builds the highest quality parts and pieces for the oil sector. Everything from pipe fittings to brackets and attachments that they use in the oil sector. And when I visited that machine shop and talked to the managers and the people there, the pride that they took in the quality of products that they built because of the technology that's developed out of the resource sector in Canada, is second to none. They manufacture and machine to a quality higher than anywhere else in the world. And it's because of one thing, because we had a strong resource sector in Canada. They have seen their technology work, they have improved on it continuously, and they have decided to go into a niche market of only looking at that top-end, high-quality, high environmental standard, high safety standard product, because there are people and businesses competing all over the world for 20-year-old technology that's used in some of those countries that I just referred to that have lower environmental standards, lower human rights standards, and lower worker safety standards. These are the types of things that this government continues to penalize Canadians for being innovative, for being creative, for taking the risk, sometimes risking millions of dollars, their personal investments, their family homes, to build a business or an industry that is reliant on the Canadian resource sector. This bill is another step in that direction. They're taking what we had done in the previous government and in reducing the size of bureaucracy, making it easier for projects to move forward, still with the same high environmental standards that we have in Canada. But now they're splitting it up, making it so a major project like the Mackenzie Valley Pipeline would have to go through multiple individual steps all the way through. That's the kind of thing that this bill does, and as I mentioned, it's similar to many other bills in some other ways. I'm very familiar with Bill C-55, the Oceans Act, and the unilateral power that that bill gives to the minister. The unilateral power to shut down activities in an area, regardless of whether there's scientific evidence as to the effects or not. Bill C-68 does much the same thing. Bill C-69, that's been referred to as the Never Do Anything Ever Again bill, is now in the Senate, I believe. Those bills have given unprecedented unilateral power to ministers to make decisions without it being based on science, without it being based on debate, but to make those unilateral decisions to shut down activities. The other one that came across that we saw for the first time was in Bill C-69, or pardon me, Bill C-68, the Fisheries Act. And there's a paragraph in there that says the minister, on making decisions on a project, must consider the intersection of sex and gender into his decision-making process. We saw that clause in the bill, and it baffled us. What does that mean in a Fisheries Act bill? And we have to wonder what it means in a Resource Act bill. So the briefing we got to sum it down and really simplify it, it meant that any project moving forward had to look at the impact of outside workers coming into a community in a camp, for example, the impact of the growth in the community, the impact of, as they said, sex and gender into the project. That didn't seem too bad all in itself until the minister, or the Prime Minister, actually, I believe, was questioned on that and started referring to resource and construction workers as a threat to communities. I believe he called them dangerous. They could present a danger in those communities. We heard the outcry from people in communities where they had seen the benefits of those projects. They absolutely couldn't believe that those construction workers could be considered a threat. But now we see this trend continuing on with this government, attempting to shut down anything that resembles a major resource project. Those projects are going to be needed, Madam Speaker, if Canada is going to continue to prosper and thrive as we move forward. We know that countries with strong economies create the best environmental conditions and protect their environment better than those countries that aren't. And yet this government wants to seem to take away anything that would allow benefit and prosper in this country. We've seen it in their previous budgets where they attempted to attack small business, where they have attempted to attack family farms and the succession planning of small business to be able to pass their family businesses and farms onto their family members. Instances where it was going to cost them as much as 4 times higher to sell the family farm to a family member than to a total stranger or a foreign entity. Absolutely atrocious attack on small business and small farms, family farms. Time already, Madam Speaker? Thank you. I didn't get a warning, so I'll cut it short there. Thank you.
Yeah, there was just a little bit of time left, and I was waiting for the 1 minute and then got sidetracked in your speech. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. I'm sure the member will be able to participate a little bit more during that time. The honourable member for, hold on here, Kootenay, Columbia, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, during the 2015 election in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, one of the Conservative had the MPs in the riding for 21 years, for the majority of my riding, up until 2015. And one of the reasons that I'm standing here today is how concerned the people of Kootenay, Columbia were about the attack, and it really was an attack on the environment from the Harper government, attacking the Federal Fisheries Act, the Navigable Waters Act, and other pieces of legislation. So I'm curious as to why the member doesn't support, first of all, local people being able to make local decisions around their resources, which is one of the things this bill would do, and also why the Conservatives oppose proper environmental protection going forward.
Our member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Columbia Kootenay for the question on that, especially when it relates to the changes to the Fisheries Act. When that bill came before the House, or actually before it came to the House, I had already foresaw that there was going to be questions around the changes that were made in the 2012-2014 period to the Fisheries Act. So I posed an order paper question to the government to please identify anywhere that changes made to the Fisheries Act had actually had negative impact, or there was actually any harm caused by changes to the Fisheries Act. The answer that came back from the government identified absolutely none. So the assumption and the falseness that the changes to the Fisheries Act, previous changes by the previous government, had decimated the protection of fish and fish habitat was an absolute farce, a manufactured untruth, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. And I'd like to congratulate the member on his tone. I just want to make a comment, a clarifying comment. It's not really a question, so he could say what he wants after. But there was some comments earlier that suggested that this act was detrimental to oil and gas, and in fact the opposite is actually the case. There were certain oil and gas leases that were about to would have expired in the next few years, and what this act does is freeze them in their place so that they do not expire, so that when activity becomes available again, that they'll still be eligible for that. And that was created in discussions with those companies.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Yukon for his statement, even though it wasn't a question. I think the references were to how this government has just continuously shut down any resource or oil and gas development. We've seen it when the Prime Minister, after his trip to Ottawa, basically shut down any oil and gas development in the Beaufort Sea. Very much angered the Premier of the North for not even consulting with the premiers up there on that shutdown. We've seen it time and time again. I didn't get around to it in my speech about how they have basically shut down the Trans Mountain pipeline. If you recall, Madam Speaker, earlier on in this parliamentary session, the Prime Minister talked, and he would stand day after day in the House saying, the Trans Mountain pipeline will be built. The pipeline will be built. Well, I'm here to say that we're almost through this session, Madam Speaker. The pipeline hasn't even been started, let alone built, and I really doubt whether it'll ever be built under this government.
Brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader. A brief question.
Madam Speaker, we do know one thing, that Stephen Harper failed at building any pipelines. All the oil, 99% of the oil went through to the U.S. When Stephen Harper became the Prime Minister. When Stephen Harper left office, still 99% went through. And I'm wondering if my colleague across the way could explain to us why it is that the Harper government was such a dismal failure at getting our oil to market outside of the U.S.
I'm sure that the member for North Okanagan-Shuswap is able to respond to this very well. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question and the chance for me to correct the record. Actually, the Harper government did complete 4 pipelines, and when there was a change in government, there were actually 3 major pipelines in Canada in the works. Right now, we stand at the big 0, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to correct the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about Bill C-88 that would amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act and make consequential amendments to other acts. I want to underline that today we are on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. The bill that we are studying today aims not only to solve the litigation problems that result from attempts to merge the water and land territories in 2014, but also to make changes to the regulatory system. The Northwest Territories Transfer Act led to a series of changes in the Mackenzie Valley, and it provides the legal framework for regulation. Some of these changes include merging 4 offices in the Northwest Territories into a single one. 2 Aboriginal governments challenged this and emitted an injunction. Of course, the injunction ended the merger. As my honourable colleagues recognize, in order to work effectively, a regulatory system needs to have the ongoing trust of developers and also of the public. And that trust has to be gained in a stable and predictable manner. This applies to the regulatory system for the Northwest Territories. And the current structure involves 4 functional offices, which are working very well. However, there's always room for improvement. This bill would guarantee that the current structure would be maintained, and it also makes proposed amendments, including amendments that were proposed 4 years ago. For example, the bill would make the system fairer, more stable, and more effective. It would clearly take the inhabitants of the Northwest Territories' interests into account. One of these changes would concern the members of the office who would study proposed projects. There are 5 offices in total. One that studies environmental impacts in the Mackenzie Valley, of course, the Land and Water Office of various territories. So that's for 4 different territories. The location of the proposed project can be authorized, and the bill concerning the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act requires that there's a minimum threshold for office activities. An office cannot, for example, deliver a permit unless it has at least the minimum number of 2 members. This is entirely appropriate because the office's decisions are often have important consequences. So that offices can always make fair decisions, these 5 offices are each made up of members from a variety of backgrounds who have different perspectives. This diversity is one of the main assets of the offices and allow them to consider every project from various angles. The varied background of members also means that people can have great trust in the office's decisions. Of course, in some cases, a member may not be able to participate in certain activities of the office because they may be sick or they may have some other legitimate reason. But that would be exceptional rather than the rule. The Government of Canada recognizes that it may be difficult for northern offices to maintain quorum, partly because there are issues with recruitment, and it may be difficult to maintain the necessary members with the right expertise and qualifications. To help offices overcome this challenge, C-88 would authorize the offices to extend the mandate of individual members whose mandate may have, or whose term may have expired during the review process. This would ensure that offices would maintain quorum throughout the review process. Under the bill, an office would have to ask for prorogation at least 2 months before the expiry of the mandate of one of the members. Every request would have to be presented to the minister. Temporary prorogation of the member's term would end once the current review is completed. These 5 offices in the Northwest Territories would be responsible for carrying out complex studies that would often involve public hearings and economic studies. Studies may take months. During such a study, new information from new perspectives often emerges. Members of the office who participated in the study would be well positioned to understand and put in context this new information. The 5 offices make decisions that may have serious consequences, not only on our ecosystems, but also on local communities, and of course the national economy as well. Given the importance of these decisions, offices deserve to study within a modern and effective regulatory system. In addition to having this mechanism to ensure continuity, Bill C-88 would also create other improvements to the regulatory system. The legislation that we're dealing with now would set up an effective inspection system where the developer would have to meet the conditions imposed by the office once they approve a project at the end of an environmental assessment. These conditions would be laid out in the documents, And to check that a developer is meeting the requirements, inspectors would be authorized to carry out various activities, such as site visits. Developers who are not using a valid development certificate, which does not respect the conditions, would suffer serious sanctions, including fines and potential prison time. As my honorable colleagues will know by now, Bill C-88 also proposes having a long list of measures that would significantly improve the regulatory system in the Northwest Territories. The bill that we're dealing with now would make certain improvements to this regulatory system. This would ensure respect and trust on the part of both the public and developers. And this would ensure that resource development projects strike the right balance between economic, social, and environmental objectives. For all of these reasons, Madam Speaker, Bill C-88 deserves the support of this House. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thompson, Caribou, Prince George.
Kamloops.
Oh, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure if anyone else in this House finds it a little bit ironic when the Liberals are voting wholeheartedly for both Section A and Section B. They criticize the former Conservative government, saying that we didn't do, the proper consultation process, even though it was supposedly part of the treaties that were going to be available. It was part of the McCrank report, but there was some concern. So they criticize us for what we did in Section A in the past, but what they're doing in Section B is equally as bad or worse. What they are doing is giving powers to the federal government in terms of powers that they have never had before to completely deny a project on terms of the basis of national interest. This is without consultation. It's consistent with what they did in the Beaufort. It's consistent with what they did in terms of the moratorium for tankers. It's consistent with them in the Northern Gateway. So I would like to ask my colleague, where is his consistency when he can criticize the former government in terms of its consultation with Indigenous people and its resolution of the process, but in Section B have something, in my opinion, is far worse in terms of trotting on rights. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. I don't think that we have any lessons to learn from the Conservative government, that's for sure. When it comes to consultation, they didn't even know what the word consultation meant for 10 years. When you have the Prime Minister of the country going to various provinces to speak to the people in that constituency or in that province, and he doesn't even let the Premier of that province know that he's going to be in town, that is just disrespectful, definitely not consultation. And again, because the injunction was in place, is again because of that lack of consultation. They try to eliminate, if you want, the responsibilities of the Indigenous people in the North without consulting with them, and they try to control, if you want, the regional representation so that the Indigenous people would not have a voice. In this side of the government, Indigenous people are Canadians, and we're very proud of all Canadians, and we will move forward with a very important legislation. Thank you.
I want to remind the member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou that she had an opportunity to ask the question. If she has any more to further add, she should wait till I ask for questions and comments and attempt to get up there. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're going to support this bill, and I'd like to thank my colleague who gave us a very detailed and clear description of the bill. My question, Madam Speaker, well, since we've adopted the bill of my colleague to recognize the Declaration of the United Nations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It's important every time we table a bill here in the House concerning Indigenous communities to respect the UN Declaration. My question is for my colleague is that in terms of the improvements that we should bring to this legislation, should we include respect for the declaration of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Without a doubt, supporting the UN Declaration is extremely important. And with this bill, we are certainly just doing this. We're consulting and working closely with Indigenous peoples and people from the North to make sure that their knowledge, their opinions, and know-how are part of these consultations. And in our opinion, this bill does respect the UN Declaration. Thank you. Pursuant to the standing order, I'd like to talk about the questions for tonight's late show.
Of Women.
The Honourable Member for Drummond, Official Languages.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany, Transportation. Resuming debate, reprise le débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you. Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for this opportunity on this traditional Algonquin territory to explain my support for Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The proposed legislation before us proposes to strike a more appropriate balance between economic development and environmental protection in Canada's north. As my honourable colleagues recognize, Canada is blessed with an abundance of valuable natural resources, vast forests, as well as deposits of minerals, oil, and gas. Throughout our history, these resources have been cornerstones of the economy. And while the national economy grows ever more diverse, thanks to the rise of other sectors, resource development remains crucial to national prosperity. Resource development projects create jobs, generate export sales, and stimulate technological innovation. Tempering these benefits, however, are the environmental and the social impacts of resource extraction and development. These include pollution, destruction of ecosystems, and changes in the fabric of communities and traditional Indigenous ways. Throughout much of our nation's history, while we relied on resource development for prosperity and growth, we often failed to appreciate and to take into account its long-term environmental and social consequences. Thankfully, this view is no longer prevalent. To strike a better balance between economic and environmental concerns, Canada has developed a unique regulatory regime that governs resource development projects in the north, a regime that's co-managed with Indigenous partners. The regime requires that proposed projects undergo stringent reviews of anticipated impacts. Review processes are structured for fairness, transparency, effectiveness, and to consider traditional knowledge. Members of the public, along with stakeholder groups, are encouraged to participate in project reviews, and the decisions of review boards are published for everyone to see. The regulatory regime helps to ensure that resource projects maximize potential economic benefits and minimize potential environmental impacts. In this way, it restores public confidence. It creates certainty, it creates predictability, which are so important to industry, and it sets the foundation for a sustainable and long-term natural resource industry in the north. To maintain an appropriate balance between these concerns, the regulatory regime evolves continually as our country evolves and as our understanding of the environment and of the resource development deepens. In the North, in particular, the settlement of modern land claims has enabled the creation of unique systems of governance in cooperation with Indigenous partners. The proposed legislation now before us lays out a series of amendments in the regulatory regime that governs resource development in the Northwest Territories. The roots of C-88 stretch back to a series of amendments made to the regulatory regime in 2014. Some of the amendments provoked Indigenous communities in the Northwest Territories to initiate court actions against the Government of Canada. The Cleachon, with the words, the Cleachon government and the SAW2 Secretariat Incorporated filed similar court challenges that effectively put a halt to some of the 2014 amendments. Since 2015, the Government of Canada has launched a concerted effort to address the concerns that had provoked Indigenous communities to initiate court actions. The primary issue is the amalgamation of the 4 regional land and water boards into a single entity, the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board. To resolve this issue, the representatives of the Government of Canada consulted with Indigenous groups, the Government of the Northwest Territories, and industry. The Government of Canada then drafted a legislative proposal, shared it with all interested partners, and made changes to it in response to the feedback we received. The proposed legislation now before us is the product of this cooperation conciliatory process. Among other changes, Bill C-88 would end amalgamation, reinstate the regional land and water boards, and effectively end the court challenges. The proposed legislation would promote reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, a key priority for this country. The proposed legislation now before us would also resolve a different problem created by the court challenges related to board amalgamation. To simplify a complex story, the court challenges effectively put a halt not only to amalgamation, but also to several policy measures that are central to the regulatory regime. These include the use of development certificates and the necessary enforcement scheme, inspector notice requirements on Gwich'in and SAW2 lands, and other measures. Bill C-68 would reinstate these measures through specific amendments through the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, another effect of Bill C-88 would be to further strengthen environmental protection in the Arctic, home to some of the world's most fragile ecosystems. The effects of climate change are more evident in the Arctic and appear to be progressing more quickly than anywhere else. In 2016, Canada agreed to take a series of actions to better protect the Arctic. Chief among these was a moratorium on the issuance of new oil and gas rights in Canada's Arctic offshore region, subject to a 5-year science-based review. To ensure the appropriateness of these actions, the Government of Canada initiated year-long consultations with territorial and northern Indigenous governments and with existing Arctic offshore oil and gas rights holders to discuss their interests. These consultations highlighted the importance of protecting the Arctic's unique offshore environment while pursuing safe, responsible activities that create jobs and economic opportunities in northern Indigenous economies. The consultations featured many discussions about how best to balance environmental and economic concerns. The result of the consultations is a series of amendments before you in Bill C-88 concerning the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. First, to complement the moratorium on the issuance of new licenses that our Prime Minister announced in 2018, the amendments will allow us to prohibit any oil and gas exploration or development activities under existing exploration and significant discovery licenses in the Arctic offshore. Furthermore, the proposed amendments fix a gap in the current legislative regime regarding existing licenses and the 5-year science-based review. The legislation as it now stands does not allow does not allow licenses to be suspended to allow for the review to unfold as required. In fact, some existing Arctic offshore oil and gas rights will begin to expire before the next review period is over. Bill C-88 proposes to resolve this issue by allowing the government to preserve the existing rights under the review until the review is completed. At that point, we will have a better understanding of the next steps for Arctic offshore oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are fair to the existing rights holders and would produce an effective compromise. The scientific research can be completed without any pressure associated to existing oil and gas activity in the region, while existing oil and gas rights cannot expire in the meantime. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-88 proposes to improve the regulatory regime in the North through a series of amendments informed by several important developments, including court challenges, the accelerated impacts of climate change in the Arctic, and the opportunity to foster reconciliation between Indigenous peoples and the Government of Canada. The amendments proposed in Bill C-88 would increase predictability, consistency, and timeliness of regulatory reviews in the North, while strengthening environmental protections. Northerners deserve a fully functional, modernized regulatory regime that meets their particular needs. The kind of regime that promotes growth and prosperity while safeguarding fragile ecosystems. The kind of regime that strikes an appropriate balance between economic and environmental concerns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm hoping that one of my Liberal colleagues can actually answer the question which I've asked a number of times. In Part A, what they have done is they have said the former Conservative government did not respect rights, although certainly there was a lot of conversations, and what we were trying to do was not diminish the ability for the communities to have influence, but to actually try and remove some red tape and some complications from the process. So that is Part A, and so that's fine. If they want to criticize what we did in Part A in terms of that is their right to do so. But what they have done in Part B is in a direct contradiction to what they did in Part A, and that is where they have given the federal government, without consultation with First Nations, an enormous power that is not seen in any other legislation to just end the development. So I guess what this government does is, if it's something to make projects move forward in a facilitate projects moving forward, they're against it. But if it's something that gives the federal government power to stop projects, they don't seem to have any issue with it. So I would like him to tell me how he can align the extraordinary power they're taking the federal government in Part B, never been done before, not in consultation with the Indigenous communities, the territorial governments, and justify it to the people in light of what he said about Part A.
The honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, this bill intends to fix a problem created by the previous Conservative government and move ahead on a process that promotes reconciliation and creates certainty at the same time for investments in the Mackenzie Valley and the Arctic. What's clear to me that what's important here is achieving a balance between the environmental and the economy. The former government, not only on this file, but on many other files, first of all, did not do the proper consultation that was necessary. And what little consultation they did, they paid no heed to the advice they were getting. So what we're doing is correcting a past wrong that was mandated by the previous government, and we're achieving the right balance between the economy and the environment.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry about that a while ago.
Thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and I think we would both agree that the people of the Northwest Territories know best how their resources should be used and managed, and I agree with his assessment around what happened with the previous Conservative government, where they did ignore the spirit and intent and the word of constitutionally protected land claims, self-government agreements, and of course they failed to listen, and this has led to lengthy legal battles. And generally we support Bill C-88. At the same time, I think there's an important opportunity here for the government to put into action the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. And although it's not included here in the bill, I would like to hear through you, Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague's comments about his support for including the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People in this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very proud to stand in these chambers, as were, I believe, all of the members on this side of the House, to support UNDRIP, the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. We studied it at committee. I was proud to support it there on the floor of this chamber, and we now await ratification from the Senate. I think what this does is wholly supportive of UNDRIP, and I think that what's most important to this government is reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and this is something that we've had to clean up after the previous government, and I think it strikes the right balance between the economy and the environment and respecting the rights of the Indigenous peoples of that territory.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my turn now to rise to speak to Bill C-88 Act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Second reading. This legislation was tabled by the Minister of Northern Affairs on November 8th. And before I begin, I'd like to say that I've never had the opportunity to go to the Northwest Territories, but I was able to go on 2 occasions to Nunavut in the northern region of Quebec. And once you go to these northern regions and you have a chance to discuss things with people who live in northern Canada, we have a whole different perspective of self-determination and their desire to run their own territory. And I felt that when I visited this region, there was a real desire of the inhabitants of this region to take control of their operations and also to contribute to the development of Canada, to our economy, to social development in Canada, and to be part of the very great country that we have and we share. Madam Speaker, Bill C-88 has 2 parts. There's Part A, amends the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and it involves the land and water. It was a provision suggested by the previous government. And Part B on the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments. And it provides conditions so that they do not expire during a moratorium. Part A denounces what the Conservatives did previously, and in Part B, it says they're going to do worse. This is what I retain from C-88. Overall, what we can retain from this bill is that there's an anti-energy policy of the Liberal government that's going to chase away even more energy investment in Canada. It's going to affect Canadian workers, and it won't contribute to improving the quality of life in Northern Canada. This bill completely rejects the requests made by territorial leaders for greater control of their resources. Madam Speaker, the previous government looked at the North as a key driver of our economy. And there are other Arctic countries, such as China and Russia, who are looking at similar possibilities. But the Liberal government has chosen to take an entirely different direction, unfortunately. Madam Speaker, I was mayor of a community for 7 years. I was mayor of Thetford Mines, and this community faced major difficulties. It's a community where they developed asbestos, mined asbestos, and for many years we took out asbestos, or white gold as we referred to it at the time. And now our perception of asbestos has changed. For many years, we were victims of exploitation from people who came to our region and didn't really give anything back. They left major scars.
They left residue, infrastructure, and we would have appreciated having a say over those developments. We would or could have, in fact, contributed, worked with the people, contributed when it comes to the operations. And we could have participated in deciding how to improve the quality of lives of citizens, where to put the residue, etc. Now, when we're elected municipally, locally, the more control over the area, the closer the decisions are to the people on the ground, the better the decisions are that are made. Madam Speaker, in this case, we've realized that the Little government, just prior to Christmas in 2016, made a decision to impose its opinion, its position, in a cavalier fashion, very cavalier fashion, in fact. There was a trip to Washington. The Prime Minister took the opportunity to make an announcement with respect to the implementation of a moratorium. And there weren't any consultations with people in the north, despite their talk about the importance of consultations, despite all the other consultations that took place. The Liberal government didn't feel compelled to consult people. This is a decision that was made unilaterally by the Prime Minister's office. And at the time, we learned that leaders in the territories were informed a mere hour prior to the announcing of important changes that affected them. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to read some quotes from community leaders in the areas affected. The Premier of the Northwest Territories published a red alert calling for a national debate on the future of the Northwest Territories and said, promises in the north or hopes are dying. These are ill-conceived ways of funding social projects. New restrictions that will hinder our economic development, our energy and spirit are being undermined. Madam Speaker, he also continued saying that trying to achieve the middle class will simply remain a dream for many. So people in the north, through their democratically elected government, need to have an opportunity to determine their destiny and not decisions made by bureaucrats and Ottawa. The decisions on the north need to be made in the north. Unilateral decisions made by the federal government without consultation and imposing a moratorium on offshore exploration is an example of way our self-determination is being thwarted by Ottawa. Madam Speaker, that was a quick reaction from the Premier of the Northwest Territories at the time. On December 22nd, 2016, another Premier stated, the Premier for Nunavut said in an interview granted on national TV, we want to reach a point where we can determine our priorities on our own, but to achieve that, we need to have significant revenue from resource development. If a potential resource development is taken off the table, that puts us in a position where Ottawa makes the decision for us. Madam Speaker, these statements weren't made by extremists or people who wanted to criticize it or bring down the government. They wanted to be consulted when it comes to the exploitation or the development of resources on their territory. So it's important for us to act accordingly. And it's also important, Madam Speaker, to ensure that when decisions like that are made by the government, we avoid focusing all authority in the same office, in the same hands, in the Prime Minister's office. Decisions like that can't be made for political reasons only, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, when an office, a government office, is given so much power over what can be imposed in terms of a moratorium, what can be decided without consultations, that's what happens. On October 22nd, 2018, a parliamentary committee met, Madam Speaker, and allow me to quote the mayor of Tuktoyaktuk, who stated at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, speaking to the Liberal member for the Northwest Territories, he said, yes, we have to do something. I agree that the Liberals should assist us. They closed off our offshore drilling without even consulting us. They never said a word. Madam Speaker, we're proud of those who work hard to earn a living, and we don't want to receive social assistance. Now we have tourists coming up. And farther along, it says we don't simply want to have trinkets and T-shirts. This is a very clear message that was going out to the government. I hope the government will hear these messages and will take a step back on this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you. I want to say, first of all, to thank the member for his comments on Bill C-88. And while I can appreciate he's never been in the North, he seems to be able to say quite a bit about this whole piece of work that has been done and has been worked on for many, many years. Some of this work has started during the days when the Conservative government was in power, and so a lot of work that is included in this bill, a lot of the pieces that are here were started many years ago. And I've been hearing quite a bit from the Indigenous governments in my riding to see this document, this bill move forward. I've also been contacted probably on a monthly basis from the government of Northwest Territories, from the Premier's office, to see this bill move forward. We need this bill to move forward so we can get on with dealing with the issues that are challenging us in Northwest Territories, especially in the area of devolution. And so the Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories are in a position to negotiate land claims, to negotiate issues on compensation. They're also moving forward on discussion on land self-government. They're able to share in the resource royalties. They hold 50% of the seats on the regulatory process, and this would also help to move forward on many of the areas that were left hanging from the time the last government was in place. So I wanted to ask the member if he would tell me why he wouldn't support this bill that supports decision-making being done in the North. He raised as an issue, so would he support this bill, since this would help the people in the North, the Indigenous governments, make the decisions that impact them in the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague opposite. Clearly, my remarks were designed to allow the people concerned to have a say over the development of their natural resources. And that's exactly what we're calling for with the Bill C-88, an opportunity, or that giving them that responsibility. In the bill, decisions were made, decisions that went against and didn't involve consultation with the people involved. Now, we can't do something and then say, well, for the rest, we'll consult you. So, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, that's what happened with this bill. That is unfortunate, and that's why we can't agree with a bill like this. After the fact, it's easy enough to support something when you haven't been consulted to pick up the crumbs, but it's really unfortunate for the territories. And that's why we're going to take a stand to stand alongside them on this file.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Member for Yukon.
And I'd just like to start by congratulating the member that spoke previously, the member for Nunavut, for NWT, member for NWT that's worked so hard to get this bill forward for his people, for the people that local, as the Conservatives say, the local people that really want this bill. I'd like to just ask the member, the member is the second Conservative member that I've heard that said you want the decisions made by the local people. So the vote on this bill is a decision that the local people want. It affects the governments that affect are the Cleachon governments, the Satu government, the Gwich'in government, and the GNWT, which, as the previous Liberal that spoke from NWT, member from, they've been consulted extensively on this bill, creating this bill. And so if that member, I assume, and the previous one that wanted the decision made by local people, that's what this bill is totally about. All those governments, local governments want this bill. So I assume the member would support this bill.
Une brève réponse du député de...
A brief reply, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérap. Well, it's difficult to have short answers because this is a very broad issue and it concerns many issues. When I see legislation to enable the Governor and Council to issue an order when in the national interest prohibiting some things, I think it takes legitimacy away from the local elected officials. It's the spirit of the Act that takes that power away from locally elected people to make decisions over their own territory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
To rise today in support of a bill that's going to make a positive difference to the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the Crown. And I acknowledge in starting this speech that I stand here on traditional unceded Algonquin territory. Today we're holding a second reading debate on Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. And I'm going to use my time allotted to speak about the amendments to both of these and to speak a bit about the issue of Arctic offshore oil exploration. But first, I wanted to start with some context around the Mackenzie Valley. Because to understand the mess that we're fixing right now, one has to rewind the clock back to the 1970s. In 1974, the federal government under the Right Honourable Pierre Elliott Trudeau appointed Justice Thomas Berger of the Supreme Court of British Columbia to hold hearings into a proposed natural gas pipeline down the Mackenzie Valley. And at that time, the Dene and the Inuvialuit were asserting their claims to these traditional lands. The Berger inquiry broke with tradition by hearing evidence offered not merely by the pipeline companies, but also by residents in more than 30 small communities in the Northwest Territories. So the Berger inquiry heard from over 1,000 Indigenous people in 7 languages, and over 500 Southern voices as well were there to give their opinions. The process was groundbreaking, and the federal government funded research by Indigenous, environmental, and community groups, and Justice Berger enabled media participation that brought Canadians from far and wide, from coast to coast to coast, into the proceeding. In May of 1977, Berger recommended that for environmental reasons, no pipeline should ever be built along the northern coastal plains. And although Berger concluded that an environmentally sound pipeline could be built through the Mackenzie Valley, he urged a 10-year moratorium on pipeline construction in the region to allow for time to settle Indigenous land claims. And Ottawa, the federal government, endorsed his recommendations. This concluded in the delaying of any construction on the pipeline in the Mackenzie Valley and was seen as a turning point in Indigenous Canadian relations. In amassing over 40,000 pages of documentation, it also provided a unique and comprehensive window into the Dene and Inuvialuit political resurgence of the 1970s. There would be no turning back on consultations with Indigenous peoples after this inquiry. The precedent was set. And public sympathy and its interest in both Indigenous and environmental concerns were heightened as a result of the Berger inquiry. It was a watershed event in this respect for reconciliation. It allowed First Nations to speak about their history, their issues related to the land, their culture, and the impacts that the Southern Man's projects would have on their communities. And what we've learned from the Berger inquiry of the 1970s is that when we consult with Indigenous peoples, we take a first step towards our commitment to reconciliation. And we've learned lessons. We learned lessons that ultimately led to regional land claim agreements and to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act of 1998. La loi sur la gestion des ressources de la vallée du
This legislation for 2018 put in place a co-management plan for the region in the Northwest Territories. This legislation created two boards, the Land and Water Board, and the board responsible for environmental assessments. 3 regional boards created by the Gwich'in Water and Land Board, and another one under claims put forth by the Gwich'in, the Dene, and the Satu, conferring upon these boards a responsibility for the use of land and permits for water use.
Fast forward to 2014, when the Harper administration passed the Northwest Territories Devolution Act. It consolidated 4 Indigenous regulatory boards into one without their agreement, and in doing so, stifled the voices of Indigenous peoples. It flew in the face of the lessons that were learned through the Berger Inquiry, where we learned of the importance of Indigenous people's voices, of incorporating Indigenous communities into governance processes. And that is why our government's Bill C-88 is so important. We are fixing the mess of the previous Harper administration. La loi sur le transfert de responsabilité au...
The Northwest Territories Devolution Act, C-15, under the Harper government, transferred the management for water and land and modified 3 pieces of legislation, including the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. This restructuring of Land and Water Board was one thing. It also called for an elimination of others. The Cleachon government registered a statement with the government, with the Supreme Court, contesting the unilateral action because those measures would be counter to the land claim agreement, and they deemed that the consultation was inadequate for this First Nation. On 2 other occasions, the groups had tabled injunctions for their water boards to be maintained until the major issues regarding the statement were resolved.
On the injunction, because it is just so damning, and it clearly indicates why we had to come to clean up the mess. I'll quote the court here. The Cleachon government has raised a reasonable possibility that Canada has overstepped the bounds of what it is permitted to do under the Cleachon Agreement. There is a reasonable likelihood that the Cleachon government will suffer the irreparable losses as a result of a breach of constitutionally protected rights. Irreparable harm could result from the breach of a constitutionally protected right. This is particularly so where the legislation will have the effect of dismantling and disrupting existing infrastructure, which will then have to be rebuilt. La Cour a accordé une injonction.
The court granted an injunction that suspended paragraph 251 of the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, which brought into force the provisions with respect to the restructuring, as well as other regulatory amendments. In November 2015, the newly appointed Minister Bennett undertook discussions with organizations and Indigenous groups in the Northwest Territories in order to put in place legislative measures to resolve this issue.
And the changements to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Development Act are also related to other stakeholders.
An effective regulatory body and thorough consultation processes are necessary to consider the needs of those directly impacted by these projects. Transparent and thorough consultation also promotes sound decision-making, and it ultimately will help create better projects that will deliver more benefits to regional communities and to the workers. This is why Bill C-88 seeks to consult with rights holders and northern Indigenous governments when it comes to oil and gas projects in the northern offshore, by having consequential impacts and consequential amendments to the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, what I'll refer to as the CPRA. But I should provide some context on the history of Canada's Arctic offshore oil and gas issue. And, Madam Speaker, oil spills in offshore regions across the world have underlined the importance of a precautionary approach when operating in fragile marine ecological environments. The BP blowout in the Gulf of Mexico put Canada on alert, and Arctic offshore as a possibility was and still is seen in that light. We're aware of the vulnerabilities of any marine ecosystem to a potential blowout, and this is especially true for the unique and fragile marine ecology of the Beaufort Sea. I think the Canadians can be proud that our Liberal government collaborated with the Obama administration to establish a moratorium on Arctic offshore drilling and the issuance of more licenses on the basis of the precautionary principle and on the basis of science and traditional knowledge. Now, we know that oil and gas exploration has been part of the Northwest economy for many years, so much so that it's part of the 1984 Nunavut Final Agreement and the 1993 Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. But at the same time, we know that Northerners and Southerners, Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, all Canadians, can agree that a catastrophic blowout in the deep water of the Beaufort Sea could cripple the Nunavut way of living and their future prospects. So that is another reason why this bill is so important. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments on this bill. I wanted to point out that there's a lot of information that the member provided, and the Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories have all done a lot of work in moving towards land claims and self-governance, and many have signed agreements, expecting the Government of Canada to honour their portion of the agreement. And through the Conservative government, we've seen that that didn't happen. We've even had the Auditor General do a report that said the government was not meeting its obligations. On the section that governed the creation of land and water boards in each region, we saw the government step in and said, no more. We're going to create one board. It'll be a super board. It'll cover all aspects of what you're doing, even though that breached the agreement. We also saw the fiscal portion of the land claim agreements that were breached by a new policy that came in. The Harper government said, this is what we're going to follow, never mind what was in the land claim agreement. So I find it ironic that the Conservative government is saying that this is not in the best interest of the people in Northwest Territories, when they are the ones that refuse to include the Beaufort Sea in the negotiations. That was hands off. We couldn't even talk about it. I know, because I sat with the government in the seat with the government of Northwest Territories. We also couldn't include Norman Wells. We couldn't look at the royalties out of Norman Wells. So those things were left off the table. But now we're hearing that maybe we're doing something wrong by letting the people in Northwest Territories make decisions. So I want to ask the member if he feels that it's fair to have a government that created this really large confusion over this, where it came to a standstill. And now we have the Indigenous governments, the government of Northwest Territories, all telling us they want to move forward. Is it fair for them to be saying that we're doing something wrong?
Madam Speaker, and through you, I'll respond to my learned colleague. I appreciate these words because they come from such a place of experience. And absolutely, I think Northerners from the Mackenzie Valley have every right to be offended by the actions of the previous government. Why? Because, and they continue to articulate it to this day in debates in this House, treating land claims agreements as though they're red tape. As though there's something to be, cut up and put in the paper recycling. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's offensive to any Canadian who holds Indigenous rights and the constitutional protections of those Indigenous rights to heart. And I think that at the end of the day, it falls to our government now to respect those agreements that were made, respect the history with the Indigenous peoples from that region. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really have the same question again. He talked in terms of respecting Indigenous rights, respecting the people in the area in terms of making decisions. And of course, we know that in Section B, it amends the Canada Petroleum Resource Act to allow the Governor and Council to issue orders when in the national interest, and that's in no other piece of environmental legislation, to prohibit oil and gas activity. So it's not in consultation with the territories and the Indigenous communities. It's not in Parliament. This is a order in Council, the executive branch taking on powers that they have never assumed before. So how can he argue on one hand about respecting and on the other hand say, oh, it's perfectly fine, and when it suits our interests to arbitrarily do something like a moratorium? Thank you.
Answer from the member from Pontiac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quite simply, a time-bound moratorium that is premised on traditional knowledge and science in a precautionary manner to ensure that we have the complete understanding of what would be entailed by further offshore drilling, in particular where we're talking about deep water offshore drilling. This will allow for the knowledge necessary, the scientific and traditional baseline knowledge necessary, to ensure that not only do we have the baseline knowledge, but also that we can discuss whether or not there is actually a bulletproof spill cleanup plan that will account for a blowout that could occur under winter ice. And that's a crucial issue that was raised when I attended the Arctic Offshore Drilling Review in Inuvik back in 2011. This was a crucial issue, and many people up north were very concerned about that eventuality. This moratorium enables the right knowledge to be gathered prior to making decisions. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak to Bill C-88. Despite the use of time allocation, I appreciate that the government leader in the House, who earlier today said she would make efforts to give me a chance to speak, has done so that even with abbreviated debate, I'm able to speak to this bill. I was also able to speak to what happened to this legislation in the previous Parliament when the Northwest Territories Devolution Act was brought forward in 2014 in the 41st Parliament. It was something everyone wanted to support, but there were many measures within that were offensive to foundational principles of self-government, of respect for treaties. In fact, the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board, the Gwich'in Land and Water Board, the Sahtu Land and Water Board, and the Wesakee-Titcho Water and Land and Water Board, all of which were the result of treaty negotiations between the Crown and those nations, were callously, carelessly, disrespectfully, completely violated with the notion that we could replace them with something, I guess, described as more efficient. I protested those changes at the time, as did the previous Member of Parliament from the Northwest Territories, NDP member Dennis Bevington. We tried quite hard to persuade the Parliament, the 41st Parliament, that it was wrong to change the law in this way. Now, subsequent to the changes being made, and I won't go through all the steps of what took place, Mr. Speaker, but a number of the boards that were impacted went to court to challenge what had just happened, because the principle that had been there, the Land and Water Boards represented 50-50 decision-making between First Nations and the federal government. This notion of a super board was deeply offensive to that and would have reduced the self-government that, in fact, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act was supposed to respect, would have taken away rights and reduced the scope of review by those various boards. Earlier today in debate, I heard a member from the Conservative Party rise to say that Bill C-88 was another effort by the Liberal government to interfere with development, to thwart development, and to drive away investment in Canada. I'm saddened by that kind of commentary, because I will agree with a number of criticisms of the current Liberal government. There are a lot of measures being taken that I find far short of what's required, particularly when looking at the climate crisis, far short of what's required when looking at the need for thorough environmental assessment. There was a commitment in the election to undo the damage that had been done by the Harper administration in a number of areas. And so far, the Liberal government has done really well in some areas and less well on others. They did extremely well in undoing discriminatory legislation towards trade unions. And that was undone relatively quickly by the former member of cabinet who represented concern on labor issues. They did a very good job on a piece of legislation that's still before the Senate, and I do hope it passes quickly, Bill C-68, to repair the Fisheries Act. An extremely good job was done there. Bill C-68 not only repairs the damage of what was done by the former Prime Minister in that government, but actually improves, not just brings back protection for fish habitat, but expands other protections for habitat. It's an extremely important piece of legislation, and I hope it passes quickly. It also, very complementary to the piece of legislation that I hope we'll see completely passed here, which earlier today in this House, the Honourable Member for Avalon, Chair of the Fisheries Committee, presented the report that Bill S-203 is now back before the House. I hope we move to report stage and third reading very expeditiously. But C-68, which I'm referencing, also is complementary in saying that we're now going to ban the taking of cetaceans into captivity in Canadian waters. Again, these all speak to undoing the damage done by the previous government, but in C-68 going beyond that with more progressive measures. C-69, unfortunately, is also before the Senate. I hope it will get amended and brought back quickly. But the Minister of Transportation did an excellent job in that, in repairing the Navigable Waters Protection Act. There are some innovative changes to energy regulation. Unfortunately, the middle piece of legislation in that omnibus bill, the one on environmental review, doesn't undo the damage of the previous government. It rather keeps it in place. But this legislation is excellent in that it actually does undo the damage of what the previous government had done. It sets back in place the integrity of self-government, of decisions for land and water boards that reflect the negotiations under self-government agreements and treaties. I would like to see, now that we are debating this bill at second reading, I certainly would like to see this bill in committee to accept one or two additional amendments. As has been mentioned on the floor of this House earlier today when we started debate at second reading on C-68, it would be, I think, given the content and the context and the need to take a step farther, be more progressive than merely repairing, the place to do that is to say that this bill operates under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. That would be a very welcome amendment, and one, assuming this bill does get to committee and we are in a position to put forward amendments clause by clause, one that the committee can expect to hear from the Green Party. I know I have an allocation of more time available, Mr. Speaker, but I've made all the points that I'd wanted to make. I certainly support this bill, including those provisions to allow moratoria on drilling to affect such decisions based on evidence. I do hope the bill passes. I'd like to see it pass with an amendment to ensure that it operates under the terms of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the report card. Certainly appreciate her comments, and I certainly appreciate her history on this bill and the whole devolution process that happened in Northwest Territories. I still think the devolution process has a long ways to go. As I mentioned earlier, there's certain parts of the Northwest Territories that were off the table when it came to discussions for devolving responsibility. That included the Norman Wells oil fields, that included the Beaufort Sea. I think our regulatory process in the Northwest Territories is a model that probably the rest of this country could look at and compare notes and see how well it works when it comes to the inclusion of Indigenous people. I also think it's high time that we started looking at the work that's being done on traditional knowledge and the scientific research that's being done in the Beaufort Sea. And we also start looking at the devolution of responsibility for decision-making on the Beaufort Sea to the government of Northwest Territories along with the Indigenous government. And that's my question to the member, to to give her view on turning over all the responsibilities for all parts of the Northwest Territories to the people of Northwest Territories.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to the honourable member for the Northwest Territories. The process of devolution, I agree with the honourable member, is incomplete. People from the north should have the decision-making responsibility over their resources, their lands, and their waters. This is behind the principle of devolution, and to the extent that specific areas are excluded, I think that's an error and should be corrected. I will say that we want to ensure that discussions in the territories also represent the concerns of the specific First Nations mentioned in this legislation, but so much of the territory around our circumpolar north is under the jurisdiction of the Inuit. We need to pay attention to that. And we also need to make sure that we have, as the honourable member mentioned, respect and engage Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous science. It's particularly compelling that we do so in the context of the climate crisis, where we know that Canada's Arctic is warming 3 times faster than the rest of the warming on the planet. We've known for quite a while that it's been the Inuit who first raised the alarm, and the peoples of the north who raised the alarm that sea ice is changing, that hunting is more difficult, that a way of life is basically at risk. So the more that we consult, the more that decision-making is led by Northerners, I think the better our decision-making will be.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank the member. I appreciate her support of our First Nation, particularly the battle we've had over a decade to try and prevent drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. She mentioned that this law was that we're taking back a law that was unfortunate or wrong. I'd just like to say it was illegal, because land claims agreement are constitutionally protected. You can't just pass a law that retracts a constitutionally protected item. And just to mention, I appreciate her support on almost very parallel exercise that happened in the Yukon, where once again, for the environmental process, they tried to change, not in line with the spirit or probably the law of the constitutionally protected land claim, the environmental assessment process, and the members supported us in that, and we've retracted that, changed it, and gone back to the spirit of the agreement and the letter of the law that was originally contemplated in 30 years of negotiation.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I thank my friend from the Yukon. Absolutely, my language was too tepid. It's unusual, but that is the case. This was unconstitutional, what happened under the previous parliament. And as far as fighting together to protect the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, the honourable member said it's been a decade. Well, I hate to correct the honourable member's math, but by quick reference to Google, because I couldn't remember exactly what year I was in Washington, D.C. with this honourable member fighting to protect the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, but I quickly checked Google, because I remember I took my daughter and a young Gwich'in lad to go see the opening of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. So it was in 2002 that the honourable member and I were together in Washington, D.C., and I want to pay tribute to this member from the Yukon, because I know that all those trips to Washington were beyond his parliamentary budget. He paid his own way to go to Washington to work as hard as we could, and now we have to redouble efforts because the Trump administration once again wants to lift protection and allow drilling in the calving grounds of the porcupine caribou, which are essential to the Gwich'in way of life.
Resuming debate, I'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families and Children know that there are only about 5 minutes remaining in the time for debate on the question that's before the House, but I'll give him the signal in the usual way. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
No, Mr. Speaker, you wait patiently for your turn, and well, your turn comes. But at any rate, listen, I would like to rise today to speak in support of this bill, but first I'd like to share my recollections about visits to the Northwest Territories with the member who has spoken several times today so eloquently about the territories and the need for self-determination, and in particular for the rights of Indigenous people to be respected, not just on this issue but on a broad range of issues. Having the honor to go from community to community, to sit down with leadership in the Indigenous communities in Betchico and in Yellowknife, to talk with families that are working in the resource sector, and to talk to the government of the Northwest Territories and the municipal leadership in the Northwest Territories, one thing becomes abundantly clear. Southerners who go north should go there to listen. And if they do, what they start to understand is that the importance that's placed not just on self-determination, but self-determination that respects the modern treaties and respects the Indigenous communities of the North is fundamental to making sure that progress that happens up there benefits the people that will not only be subject to the changes, but also should be the main beneficiaries of whatever changes occur up there. And as we take a look at the agreement that's put in place here, what we are building on is a flawed law that was passed in the previous session that the Supreme Court struck down. I mean, I lost track of the number of laws that the previous government passed that didn't make it through the Supreme Court. I think it was 8, but it might have been 9. I'm sure someone on the other side can correct me if there's a former AG over there. But the reality is this: is that not obeying the law is something that the previous government really set a high water mark on. And what we know is that in the delay to obeying the law and the delay to writing good legislation and in not listening to the opposition as corrections were offered, what happened was that the development of natural resources in the North was set back. But more importantly, the advancement of self-determination was set back in the North, and I think that there are lessons to be learned in terms of how we proceed in this House and how we move with the Northwest Territories, with the Yukon, with Nunavut, to make sure that the aspirations and the opportunities of the North are developed in a good way, in a sound way. I think one of the most important parts about this is that it's consistent with UNDRIP, and one of the members opposite talked about why UNDRIP isn't referenced in the body of the legislation, and this is being asked in several other areas of legislation. UNDRIP hasn't cleared the other place yet. It hasn't received royal assent in terms of our ratification, and as a result, we can't reference a piece of legislation that technically doesn't exist yet because our system hasn't yet stamped it into law. But I think that one of the most important things we heard when we heard representatives from the territories talk about this landmark piece of legislation is that it's consistent with the spirit of UNDRIP, and it brings actually to bear those very principles as we take a look at how resources need to be developed carefully, but more importantly, how water needs to be protected, and I think most importantly, how traditional knowledge will be used to preserve and project a stronger future into the North. I think the other thing that we need to come to terms with is the value of traditional knowledge. I was talking with one of the Arctic Rangers on a trip that I made to Iqaluit, and he came from a part of the country that was even further north than the maps of Canada often show. And he started to talk to me about, on the plane ride back, talk to me about what's happening to snow and what's happening to ice in the far north, and how as exploration parties go up there to deliver everything from housing to roads to resources, to take a look at resource development, the traditional knowledge as to what's safe and what isn't safe, often that safety is delivered not by somebody from the Geographic Society, but from elders who have passed on their knowledge as to what constitutes safe and unsafe passageway. And so this bill recognizes the value of traditional knowledge, values the value of, understands the value of engaging with all forms of scientific exploration and experience. And I think that too is part of one of the reasons it is consistent with UNDRIP and is a good piece of legislation to be supported. I also think the most important part about this is that it allows the North to put a stamp of self-determination on its resource projects. It can look at the impact environmentally, it can look at the impact economically, it can look at the impact socially, and it can make sure that the profitability of these projects is sustained in the North in a way that delivers sustainable, permanent, social transformation to some of the areas of this country that has the largest economic challenges facing any individual that resides in this country from coast to coast to coast. This in of itself is good reason enough to support this bill because it changes the nature of the conversation, but changes the formula of economics up in the North to make sure that the process is a strong one. I think what you've seen as well is that leadership from the Indigenous communities, leadership from the government of the Northwest Territories has come to a consensus on how to move forward in a good way. And I think that when we as legislatures see from outside this House consensus emerge and arms are linked in common cause, our job is not so much to legislate that into reality, but create legislation that dignifies that reality, recognizes that reality, and gives support to it. I think as well that the other thing that has been achieved here is that we often have to layer legislation onto existing circumstances, and what you're seeing in this particular piece of legislation is that existing rights holders are recognized and brought into this legislation, and that happens as well in a way that's consistent with not only good resource development, but good environmental stewardship, and also it is true to truth and reconciliation. And for those reasons, I'll be supporting this legislation, and will be forever sad that I won't get to answer questions from the opposition on this one. Thank you.
As it is 5:45 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 38 adopted earlier today, we are now going to vote on all questions necessary to dispense with the second reading of this bill that the House is now seized with. The question is as follows. Mr. LeBon, supported by Ms. Ng, proposes that Bill C-88, Act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, now be read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee on Indigenous Affairs. Does it please the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Ng, moved that Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMont.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Le Métis, Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Masque Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Bulris.
Mr. Bulris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stutsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godet.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 205, 205, nays contre 80, 80.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Finally, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Bergen relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moved that given the recent allegations of political interference against the Prime Minister, and given that Canadians reject the Prime Minister's excuse for his actions as simply routine government business, the House call on the government to show respect for the rule of law and immediately A. Comply with the letter and spirit of all court orders and requests in relation to the trial of Vice Admiral Mark Norman. B. Provide Vice Admiral Mark Norman. Shall I dispense? Provide Vice Admiral Mark Norman's defense with all records relating to his prosecution including but not limited to memos, letters, emails, pin-to-pin messages, SMS messages, and handwritten notes, including records that exist on personal electronic devices. C. Require all current and former cabinet ministers and their respective political staff and employees of the employees of the Privy Council office since November 2015 to sign an affidavit affirming that no evidence or records related to the prosecution of Vice Admiral Mark Norman have been destroyed, and that they have personally complied with all relevant court orders. And D. Indemnify Vice Admiral Mark Norman and provide legal assistance within 30 days of the adoption of this motion for any invoices that are in arrears, and within 30 days of the invoice date for any subsequent invoices. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kasteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Anand Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatsino.
Mr. McKinney-Gatsino.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Le Métis, Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Yeas pour 121, sans 21, nays contre 162, 162.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 6:35 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' bills, according to the order on today's order paper. Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill S-215, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sentencing for violent offenses against Aboriginal women, in the name of Mr. Willett.
Order. Order. To ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations to make their way to their respective lobbies. We're going to get underway with private members' business. Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin my remarks by recognizing that we meet today on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I hope that one day we'll begin all our daily proceedings in this place with this acknowledgement. I also wish to acknowledge that my riding is situated in Treaty 6 territory and the ancestral homeland of the Métis. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor and a privilege to rise to speak on such an important topic as the mistreatment by our justice system of Indigenous women and girls, and to speak of a way that our justice system could make that change. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because we have a justice system that must do better for Indigenous women and girls. We have a justice system that is just for some, but not for all Canadians. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees that everyone has the right to be treated equally before and under the law, and that all Canadians have the equal benefit and protection of the law. But that is not the case for Indigenous women and girls in this country. Indigenous women and girls cannot count on a justice system that is fair and just, that provides them the full protection of the law, that's blind to race and gender. That is why I am speaking in support of Bill S-215 and to support the leadership of Senator Dick, whose work and advocacy on the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is to be commended and respected. Bill S-215 is about bringing equality into our justice system for Indigenous women and girls. The bill amends the criminal code to make Indigenous female identity an aggravating factor during sentencing. We need such a bill because we need to reform our justice system now. For too long, we have tolerated the discrimination against Indigenous women and girls. We need such a bill because the treatment of Indigenous women and girls in the justice system reflects the societal indifference to the welfare and safety of Indigenous women and girls that allows the perpetrators of violence against them to escape justice. Cindy Gladue and Betty Ann Osborne, we know these Indigenous women's names not because justice was served, but for the exact opposite reason. We know these women's names because of the unspeakable violence perpetrated against them in life and in death, a justice system that continued to degrade them as human beings, treat them as less than. We know their names because of the advocacy by Indigenous women and human rights advocates who demanded justice for Sydney and Betty Ann. The bill before us today is one measure to combat societal indifference to the lives of Indigenous women who are more likely to be victims of violent crimes and their circumstances more likely to be taken less seriously by our justice system. We have systems of protection and justice in this country that effectively demonstrate that Indigenous women's lives and their safety are less important and are less worthy than non-Indigenous women. The family of Nadine Mashishtinak knows this fact all too well, and I apologize for mispronouncing her last name. In 2015, Nadine, a 29-year-old Indigenous woman, was found in medical distress in the laundry room of the Regina Delta Hotel. She had fallen 10 floors down a laundry chute. And because of a justice system that didn't value Nadine's life, her death was never properly investigated. It is because of her family's tireless efforts for more than 3 years that in 2018, the Regina Police Service's actions in this case were formally reviewed by the RCMP. We know now all that wasn't done for Nadine by the hotel, by the EMS, the police, and the investigators to help Nadine and to determine the circumstances of her death or to find the perpetrators. We learned that her death wasn't reported to police for some 60 hours, that police took 4 months to send toxicology reports, and that it was over a year before the police made a public plea for information about the 2 men on surveillance cameras and video who appeared with Nadine. In her own words, Senator Dick acknowledges that her bill is not the magic solution that will end the violent victimization of Indigenous women and girls, and it won't change how Nadine was treated by the system. The bill is intended to cause a ripple effect in the justice system by ensuring judges consider the unique circumstances of Indigenous women and girls in Canada today. Bill S-215 is a bill that is needed because despite all our justice system is meant to be, it is failing to provide equal benefit and protection of the law. Like many systems that are being challenged today by Indigenous peoples and human rights advocates, our justice system has not escaped the historical influences of colonialism and racism, influences that continue to this day. These influences have led to what is the reality for Indigenous women in Canada. The result of a system of colonization is a climate where Indigenous women are particularly vulnerable to the sexism by the police and the court system. On the police and the court system. Indigenous women who are victims of violence are mistreated by the systems that are intended to protect them. Senator Dick's bill is a response to extremely high rates of murder and disappearance of Indigenous women and girls. This legislation will help to ensure a justice system that provides equal protection of the law for Indigenous women and girls as guaranteed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This legislation also responds to our legal obligations in the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to protect women, Indigenous women and girls from violence and victimization and the indifference of the state and society to their experiences of violence. I've had the opportunity to sit in on presentations by Senator Dick on her bill and to also hear her research initiatives in partnership with the University of Saskatchewan. Dr. Dick, prior to being appointed to the Canadian Senate, was a professor in the Neuropsychiatry Research Unit in the Department of Psychiatry and an Associate Dean of the College of Graduate Studies and Research at the University of Saskatchewan. It is through her leadership and support of current research that we are learning definitively that the detrimental impacts of the racism perpetrated on Aboriginal girls. Finally, Senator Dick's bill will afford Indigenous women and girls similar protection given to others that are in the criminal code, like taxi drivers and transit workers. In the debate so far on this bill, we have heard from honourable colleagues in the official opposition technical legal arguments about how this bill is not an appropriate avenue to address the failings of the justice system to protect Indigenous women and girls. To that I say, technically, the law is not to discriminate. Technically, the law is not to be sexist or racist in its application. And technically, the law is to enforce the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I rest my case. And as we've heard from some on the government side, I speak here of the Special Advisor to the Prime Minister on LGBTQ2S issues, the MP for Edmonton Centre, who in his speech during debate called for a broad-based, holistic approach as the best way to ensure better protection for Indigenous women and girls. First, Mr. Speaker, I must object to his paternalistic tone and the choice of language in his comments. The member states his way or the government's way is the best way, not a better way, but the best way. And I think it's presumptuous of any member to state that their way is the best way. And further, terminology like broad-based and holistic are words that say to me that this government wants Indigenous women and girls to continue to wait for justice, to wait for equal protection under the law. The Skywek-Ichiwichiuk Women Walking Together is a local women-led voluntary group in Saskatoon that has been supporting families and relatives of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls since 2005. Most recently, in 2018, the founders of the group, Darlene Okimason Seacott and Myrna LaPlante, received the YWCA Women of Distinction Award for their work. Darlene and Myrna, along with the volunteer members of Women Walking Together, fully support Bill S-215. This endorsement must be respected and hold much weight in our deliberations on the bill, as it comes from women who know firsthand the impact of the epidemic of violence against Indigenous women and girls, and who combat every day the indifference of the institutions meant to protect women and girls. Long before this chamber, Mr. Speaker, was talking about murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, these women were speaking out, helping families, and getting results. This House can do something now to change the lives of Indigenous women and girls. We can pass Bill S-215 and begin to see justice served to all Canadians, not just some Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill S-215, an act to amend the Criminal Code, which was introduced in the Senate on December the 11th, 2015, by the Honourable Senator Lillian Dick. This bill's objective is to provide greater protection to Indigenous women from certain violent offences. I wish to note at the outset that this critical issue is currently being studied in the context of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Inquiry, which is examining institutional policies and practices that have been put in place as a response to violence, including those that have been effective in reducing violence and increasing the safety of women and girls. As many of the constituents in my riding of Parkdale High Park have indicated to me, Indigenous women are disproportionately impacted by violent crime. Therefore, I know that we all support the pressing objective that Bill S-215 identifies.
Bill S-215 seeks to achieve its objective through new provisions that would require a sentencing judge to treat the fact that a victim is an Aboriginal woman as an aggravating factor when sentencing an offender for certain specific offences. These include murder, assault, unlawfully causing bodily harm, and sexual assault. If a judge determines that an aggravating factor is present in a given case, a higher sentence is expected to be imposed.
Denouncing and deterring violent offences, Mr. Speaker, against Indigenous women is critical. However, after significant reflection, it is incumbent upon us to express the government's concerns about the potential effectiveness of the bill's reforms in achieving the important objective which it targets. Specifically, Bill S-215's proposed reforms may duplicate or conflict with existing sentencing provisions and may be under-inclusive in terms of protecting Indigenous women, as well as similarly vulnerable victims from all violent crimes.
Notably, the Criminal Code already requires sentencing judges to treat as aggravating factor the fact that an offence was motivated by hate, based on gender or race, or the fact that the offender abused a spouse, common law partner, or child. And this is referred to in Section 718.2 of the Criminal Code. Furthermore, there's also the Gladue principle, which is entrenched in the Criminal Code as a sentencing principle. This is paragraph 718.2e, which requires sentencing judges to consider the unique systemic and background factors that contributed to the commission of the offence, as well as all reasonable alternatives to imprisonment when sentencing Indigenous offenders. Bill S-215's proposed aggravating factor may complicate the application of the Gladue principle. For example, Mr. Speaker, in cases involving a female Indigenous victim and an Indigenous offender, a sentencing judge would be required both to lengthen the sentence for an Indigenous offender's criminal conduct against an Indigenous woman and, at the same time, to consider alternatives to incarceration, particularly in cases involving less serious types of offending, such as in case involving simple assault. Assault is one of the most common offenses charged in the context of intimate partner violence, and we know that this type of violence occurs in all cultures.
Interpersonal violence is always a serious matter. We must keep in mind that Canada's definition of assault is broad and applies to any intentional and non-consensual application of force. In some cases, Mr. Speaker, especially those involving less serious forms of offending, incarceration may not always be the most appropriate response, nor may it be the response supported by the victim. For example, in the context of intimate partner violence, where the offender provides financial support to his family or takes the care of the children while his spouse does so. I'm also concerned that the proposed aggravating factor may be too narrowly construed. Allow me to explain, Mr. Speaker. For example, it would apply only to offenders sentenced for specific violent offenses, such as uttering threats, assault, sexual assault, and murder, but not to other types of offenders, such as those sentenced for human trafficking or other serious offenses for which Indigenous women and girls are overrepresented as victims. These types of offenders are generally not Indigenous themselves. Rather, they may specifically target Indigenous women because of their gender and ethnicity. For example, Mr. Speaker, we know that Indigenous women and girls are disproportionately represented among the vulnerable people who are sexually exploited in Canada. And for that, we can refer to the Department of Justice's 2014 technical paper on what was then Bill C-36, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that Indigenous women and girls are targeted for this type of exploitation precisely because of their vulnerability, such that applying the proposed aggravating factor to simple assault, but not to human trafficking, seems incongruous in this context.
Moreover, Mr. Speaker, Bill S-215's proposed aggravating factors would also not apply to offenders sentenced for violent crimes committed against non-Indigenous female victims, some of whom may be similarly marginalized and vulnerable to predation. My specific concern here is that this type of approach could create an unintended hierarchy of victimization, which is unintended. It's important to underscore, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, in certain types of cases, aggravating factors may be inapplicable or apply only in the determination of the period of parole ineligibility. For example, first-degree murder, as well as second-degree murder where the offender was previously convicted of murder. It's punishable by a mandatory minimum penalty of life imprisonment without eligibility for parole until 25 years has been served. Otherwise, second-degree murder is punishable by a mandatory minimum penalty of life imprisonment without eligibility for parole for at least 10 years and up to 25 years. Therefore, in murder cases, aggravating factors can only be taken into account in determining the period of parole ineligibility, namely a period of 10 to 25 years for an offender sentenced for second-degree murder, as long as the offender was not previously convicted of murder.
There are concerns about the potential effectiveness of Bill S-215's proposed reforms in achieving the bill's objectives. In certain situations, the proposed reforms may even create results that are inconsistent with their objectives. Therefore, I suggest that the bill's objectives and proposed reforms be further studied with a view to determining whether there are other ways to achieve its objectives while avoiding the potential unintended consequences that I've just described. Examining the impact of criminal legislation on Indigenous persons is a critical part of ensuring that legislation responds appropriately to their unique lived realities, which are the result of a long history involving many different forms of abuse stemming from colonization. In particular, we know Indigenous persons are overrepresented as both victims and offenders. A piecemeal approach to law reform, given this complex social context, could have unforeseen and indeed undesirable consequences. The complexity of these issues is reflected in the January 2016 FPT framework to address violence against women, Indigenous women and girls, which identifies principles and priorities to assist in improving how the justice system prevents and responds to this type of violence. The framework concludes with a poignant statement on the multi-sectorial response that is required, and I quote, "Violence against Indigenous women and girls is a serious concern in this country. The causes of the violence are complex, but closely linked to the historic governmental policies which led to the current conditions of low socioeconomic status and vulnerability to violence. There's no simple or singular solution to this issue. Stopping the violence will require the combined efforts of multiple sectors and stakeholders." End quote. I therefore stress the importance, Mr. Speaker, of taking into consideration all of the complexities of this issue when analyzing what can be done to improve the protection of Indigenous women from violent victimization. Significantly, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Inquiry Report, which is expected to be released this spring, will provide important recommendations for concrete and effective action that can be taken to remove systemic causes of violence and increase the safety of Indigenous women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
I remember back in 1995, 1996, as a young child, watching some of the news surrounding Indigenous status and the status of Indigenous women in this country. And I remember listening to an Indigenous woman who said, "I am not just simply a second-class citizen in Canada, I am a third-class citizen because I am a woman." You know, I have heard in this debate about equality. What does equality mean in this country when the outcomes are so different? What does equality mean when outcomes are so different? When we see the Gladue case in Alberta, where a woman in the justice system is treated very unequally, where she is essentially cut up inside with a 6-inch gash in her vagina, and the judge lets the perpetrator off. And only after an outcry does the prosecutor of Alberta actually take it back to court. That's a difference in outcome, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've heard lots of interesting comments in the House. And I've heard one of the comments is because this bill doesn't deal with all of the justice issues related to the criminal code, that it shouldn't apply, that it has no importance. We need to deal with them all of them at the same time. Well, let's take that first step. Let's take a first step, Mr. Speaker. I don't need to get emotional about this, but I think this impacts a lot of people that I know. There is bills, Bill S-221, an act to amend the criminal code with assaults against public transit operators. Now, taxi drivers from 1997 till 2011 had the number of homicides was 23 from 1997 to 2011. And we modified that law. Parliament modified that law. Just in 2013, the RCMP, in only RCMP jurisdictions in Canada, there were 42 recorded female homicides, victims. 17 of those were Indigenous. That is 40%. That's a fact. The outcomes, equality, we talk about it, but the outcomes seem to be so different. So what are we actually doing? It's great to have some programs, spend some money, maybe increase, you know, I wear the moose hide. I wear the moose hide patch all the time, but what does that really change? Because I have people ask me all the time what it means, and no one seems to know. We know it's about Indigenous men and boys taking a stand against violence against Indigenous women and girls and children, but yet how many people do I keep being asked every day what I'm wearing that for and what it means? Yet we've handed out 1 million of them across the country. Did you know we also had a bill called C-35? It's called the Justice for Animals and Service Act, known as Quanto's Law. Now, Quanto was a police dog who was killed while on duty. And that bill created a specific new offense prohibiting the killing or injuring of a law enforcement animal. And it created a minimum sentence. Who's worth more? Quanto? Tina Fontaine? Gladue? Helen Betty Osborne? There are lots of organizations that support this. I can list them all off. The First Nations of Saskatchewan, the Assembly of First Nations have passed resolutions in support of this. There are female or women's groups across the prairies that have asked for legislation on this. And it deserves a full and wholesome debate in this House. And I hope the government takes this and moves forward, because I'm sure the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's Inquiry will have something about the justice system. And I hope we actually go ahead and change some of these laws so that the equality means the equality of outcomes. Where that if you're walking around the streets of downtown Winnipeg, that you know that you are just as valued as anyone else, no matter what your birth in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Ouellet, seconded by Mr. Bagnall, moved that Bill S-215, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sentencing for violent offences against Aboriginal women, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yay! All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! My opinion, the yeas have it.
Now, are there any
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 10th, 2019, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Chair, Mr. Speaker, we knew that the halls of power were rigged for wealthy and corporate insiders. What the scandal over SNC-Lavalin has revealed in detail is just how far the Liberal government has gone to put the interests of the corporate elite over Canadians. The Liberal government keeps telling us how important an independent justice system is, but it all goes out the window when it's their corporate friends that's in trouble. We now know that over the course of 4 months, the former Attorney General faced sustained, ongoing, organized pressure from the Prime Minister and his office, the Privy Council's office, the Office of the Minister of Finance, to politically interfere by granting a deferred prosecution agreement to SNC-Lavalin. This is so SNC won't have to go to court and face bribery and fraud charges. As we all know, the Attorney General cannot be pressured by the Prime Minister to intervene in decisions of the Public Prosecution Service. It is entirely inappropriate. How many times did the former Attorney General have to say no before the Prime Minister and his team listened? She repeatedly said no, yet they repeatedly ignore her and were consistent in their attempts to improperly pressure her to change her mind for the well-connected friends for the Liberals. The Prime Minister first outright denied that this even occurred. Then smear campaigns began to undermine the former Attorney General's credibility. They tried to label her as, quote, difficult to work with. One Liberal MP said it was, quote, sour grapes. Then it was simply that she interpreted the matter differently. As well, every effort was made to shut down the Justice Committee and the Ethics Committee. And then when the former president of Treasury Board resigned because she had lost the confidence of the Prime Minister over this matter, the Finance Minister suggested that she resigned because of her friendship with the former Attorney General. A Liberal MP called her, quote, pathetic and, quote, traitor. Then leaks from the Liberal machine suggested that the Prime Minister came into conflict with the former Attorney General because of a judicial appointment. The individual in question responded to say, quote, "I fear that someone is using my previous candidacy to the Supreme Court of Canada to further an agenda unrelated to the appointment process." The Liberal government had also tried to claim that some 9,000 jobs would be lost if SNC did not receive a deferred prosecution agreement. Then SNC-Lavalin had actually come out in a public statement to contradict that claim. And not only did the government fail to do an assessment of any potential job loss, according to the Criminal Code, the Public Prosecution Service is prevented from considering the national economic interest as a reason for issuing a deferred prosecution agreement. This specific text was introduced to the Canadian law under this Prime Minister's watch in accordance with an OECD anti-bribery convention. It seems pretty clear. The only job that the Prime Minister is worried about is his own. And what is clear is that the Prime Minister has continued to blame others and refused to take responsibility for his actions. Both senior cabinet ministers now have been kicked out of the Liberal caucus, and even after that, attempts continue to undermine the former Attorney General. Without a shred of evidence, the Liberals' machine is suggesting that the former Attorney General is trying to interfere with the new AG's position on this matter, and is simply not credible. What we know from the former clerk of the Privy Council is that the Prime Minister is in the mood and he's going to get it done one way or another. Mr. Speaker, it is time for a public inquiry. Canadians deserve to know the whole truth.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the honourable member's intervention, but Mr. Speaker, I am going to focus on the question that the honourable member put to this House according to the rules of the adjournment debate. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be speaking about gender equality and the place of women in this House. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to highlight the many ways our government is putting gender equality at the heart of its decision making, because, Mr. Speaker, our government knows that when we invest in women, we grow the middle class and strengthen the economy for everyone. Mr. Speaker, since the first days of this government, our Prime Minister has showed incredible leadership and put equal representation at the forefront by appointing the first gender-balanced cabinet in Canada's history. Our Prime Minister knows that women must have more than just a seat at the table. Since then, we have achieved a number of firsts. Mr. Speaker, the first woman government House leader sitting right in front of me. Mr. Speaker, the first woman Minister of Agriculture in this country, the first ever federal strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence, gender budgeting, because we know that the decisions the government makes impact different people differently, and creating the Department for Women and Gender Equality, making Status of Women Canada into a full department and ensuring its full and equal place within the government. Mr. Speaker, our commitment continues through Budget 2019, which delivered new measures to provide housing security for women, parental leave to address gender disparity in skills development, a strategy to combat human trafficking, and a historic increase to support for women's organizations and helping them through the Social Finance Fund. With a framework to measure results, we are ensuring that we are accountable to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the Conservatives undermined, underestimated, and underfunded women's organizations, and they muzzled them so they would not be able to advocate for women's rights. Our government restored advocacy as an activity eligible for funding. And while they closed regional offices at Status of Women Canada, leaving only 4 offices, we are restoring our presence across the country with 16 points of service. And our government has made the single largest investment in the sustainability of women's organizations so that over 250 of them could keep their doors open and continue to save and transform lives. Mr. Speaker, last week, these seats were filled by 338 young women from across the country, a clear example of what is possible when the federal government steps in and invests in creating spaces and opportunities for young women to take their rightful seats in places of power and influence. Mr. Speaker, advancing gender equality is not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. We've come a long way in 4 years, Mr. Speaker, but we know that there is much more work to do to achieve gender equality. Our government is committed to doing that work, and I hope the honourable member will join us in continuing that work, and I want to thank her for her advocacy, particularly in the east side of Vancouver, but her advocacy for women all across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week in this House, I asked the Prime Minister this question and raised the issue of the fact that the Daughters of the Vote turned their backs on the Prime Minister, making it clear that they stand with the former Attorney General and the former President of the Treasury Board. This is right at the heels of the Liberal government, the Liberal Prime Minister, kicking out these two former senior cabinet ministers. Why? Because they dare to tell the truth. They dare to stand on the integrity and would not be bent by the government's pressure to change their position. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're talking about. And the real truth is, a real feminist would not try to do what this Prime Minister has done. A real feminist would not kick strong, independent women out because they stand on the integrity and want to ensure that the truth is understood. That they would not kick someone out because they want to uphold the law and would not allow the government to continue to act in the way and behave in the way in which they have, Mr. Speaker. That's what I asked, not for the Parliamentary Secretary to brag about their government, but to get at the heart of the real issue at hand, and the only way to do that is to have a public inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out to the honourable member that under this Prime Minister's leadership, we have made historic investments for women's organizations, bringing their funding to unprecedented levels. We are ensuring that women can fully participate in the workforce with parental leave options and investing in the creation of 40,000 good, affordable childcare spaces. Under this Prime Minister, we are ensuring that women receive equal pay for work of equal value, that women fleeing a violent situation have a safe place to turn. We've invested over $200 million to end gender-based violence, including through the Gender-Based Violence Strategy, the first ever of its kind, Mr. Speaker. Our record is clear. It speaks for itself. Mr. Speaker, this government and this Prime Minister are ensuring that all Canadians, regardless of gender, have an equal and fair chance to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La députée de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this evening once again to talk about official languages and to speak about Franco-Ontarians. Today we had a breakfast to talk about and celebrate Franco-Ontarians on the Hill. There were a number of members of Parliament who attended the event to mark Francophonie here in the province of Ontario. I asked the Liberal government a question recently on the importance of protecting official languages and French, regardless of the level of government, be it provincial or federal. We all have a collective role to support in supporting both our official languages and minority languages. Unfortunately, for some time now, Franco-Ontarians have faced problems, and the French Language University Ontario is key to developing French language-speaking communities. My question for the Prime Minister was about sitting down with the Premier of Ontario to fund this university. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this wasn't done. There are differences, major differences, between the federal government and the provincial government, and we haven't seen them come closer together and reach an agreement on this important issue that is the French University in Ontario. Unfortunately, or that is unfortunate. And if I remember correctly, shortly the Ontario government will be bringing down its own budget. Stakeholders have great expectations for this university, but unfortunately the chances of it seeing the light of day are thin. The federal government has a very important role to play to convince its counterpart to comply with the Official Languages Act, and the provinces have a role to play as well when it comes to protecting and promoting the vitality of minority language communities. Today, with the ONFR and Mr. Benjamin Vacher, that in addition to abolishing several positions, the Ombudsman, for example, for French in Ontario, a decision was made to take apart the Commissioner's office as well, the Commissioner for Services in French, by eliminating 2 key positions. So there will no longer be a lawyer nor a communications specialist working within that structure. Here's what the political scientist from the University of Ottawa, specialized in linguistic issues, said. Her name is Linda Cardinal, and she said, from a Francophone perspective, it would have been important not to change the structure of the office. Each person was part of a chain, and this dynamic was such that everyone worked well together, end of quote. She added, a little bit farther along in her comments, if we sit lawyers down with lawyers, they work well together. If we think about the Commissioner's office, they've changed the structure and the dynamics of the working relationship, and this was, again, part of the quote. What we expected the Liberal government to do was to show leadership. What we needed to see was a provincial territorial meeting on official languages. Unfortunately, that didn't take place. What is the government waiting for to host an FPT on official languages? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister for Tourism, Official Languages, and La Francophonie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank my colleague, the MP for Drummond, for his question. This allows our government to bring to this House an update on the issue. Post-secondary institutions play a crucial role in the vitality and the enhancements of our official languages minority communities.
In November, Doug Ford's Conservatives launched an outright attack on French in Canada. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always stand up when it's time to defend and promote the French language all across Canada.
Is fully prepared to support the province in this project. We have said it many times, we will contribute up to 50%. The money is on the table, but the provincial government is leaving it on the table. Since the Government of Ontario publicly announced its decision to suspend the funding for the Université de l'Ontario Française in November 2018, our government has taken every possible step to move this agenda.
In addition to the many communication efforts between the federal and provincial governments to advance this file, the Minister of Tourism, Official Languages, and La Francophonie has written twice to the Ontario government's minister to offer federal support. And they've indicated several times that our government was open to working with the Ontario government to support this big project.
January 13th, 2019, she also publicly announced $1.9 million in funding directly from the budget of the Action Plan on Official Languages 2018 to 2023 to ensure the business continuity of the startup activities of the Université de l'Ontario Française until January 2020.
This funding will support the preliminary efforts to establish a Carrefour francophone du savoir et de l'innovation in Toronto, and to develop closer ties between the agencies and organizations that serve the Francophone community. This center could host, could house the l'Université de l'Ontario Français once established, and its 15 partners. This funding would be part of the federal government's total contribution to the project.
An official request and take this project seriously. Any contribution of our government to the establishment of the l'Université de l'Ontario Français is conditional upon the provincial government to submit a funding application for our federal support programs and to commit at least 50% of costs. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying earlier, this morning we had a breakfast with the Francophone Assembly of Ontario. They were celebrating Francophone culture in Ontario. And one of the guests was Ms. Phillip, who is the new president of the Federation for Franco-Ontarian Youth. For our young people, they really want to be able to see a future. They want to be able to study in French. That's why we need this French language university. Now, Ms. Phillip is only 17 years old, but she already has a vision for the future. She already has ambitions for our country and wants to protect la francophonie in Ontario and to promote our diversity. And that's why, for people like her, I want to stand up and show leadership. That is what young people, not only in Ontario, but all across Canada, are calling for. They want to see concrete steps from this government that would give them hope and that would allow them to study in French at this French language university in Ontario. There are so many Francophones in Ontario, and they don't have a university yet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government's support for official language minority communities is, and particularly for Franco-Ontarian communities, is vitally important. It's not only a question of respecting our obligations under the Official Languages Act or under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's a question of values.
The Franco-Ontarian community and other minority communities in Canada will always be able to count on the unwavering support of our government as a partner and an advocate for their language rights. La valorisation de la
Promoting French language and culture in Canada is a priority for our government. We want to ensure that French language will flourish all across Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise today to talk about a question that I brought to the floor of the House of Commons back in December, and it was on the eve, Mr. Speaker, sadly, of a cycling death that happened here in Ottawa. And we know we've lost people in all of our communities across this great country to cycling deaths because we don't have enough safe cycling infrastructure in our country. We know that the government has promised to deal with that in their government term in 3.5 years. They've produced only one report. That report is titled Active Transportation, a Survey of Policies, Programs, and Experience. And that report was done, Mr. Speaker, in October of 2018, and still no action. So I'm hoping today, Mr. Speaker, that we'll get an update for that report. I'd also like to pass on my condolences to the family of the loved ones who lost their family member in this tragic accident, but also to those across our country, including my community of Port Alberni, where we lost 2 children just last year in 2018 to cycling accidents. We know that if we have a national strategy, a clear plan to grow cycling in our country that is creates more safer ways that people and pathways that people can use active transportation, including cycling, that we will improve the health of Canadians, we'll lower greenhouse gas emissions, we will lower infrastructure costs, and it's good for the economy. And I'll just maybe go to children, Mr. Speaker, because they're a great measurement. In the Netherlands, 50% of children ride their bikes to school. In Sweden, that is at 20%. Germany, it's 15%. Actually, Denmark's 40%. And here in Canada, it's 2%. And Mr. Speaker, we have to ask why. It's not because of the size of our country, because 35% of Canadians live in 3 cities, and in fact, 83% of Canadians live in urban centres. And it's not because of the climate either, Mr. Speaker, because we know in Copenhagen and Toronto, there's a difference about 1 degree, and we're far off the mark of what they're doing there in Sweden. It's because they have a plan. They have clear targets, dedicated funding purely to safe cycling. They invest in marketing and education, and they're committed to growing cycling, Mr. Speaker. Now, I tabled a bill, Bill C-312, to develop a national cycling strategy. There was a motion that went through FCM that was very similar to my bill that was passed at 95% support, Mr. Speaker. Canada Bikes has endorsed my bill, wanting a national cycling strategy. The Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment have been calling for a national cycling cycling strategy. The City of Victoria, Toronto, Ottawa, Cumberland and Port Alberni and Tofino in my riding have all supported my call for a national cycling strategy, Mr. Speaker. We've had support from the Comox Valley Cycling Association. I want to thank Margaret Harris for her work with the association. She just stepped down as the president. And the Alberni Valley Cycling Association, John Meba and Sarah Thomas, who helped pull that together, and Lazarus Dafour from Aerosmith Bikes, who's been really hard on pressing me to bring this message to Ottawa that we need a national cycling strategy. And Mr. Speaker, just on a personal note, I know that I've ridden my bike every day. I sat in the House of Commons until just a month ago. I had ridden my bike to the hill, and I really believe it saved my life. There's a British study that says that you reduce your risk of heart disease by 40 to 46% if you ride your bike to work, Mr. Speaker. And heart disease costs $12 billion to the Canadian economy every year. So some people say, you know, if we could get a magic pill, that would be $4 billion to save healthcare costs. Cycling's one of them. So I'd like to get an update from the government today about that report and how we're going to move forward. National Cycling Day is just around the corner on May 13th and 14th here in Ottawa. So hopefully the Parliamentary Secretary can speak to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like the honourable member, our hearts on this side of the House go out to the family who tragically lost a loved one. And I want to thank the honourable member for his leadership on this issue, as well as his really incredible leadership on ocean plastics. I know we on this side of the House have appreciated his advocacy. And just to let the honourable member know, this is a very important issue to me, Mr. Speaker. I was a city councillor for 2 terms. I commissioned some of the first cycling studies and took action in the early 1990s, in the area of active transportation. And today, I'm proud to say that Winnipeg has a very well-developed network and active transportation system. But, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to provide information on how the Government of Canada is supporting the safety of vulnerable road users, including cyclists. And while cycling is primarily a local issue that is the responsibility of municipal, provinces and territories, municipalities, provinces and territories, our government is showing leadership on numerous cycling-related task forces. Our government is committed to ensuring the safety of all road users and recognizes the importance of cycling as a mode of active transportation. And to this end, Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada is working with the provinces, territories, and other federal departments on a number of cycling-related initiatives. In September 2016, under the Minister of Transport's leadership, the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety created a task force to examine safety measures to protect pedestrians and cyclists around heavy vehicles. Following extensive consultations and support from all jurisdictions, the task force published a report that includes 57 safety measures to better protect vulnerable road users, including segregated cycling tracks, speed and red light cameras, and warning signals in heavy trucks to detect nearby pedestrians and cyclists. Mr. Speaker, we are taking action by developing safety measures that fall within federal jurisdictions, such as pilot projects on detection and visibility systems, and exploring potential regulatory action concerning automatic emergency braking systems and advanced driver assist systems. And currently, the federal government supports cyclist safety through record infrastructure programs that provide flexibility to provinces, territories, and municipalities to determine priority projects that will make a difference in their regions. For example, funding for the construction of bicycle lanes and paths and the installation of bicycle racks on city buses. Also of note, the Public Health Agency of Canada, along with other government departments, is spearheading an effort to strengthen relationships between federal partners working on files related to designing sustainable communities for healthy living, including opportunities to encourage active transportation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, with a view to completing this work, Transport Canada is conducting preliminary research on the feasibility of collecting cycling data and the development of metrics to assess the connectivity of cycling networks. We will continue to collaborate with partners on this very important issue that the honourable member has raised today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague for his comments. Mr. Speaker, we're hearing loud and clear from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Like I said, 95% of those municipalities are looking for dedicated funding, clear targets for safe cycling, and a national cycling strategy as well. The report that was tabled in 2018, the Active Transportation Survey of Policies, Programs, and Experience, that was created by the Council's Transportation and Environmental Task Force. This report was 3 years' work, 37 conference call meetings and engagement with 44 key informants Canada-wide, using listening to jurisdictions nationally and globally on best practices. They heard about the wide range of benefits of active transportation, but they also cited that you need infrastructure funding that's dedicated permanently in the long term for cycling. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary that he'd be committed to a national strategy for cycling so that we can get there, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve, especially our children, safer cycling across this great country of ours.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his advocacy and for his question. And while cycling is primarily a local issue that is the responsibility of municipalities, provinces, and territories, our government is showing leadership on numerous cycling-related matters, and I think we would agree with the honourable member that there is more to do. Our government is involved in efforts to improve safety for cyclists through federal, provincial, territorial task forces. I remember a report has been completed, and we are examining that report, Mr. Speaker, and this report is an important step in advancing awareness and addressing key safety concerns. Infrastructure Canada also supports active transportation through infrastructure programming, and the Public Health Agency of Canada continues efforts to increase physical activity opportunities for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support active transportation through work on existing task forces and, of course, listening to some excellent advice from the honourable member.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.